Chapter 557. In space outside Earth, there was a star palace that was even larger than Earth. Two figures stood facing each other in the nearby starry sky. Perfected monarch Cho Lian easily controlled this starry sky and made Jiang Xi experience the feeling of being imprisoned by space. Jiang Xi, you killed your own kind and are so cruel, arrogant, and reckless. If you continue to grow like this, I don't know if it's a blessing or a disaster for the human race. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your master, so that you'll know how to behave. Perfected monarch Cho Lian's voice was as loud as thunder, as if he represented the justice of heaven and earth. Moreover, he was very careful with his words. He stood on the high ground of justice for the human race and deliberately weakened his personal grudges. Compete. Perfected monarch Cho Lian raised his hand and condensed a terrifying energy attack. Just the fluctuations it emitted caused terrifying cracks to appear in the starry sky. It was like a mirror that was about to shatter. Moreover, the power of this energy attack was at the level of a ninth tribulation transcender. This was because perfected monarch Cho Lian had received a message from Lian Yu before he died, and he also knew that Jiang Xi was the Daoist undying. A ninth tribulation transcender level attack was just enough to injure Jiang Xi, but it wouldn't kill Jiang Xi. Woo, this energy attack cut through the starry sky and directly attacked Jiang Xi. Fuck. Even though he knew that his life wasn't in danger, Jiang Xi was still very angry. This kind of battle where he had no chance to resist was the last thing he wanted to encounter. Furthermore, perfected monarch Cho Lian's attitude of inverting right and wrong was very annoying. You want to teach me a lesson? Dream on. The golden patterned black armor formed by the triple mountain appeared on Jiang Xi's body. Boom. Perfected monarch Cho Lian's attack landed on Jiang Xi's body. The starry sky suddenly exploded, but Jiang Xi didn't move at all, and his aura didn't change either. He blocked the attack. An armor-type origin treasure? Perfected monarch Cho Lian's expression changed. As a perfected monarch, he naturally knew about the existence of origin treasures. Magic treasures of this level were basically all in the hands of Dao lords among the true monarchs. Only the ancient true monarchs who had lived for countless years might have one. And now, he saw one on Riverward's body. A look of greed flashed across perfected Lord Cho Lian's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. That was because he knew that the origin utmost treasure was definitely bestowed to Jiang Xi by Dao Lord Nine Firmaments. He would not dare to snatch it unless he had a death wish. Since physical attacks are ineffective, what about primordial spirit attacks? Perfected cultivator Cho Lian sneered. He decided to teach Jiang Xi a big lesson. Naturally, he wouldn't let it go so easily. In the next moment, a wisp of golden light shot out from between his eyebrows like a small knife and attacked Jiang Xi. The might of this primordial soul attack was also maintained at the level of a ninth tribulation transcender. Jiang Xi was unable to resist the spatial shackles. He was furious and helpless because his third mountain could not defend against an essence spirit attack. That wisp of primordial spirit attack directly entered between his eyebrows and rushed towards the primordial spirit in his sea of consciousness. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up and a golden light flashed across them. In his sea of consciousness, the primordial spirit with two rings of golden light behind his head and the seven-colored lotus platform trembled slightly at the same time. Ding! That wisp of primordial spirit attack in the shape of a small knife collided with Jiang Xi's primordial spirit. His primordial spirit and lotus platform erupted with a rich golden light. Then, the small knife was repelled away. Jiang Xi blinked. His primordial spirit's defense was so high. What? An essence utmost treasure? Perfected Lord Cho Lian's expression changed drastically. Too biased. Dao Lord Nine Firmaments is too biased. Even if he's a personal disciple, he shouldn't have given him two utmost treasures. His only at the Dao integration stage. Perfected Lord Cho Lian's eyes flashed with jealousy and dissatisfaction. As a peak race, the human race had many utmost treasures, but the number was ultimately limited. As a perfected lord, he was not qualified to have an utmost treasure. However, this Dao integration stage cultivator in front of him had two, and they were both armor type and primordial spirit type 2 bias. Perfected Lord Cho Lian was really angry this time, not because his disciple was killed, but because of the jealousy and dissatisfaction in his heart. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Perfected Lord Cho Lian attacked again and condensed 2 attacks. One was an energy attack, and the other was an essence soul attack. The power of both attacks was increased to 100 times that of a 9th tribulation transcender. Jiang Xi's heart sank. This perfected Lord Cho Lian was serious. The golden-patterned black armor formed by the Triple Mountain would definitely not be able to block that energy attack. Although the combination of the peacock visualization technique and the heart cultivation realm gave him an unexpected essence soul defense, could it block that essence soul attack? Jiang Xi was not confident. Perfected Lord Cho Lian was about to wave his hand and release those 2 attacks. But at this moment, whoosh, with Earth as the center, the starry sky within a radius of 600 million kilometers suddenly became pitch black. It was as if an oil lamp had been blown out by someone. The stars in the sky became extremely dim. Even the sun, which was emitting blazing flames, was covered by it and lost its light. Then, 5 golden soul lamps, each of which was 60,000 feet tall, spiraled up from Earth. In the end, they hung in the starry sky and became the ruler of this starry sky. Among the 5 soul lamps, one was already extinguished, and the other 4 were still pulsing with golden flames. These golden flames were the only light in this starry sky. In the next moment, the extinguished soul lamp turned into specks of golden light, which then condensed into a circle of golden divine light. This was the essence soul divine light unique to perfected lords. He succeeded. Perfected Lord Cho Lian waved his hand and dispersed the attack he had just condensed, hatred flashing in his eyes. At this time, he definitely could not attack again. Even if he wanted to attack, perfected Lord Ning Chu, who was guarding Earth, would stop him. Because who knew if his attack would disturb the Liquor Sword Immortal's life and death reversal. Master succeeded. Although Jiang Xi was suppressed by the perfected Lord to the point that he could not move, his heart was full of surprise. Soul extinguishing lamp, soul concentrating light, this was a process from life to death. The Liquor Sword Immortal extinguished one of his soul lamps and condensed a circle of essence soul divine light. That meant that he had completed a life and death reversal. However, this was not the end. All of a sudden, one of the remaining 4 flickering golden soul lamps was extinguished, as if someone had blown on it. Whoosh! The starry sky within a radius of 6 billion kilometers instantly became pitch black. The range of the darkness expanded by 10 times. The second extinguished soul lamp also turned into specks of golden light, which condensed into a second circle of golden essence soul divine light. It formed a concentric circle with the first circle. Second revolution. Perfected Lord Cho Lian's expression changed, and the hatred in his eyes intensified. In comparison, Jiang Xi was naturally more surprised. The Liquor Sword Immortal had reversed life and death twice in a row and directly became a second revolution Dao Immortal. At this moment, the starry sky was still pitch black. Whoosh! Between heaven and earth, a strange gust of wind blew. Darkness covered the starry sky within a radius of 60 billion kilometers, and the stars were dim. The remaining 3 soul lamps extinguished again, forming a third circle of essence soul divine light. Third revolution Dao Immortal. There's more. Perfected Lord Cho Lian's expression became extremely ugly, and he felt as if his heart had been stabbed several times, burning with jealousy. Master is too awesome. If not for the fact that he was imprisoned, Jiang Xi would have laughed. In the silent and dark starry sky, the stars in the sky lost their luster, and the sun also seemed to have been extinguished. In the sky above Earth, the last 2 soul lamps 60,000 feet tall became the only source of light in this starry sky. The next moment. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the 3 circles of golden essence soul light and the 2 soul lamps turned into a golden pillar of light and fell onto Earth. The starry sky and the sun appeared again. The dark starry sky regained its light. Whoosh! In the starry sky near the Star Palace, a spatial ripple appeared, and the space that had been imprisoned suddenly shattered. Jiang Xi's spatial imprisonment was broken, and then a spatial power appeared and took Jiang Xi away from perfected Lord Cho Lian. Cho Lian, since when did you have the right to teach my disciple a lesson? A voice that seemed to be looking down on the world echoed in the starry sky. At the same time, a sword aura like a river of stars swept across billions of kilometers of starry sky and headed straight for perfected Lord Cho Lian. Perfected Lord Cho Lian's expression changed slightly, and he slashed out with his sword. His powerful energy turned into layers of giant mountains in the starry sky between him and the sword aura of stars. Boom boom boom, billions of kilometers of starry sky were shattered, forming a terrifying spatial current. Wherever the torrent of space passed, meteorites and stars would instantly turn into dust and disappear. Only Earth and the Star Palace were safe under the protection of the perfected Lord's power. When everything calmed down, perfected Lord Cho Lian, who looked like a white-haired young man, no longer looked as arrogant as before. A silver armor appeared on his body, but there was a crack in the armor, and blood was flowing out. He looked quite embarrassed, and his energy had weakened a bit. He was injured. This sword attack ends the feud between you and me, you can go now. The voice of the Wine Sword Immortal was heard again. Zhongli, it's not over yet. Perfected Lord Cho Lian was furious. Not leaving? Then let's do it again. The Wine Sword Immortal smiled. In the starry sky, the sword aura of stars gathered again. Humph. Perfected Lord Cho Lian's face darkened as he flashed back to the star teleportation platform not far away. Then, he turned around and glanced at Earth, then at Jiangxi, before teleporting away. In the Star Palace not far away, perfected Lord Ning Chu smiled and shook his head. He was very happy because the Wine Sword Immortal was from the Purple Heaven sect. Now that the Wine Sword Immortal had become a rank 3 Dao Immortal, the power of the Purple Heaven sect had increased correspondingly. Zhongli, congratulations. Perfected Lord Ning Chu said with his spiritual consciousness. Thank you, Lord Ning Chu, the Wine Sword Immortal replied respectfully. Perfected Lord Ning Chu had helped his clone reverse life and death on Earth, otherwise, there would have been alien races sneaking in. Meanwhile, in the rain-gazing pavilion on Earth, Jiangxi was teleported back by the Wine Sword Immortal with a perfected Lord technique. Then, he saw the Wine Sword Immortal raise his hand and wave two swords to repel the domineering perfected Lord Cho Lian. Master, you're awesome. Jiangxi gave him a thumbs up with a smile on his face. The uneasiness and worry in his heart had completely disappeared. Haha, just SOSO. The Wine Sword Immortal laughed. Ji Liang greets perfected Lord Wine Sword Immortal. Congratulations on successfully reversing life and death. The seventh tribulation transcender Ji Liang, who had been standing guard at the side, respectfully bowed and congratulated him. Ji Liang, I've troubled you for more than a year. I, Zhongli, will remember your kindness in my heart. The Wine Sword Immortal, or rather, perfected Lord Wine Sword Immortal did not put on a high and mighty attitude just because he had become a perfected lord. He was still as unrestrained and easygoing as before. It's my honor to be able to stand guard for Lord. Ji Liang beamed with joy. A perfected lord who had reversed life and death 3 times in a row was definitely rare even in 10 billion eras. The chances of him becoming a rank 5 Dao Immortal in the future were very high. And rank 5 Dao Immortals were existences second only to Dao Lords. There were not many of them in the entire human race. In addition, this was a sword Dao perfected lord. In terms of combat strength, he was naturally 1 realm higher. In other words, although he was now a rank 3 Dao Immortal, his actual combat strength was comparable to a rank 4 Dao Immortal. Therefore, this perfected Lord Wine Sword in front of him was a huge backer. Then, Ji Liang very sensibly left and did not continue to disturb perfected Lord Wine Sword and Jiangxi, the master and disciple. Do you know why Cho Lianhe and his disciple, Lian Yu, are so hostile to me and you? Perfected Lord Wine Sword asked Jiangxi with a smile. Master, do you have a grudge with him? Jiangxi was very curious. When perfected Lord Wine Sword had reversed life and death, he had discovered that perfected Lord Cho Lianhe had shown a lot of hatred. And perfected Lord Wine Sword's last words, saying that he wanted to end the grudge between the two. That's right. Actually, Cho Lianhe and I are from the same generation. I'm a genius, and so is he. We had competition and the competition was very intense. However, He was always at a disadvantage and was crushed by me, but later, when Lianrong and I were wandering the universe, we encountered a perfected lord of the demon race. Lianrong died because of that, and I was unable to recover. Speaking of this, perfected Lord Wine Sword sighed, and pain was hidden in his eyes. Jiang Ci was silent. He knew that reversing life and death 3 times in a row did not help perfected Lord Wine Sword get rid of the painful memory of his Dao companion's death. But these memories no longer troubled perfected Lord Wine Sword. Perfected Lord Wine Sword continued, later, Chou Lianhe extinguished his soul lamp first and reversed life and death twice in a row, becoming a second stage Dao immortal. My competition with him came to an end. However, the grudge between us did not disappear, especially since Chou Lianhe is a very vengeful person. Otherwise, how could that little Lian Yu dare to act so recklessly on Earth without anyone's instructions? Perfected Lord Wine Sword's words explained the reason for the whole matter. After Jiang Ci heard this, he suddenly understood. No wonder. Lian Yu was a 7th tribulation transcender. Even if he was a genius immortal, he had no reason and courage to be so presumptuous on Earth. When perfected Lord Wine Sword was in seclusion, the elders of the other sects continued to watch and did not jump out, but he dared to be the first to jump out. Someone was supporting him from behind. Next, the master and disciple chatted for a long time. 3 days later, the Heavenly Court of the Dao Alliance issued the punishment for this matter. First of all, apart from the Purple Heaven sect and the Primordial Chaos sect, the Earth branches of the 3 sects and 6 sects were punished. The 7th Tribulation Transcender elders of the other 7 sects were deprived of the right to be stationed on Earth. Then, they were sent to the foreign battlefield and had to fight there for 1,000 years before they could retire. Secondly, Jiang Ci's punishment was to face the wall on Earth for 1,000 years. He killed a genius immortal who had the potential to become a perfected immortal and received the punishment of facing the wall at home to reflect on his mistakes. As for those 7th Tribulation Transcender elders, they were sent to the foreign battlefield where they had a slim chance of survival just because they made some mistakes. This kind of obvious shielding caused some factions of the 3 sects and 6 sects to be dissatisfied, but no one dared to show it, because it was said that this was a decree issued by the Imperial Emperor himself. The Imperial Emperor was Jiang Ci's 7th senior brother, and the masters of both of them were Dao Lord 9 Heavens. As such, it was obvious whose idea this punishment was. Cultivate well. You just finished the life and death tempering in the foreign battlefield and need to consolidate your strength. Master is also going to continue his seclusion. True Monarch Wine Sword waited until Jiang Ci's punishment was issued and then floated away. After breaking through, he still needed to consolidate his cultivation and comprehend his new realm. Jiang Ci respectfully bowed to True Monarch Wine Sword, and then his figure flickered and disappeared. Sky Connecting District, Villa 92. Jiang Ci was sitting cross-legged in the cultivation room like before. Looking at the familiar scene, he could no longer suppress the longing in his heart. He flipped his hand and took out the simple bluestone token, a complicated expression on his face. When the bluestone old man of the second moon took away Jiang Dudu, he said that he could use this token to contact her at any time. However, it was already year 4572 of the new moon. More than 4,000 years had passed, and he had used this bluestone token to send countless messages, but he had never received a response. Therefore, for such a long time, he and Jiang Dudu had never seen each other again and had completely lost contact. Why did I believe that old man's words? Jiang Ci sighed softly. At that time, the bluestone old man casually said a few words and used some great magical powers, and he actually believed him. But fortunately, he knew that Jiang Dudu was fine, because the two of them had each other's life slips. If the life slips were fine, the person would be fine. Continue to cultivate, sooner or later we will meet again. Jiang Ci's eyes were firm. At the same time, the great purge of Earth this time made the sense of urgency in his heart even stronger. The 3 sects and 6 sects were obviously not satisfied with just occupying Earth's grotto heaven world. He wanted to take back Earth as soon as possible and expel these evil guests. The next cultivation direction is to create the Mountain Sea Sword Scriptures Great Dao Scroll. When the Great Dao Scroll is completed, I will trigger the heavenly tribulation and become a true tribulation transcender powerhouse. Jiang Ci carefully calculated in his heart. When he created the Mountain Sea Sword Scriptures Cosmos Scroll, he had the help of Master Nine Heavens in the early stages and used 400 years to create the 6 styles of the universe. Then, he fought in the extraterrestrial battlefield for more than 100 years and finally perfected the Cosmos Scroll, creating its own system of the 7 styles of the universe. Therefore, the total time he used to create the Cosmos Scroll was a little more than 500 years. The difficulty of creating the Great Tao Scroll is definitely higher, maybe 1,000 or 10,000 times more difficult. If I create the Great Tao Scroll through normal battles and looking for inspiration, I'm afraid the time needed is at least 100,000 years. I definitely don't have that time. Jiang Ci shook his head and laughed again. 100,000 years to create a set of pinnacle secret techniques stronger than the Cosmos Scroll was already very fast. Because generally, only perfected cultivators with endless lifespans were qualified to try to create pinnacle secret techniques, and it was very common to use 100,000 years. With the experience points interface, I only need to deduce according to the Cosmos Scroll to deduce the Great Tao Scroll. Naturally, it won't take 100,000 years. Face the wall and reflect on my mistakes for 1,000 years. I hope to complete the Great Tao Scroll within 1,000 years. Jiang Ci was full of confidence. He looked at the experience points remaining. Experience points, 13,4169 billion. The last few years in the extraterrestrial battlefield were the time for him to reap the rewards. In addition to the ancient god's secret treasure and his strength as an invincible tribulation transcender, he had gained 11 trillion experience points. Refining a wisp of the heavenly Tao's source energy gave him 10 trillion experience points. Creating a Cosmos Scroll with its own system gave him 1 trillion experience points. With so much experience points, it was enough for him to deduce with all his strength. He might not even finish using it in 1,000 years. Moreover, both his main body and his avatar were deducing at the same time. In the 72nd year of facing the wall, Jiang Ci used the interface to deduce the first style of the Great Tao Scroll. Fire Sword style. It was one realm higher than the departing Fire Sword and was a deeper integration of the Sword Tao and the Great Tao of Fire. Jiang Ci tested its power. With just the Fire Sword style, his combat strength reached the level of an invincible tribulation transcender. In the 174th year of facing the wall, he deduced the second style of the Great Tao Scroll, Wood Sword style. The combination of the Fire Sword style and Wood Sword style could kill an invincible tribulation transcender. In the 298th year of facing the wall, he deduced the third style of the Great Tao Scroll, Earth Sword style. After combining the 3 styles, Jiang Ci's intuition told him that his strength should have reached the level of a first-stage Tao Immortal, which was equivalent to the most ordinary true monarch. However, because he hadn't tested it in actual combat, he couldn't be sure of his combat strength. Next, before he could deduce the 4th style of the Great Tao Scroll, Jiang Ci's main body temporarily stopped cultivating. His avatar was still deducing. This was because his communication pearl had received a message from the Heavenly Court's Tribulation Transcender Hall. Tribulation Transcender Hall? Jiang Ci suddenly reacted. He had joined the Tribulation Transcender Hall as the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. In other words, this message was actually sent to the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. Jiang Ci checked the content of the message with his spiritual sense. 7th Tribulation Transcender, Mountain Sea Sword Immortal, I hereby inform you that the Heavenly Court's Myriad Immortal Assembly will be held in a year. The method of participation and the location of the assembly were also attached. Myriad Immortal Assembly? Jiang Ci's thoughts moved, and he searched for the specific content in the Heavenly Eye network through his communication pearl. It didn't take long for him to learn the details. In general, the Heavenly Court had a total of 4 levels of meetings. The first level was the Immortal Assembly. Human cultivators above the first stage Tribulation Transcender level could participate. Therefore, a meeting of this level was the most common, but also the largest. The second level was the Myriad Immortal Assembly. Human cultivators above the 7th Tribulation Transcender level could participate. The contents of the meeting involved some more important matters, but they weren't the core matters of the human race. The third level was the True Monarch Assembly. Only powerhouses above the True Monarch level could participate. Many important decisions of the human race were made through this assembly. The fourth level was the Tao Monarch Assembly. As the name implied, only Tao monarchs could participate. This was also the highest level of meeting of the human race. This meeting would only be held when it concerned the survival of the human race or when something that would affect the development of the human race appeared. Currently, there were only 2 people who were qualified to hold the Tao Monarch Assembly. They were revered Ming of the Daoist sect and Tao Monarch 9 Clouds of the Purple Heaven sect. The Myriad Immortal Assembly is only held once every 10,000 years. I wonder what the content of the meeting is this time? Jiang Xi thought to himself. The location of the meeting was inside the Heavenly Eye Mountain and River diagram. Therefore, even if he was reflecting on his mistakes, he could still participate. Afterward, he didn't think about this matter anymore and continued to deduce the sword techniques in the Great Tao Scroll. For him, time was strength. Chapter 558. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed, and the Myriad Immortals Assembly had begun. Jiang Xi woke up from his cultivation on time, and a wisp of his spiritual sense entered the sky-connecting mountain and river diagram through the communication pearl. The sky-connecting mountain and river diagram was an illusory world similar to an illusion, but it gave people a very real feeling. Apart from the fact that there was no life, it was no different from the original universe. After Jiang Xi's wisp of spiritual sense entered, it turned into a spiritual body. However, its appearance was that of the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal, and the aura it exuded was that of a 7th Tribulation Transcender. The Mountain Sea Sword Immortal already had a complete identity. Therefore, he could choose whether to show the image of Jiang Xi or the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal in the sky-connecting mountain and river diagram. It was just that he couldn't participate in the Myriad Immortals Assembly with his real identity. Myriad Immortals Assembly. Jiang Xi's mind moved. Suddenly, the space changed. He came to a vast starry sky, and the scene in front of him was very spectacular. In the starry sky, there were millions of huge thrones surrounded by big stars and colorful clouds. These thrones were neatly arranged in a ring, rising layer by layer. At the lowest level were more than 3,100,000-meter high thrones. In the middle were more than 100,000 high silver thrones. The scene at the top was covered by colorful clouds, and Jiang Xi couldn't see it clearly, nor could he use his spiritual sense to explore it. The 3 million thrones at the lowest level are exactly the same as the number of people in the Tribulation Transcender Hall. The number of powerhouses above the 7th Tribulation Transcender realm is more than 3 million. Do the more than 100,000 silver thrones in the middle represent the number of true monarchs of the human race? As for the place covered by the colorful clouds, it should be the place where the Tao monarchs are. Jiang Xi guessed in his heart. Afterward, he swept with his spiritual sense and found his own throne at the lowest level. Because the corresponding name was engraved on the back of each throne. On the back of his throne were the words Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. Jiang Xi's figure flickered, and he appeared on the 100-meter high throne. It was worth mentioning that the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal was an invincible Tribulation Transcender. Therefore, his throne was located at the top of the 3 million stone thrones. Suddenly, some powerhouses of the Tribulation Transcenders turned their eyes to him. Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. The Mountain Sea Sword Immortal is here. Our human race's new invincible Tribulation Transcender. I've never heard of him before. He's a very mysterious powerhouse. Hello, Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. I am Sword 19 of the Sword Gate. Haha, this humble monk is the Golden Sea Arhat of the Buddhist school, Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. I see that you have some fate with the Buddhist school. I am Daoist Liang Tian. Everyone was very enthusiastic, wanting to make friends with this newly ascended invincible Tribulation Transcender. That was because the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal was simply too mysterious. Normally, it would be impossible to find him, let alone meet him. Now that he had finally encountered one, he naturally wouldn't let it go. In the face of everyone's enthusiasm, Jiang Xi did not feel uncomfortable at all. He was able to handle this situation with ease. He happily chatted with the surrounding tribulation transcender powerhouses and exchanged transmission marks with each other. From Jiang Xi's point of view, this was a good opportunity to expand his network. Since these tribulation transcender powerhouses were able to sit around the mountain sea sword immortal, their strength naturally wouldn't be weak. For example, Sword 19, Golden Sea Ahat, and so on. Many of them were invincible tribulation transcenders, while the rest were basically 9th tribulation transcenders. As for those 8th tribulation transcenders, they were not qualified to chat with the mountain sea sword immortal. After a brief moment of liveliness, the area above the silver throne suddenly became lively as well. A figure with a wine gourd hanging from his waist and an immortal sword on his back appeared in the starry sky where the silver throne was located. His clothes were unbuttoned, and his carefree and unrestrained image was a clear indication of his identity to all the immortal Dao experts present. True monarch wine sword had arrived. Compared to the invincible tribulation transcender mountain sea sword immortal, the newly ascended rank 3 Dao immortal of the human race was obviously more popular. Everyone turned their attention to true monarch wine sword. After being silent for 50,000 years, he became a rank 3 Dao immortal in one day. Yes, he reversed life and death 3 times in a row. Such a magnificent feat has not appeared in our human race for tens of billions of eras. True monarch wine sword used his strength to tell the myriad races of the universe that he has returned. Zhongli, you finally caught up. Zhongli, congratulations. True monarch wine sword, Zhongli, smiled and greeted those true monarchs. Among them, there was no lack of people from the same era as him, and some were his best friends. It was only because he had been silent for 50,000 years that he had cut off contact with everyone. And during these 50,000 years, he had been staying in the ancient Dao source world, where the flow of time was 36 times faster than that of the original universe. In other words, 1.8 million years had passed in the original universe. Many of his contemporaries had become rank 2 Dao immortals, such as true monarch Cho Lian. Now, true monarch wine sword had become a rank 3 Dao immortal. It could be said that he had returned to the forefront of his contemporaries and become an influential figure of the human race again. Because he was a rank 3 Dao immortal, his true combat strength was equivalent to that of an ordinary rank 4 Dao immortal. And there were not many rank 4 Dao immortals in the entire human race. At the top of the 5-colored auspicious clouds, there were also some 10,000-meter tall golden thrones. Among these 10,000-meter tall golden thrones, there were 2 100,000-meter tall black thrones. On one of the 100,000-meter tall black thrones sat a white-robed middle-aged man with an ethereal aura. The other black throne was empty. No one was sitting on it. The white-robed middle-aged man was the strongest person of the human race, the Daoist sects tomorrow venerate. As for those golden thrones, there were now tall blurry figures sitting on them, as if they were affecting this space-time. Clearly, these were Dao Lord experts. At this moment, they were also talking. 9 firmaments, in the past few hundred years, some people below have had a lot of opinions about you. They all say that you're biased, one of the tall figures joked. It's the same for our moon sect. Many true monarchs have complained that it's unfair for a Dao integration cultivator to have 2 origin treasures. This was a woman's voice. It was very pleasant to the ears, but the tone was also mocking and did not have any intention of questioning. It's normal for them to be dissatisfied. I remember that 9 firmament's 3rd disciple, true monarch and Feng, is already a rank 4 Dao immortal, but he still doesn't have an essence soul treasure. And Jiang Xi, who's only a Dao integration cultivator, has 1. I'm afraid that anyone who finds out will feel a little unbalanced. I think these true monarchs have been comfortable for too long and have forgotten what it's like to fight and kill. If they want treasures, they have to fight for it themselves. They're really shameless to be jealous of a little guy. I agree. In my opinion, we should lock up all the true monarchs who are discussing in private for 100 million eras. Haha, that's a little too much. They're just discussing. There should still be freedom of speech. The other blurry figures also expressed their opinions on this matter. Dao Lord 9 Firmaments only smiled softly and did not respond. Finally, the white-robed middle-aged man on the black throne, venerated Ming, said with a smile, 9 firmaments, did you really give that little guy 2 origin treasures? Although I value Jiang Ci very much, I won't go so far as to do such a biased thing. Tao Lord 9 firmaments smiled calmly. The other Tao Lords, including venerated Ming, nodded in agreement. Everyone knew what kind of person Tao Lord 9 firmaments was. For countless eras, Tao Lord 9 firmaments had always been the most prestigious of the human Tao Lords. Even venerated Ming, the strongest of the human race, was not as prestigious as Tao Lord 9 firmaments. This was because Tao Lord 9 firmaments was dedicated to the human race, even though he was already ranked in the top 3 of the human race. He was still very patient in handling and arranging all sorts of important matters for the human race. This was also one of the reasons why his 7th disciple, Mi Luo, was able to become an emperor of the heavenly court. They were of the same lineage. Tao Lord 9 firmaments continued, in truth, I did give Jiang Ci an origin treasure. However, it was only an armor origin treasure. Furthermore, I obtained it from the Chaos Sea myself. It wasn't part of the human race's treasury. As for the essence soul origin treasure on him, that's worth mentioning. At this point, Tao Lord 9 firmaments paused for a moment. Oh? The Tao Lords grew curious. Shazun. Tao Lord 9 firmaments glanced at a bald-headed man with a benevolent face. Everyone's gazes turned towards him. This bald-headed man named Shazun was the leader of the Buddhist Sangha, Buddha Shazun. Do you still remember the ancient legacy of the Buddhist Sangha, the peacock visualization technique? Tao Lord 9 firmaments said to Shazun. Shazun's expression was calm, but his tone was a little surprised. Could it be that little guy cultivates in the peacock visualization technique? That's right. Tao Lord 9 firmaments nodded. That explains it. If he cultivates the peacock visualization technique to a high level, he will possess an essence soul defense that far surpasses his own realm. Shazun said. Then, he smiled. 9 firmaments, state your conditions. A golden body fruit. At the same time, it will allow the people of the Earth lineage to cultivate the peacock visualization technique. Tao Lord 9 firmaments said. The golden body fruit is fine. However, if the people of the Earth lineage wish to cultivate the peacock visualization technique, they will have to join the Buddhist Sangha, Shazun said. Deal. Tao Lord 9 firmaments chuckled. The other Tao Lords, including the Heavenly Court's Emperor Mi Luo, did not say anything. They just watched as 9 firmaments and Shazun came to an agreement. This way, the latent dangers on junior brother will be gone. Emperor Mi Luo chuckled inwardly. The peacock visualization technique that I was about to hand over in exchange for a golden body fruit. Not a loss. This deal not only prevented the Buddhist Sangha from causing trouble in the future, it also gave Jiang Ci a golden body fruit that was extremely beneficial to his body. For cultivators who mainly cultivated the Tao, the strength of their bodies had always been their weakness before they became true monarchs. If they could obtain a higher level of body realm, they would be able to make up for this weakness. At the same time, it would also greatly increase their strength. As for the golden body fruit, it was a Buddhist Sangha fruit that could raise one's body realm. An epoch, that is, 36 million years, would only produce one. It had no value to experts above the true monarch level, but it was incomparably precious to experts below the true monarch level. Everyone is here. Let's begin, Mi Luo. Tao Lord 9 firmaments said to Emperor Mi Luo. Below the 5-colored clouds, more than 3 million stone thrones and more than 100,000 silver thrones were almost all filled at this moment. A grand voice came from above the clouds. Immortals, return to your seats. Some of the immortal Tao experts who were still chatting with their friends quickly returned to their seats. Its 7th senior brother. Jiang Ci's heart stirred. According to the information he had gathered, the Myriad Immortals Assembly was hosted by the Heavenly Court's Emperor. After the starry sky had completely calmed down, Emperor Mi Luo's voice came again. Emperor Mi Luo's voice sounded again. The main topic of this Myriad Immortals Assembly is the impending opening of the ancient immortal world. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the true monarchs in the silver thrones changed. Some were shocked, while others were pleasantly surprised. The ancient immortal world is located at the core of the universe. Every time it opens, the myriad races of the universe will compete for it. This time is no exception. If you want to obtain supreme treasures and make great contributions to your race, the ancient immortal world is your opportunity. This is the detailed information about the ancient immortal world. You can look it up first. Emperor Mi Luo said. Immediately, a three-dimensional phantom appeared in front of each of the 3 million thrones, displaying the detailed information about the ancient immortal world. Jiang Ci, like everyone else, quickly looked it up with his spiritual sense. In fact, when he had just joined the Tribulation Immortal Hall, he had already learned about the ancient immortal world through the Heavenly Eye Network. But that information was far less detailed than the information provided by Emperor Mi Luo. The information in the three-dimensional phantom showed the core of the universe was where the origin of this vast universe was located. For countless years, no existence had ever been able to enter that place, not even a celestial venerable. The origin of the universe was like an illusory place. It was there, but one could see it but couldn't enter. And the ancient immortal world was the place closest to the origin of the universe. In fact, the ancient immortal world wasn't an independent space or a world. It was a mystical place composed of 3,600 planets. The reason why it was called the ancient immortal world was because there were many immortal artifacts and supreme treasures on those planets. There were also immortal palaces that didn't belong to this era, as well as all kinds of immortal Tao materials for refining tools and pills. It was like the illusory ruins of the ancient immortal world in the legends. However, the opening of the ancient immortal world didn't have any pattern. The last time it opened was 1,000,000 eras ago. But every time it opened, it would last for an era, which was 36 million years. When the time came, it would close on time. Any powerhouse that entered had to leave before it closed, or else they would die. No matter how strong one's cultivation was, how many clones they had outside, or what powerful life-saving methods they had, it was all useless. Staying in the ancient immortal world meant death. In addition, when the ancient immortal world opened, 3,600 passageways would appear all over the universe. Powerhouses of all races in the universe would have the opportunity to enter the ancient immortal world through the passageways and fight for the various treasures inside. The 3 pinnacle races stood at the top of the universe. Although there were many powerhouses in the universe, the total number of powerhouses from the top and ordinary races would be no less than the 3 pinnacle races. Therefore, the competition in the ancient immortal world was destined to be bloody, tragic, and crazy. It would be accompanied by all kinds of chaos and slaughter. Even Tao Lord-level powerhouses could die in it. After Jiang Ci finished reading the information, another paragraph of text appeared in the 3D image in front of him. Treasures obtained in the ancient immortal world. If you have no use for them, you can give them to your race. Immortal artifacts, immortal Tao materials, and so on can be exchanged for contribution points. Origin supreme treasures can be exchanged for origin points. Both contribution points and origin points can be used to exchange for other treasures. Jiang Ci nodded. This rule was reasonable. For example, if he obtained a supreme treasure in the ancient immortal world, what would he do if he had no use for it? He could give it to his race and obtain origin points. Then, he could use these origin points to exchange for sword-type origin supreme treasures. During this process, the race would deduct a corresponding service fee. After these transactions, the race would accumulate a large amount of resources. After all, these treasures were incomparably precious. Even if the fee was deducted for 1/10,000th, it might be enough to nurture a tribulation transcender powerhouse. This is the contribution of a powerhouse to the race. Jiang Ci understood the principle behind this. When he was weak, he could rely on his status as a genius to obtain these cultivation resources from the race. Now that he was strong, he had to take on a certain responsibility and contribute to the race. This means that I'm no longer a weakling. I don't need to ask for resources from the race anymore. I've become a contributor. The responsibility of a powerhouse. Jiang Ci's eyes lit up. With the strength of the immortal's spiritual senses, it only took them an instant to read this information. However, Emperor Mi Luo still gave them some time to digest the shock brought by this news. After a while, Mi Luo opened his mouth and said, "The ancient immortal world will open in 10 years. Before it opens, everyone can make preparations in advance and arrange the things around them. You can also form your own teams or borrow treasures from other powerhouses. In short, everything can be arranged within these 10 years. After 10 years, the powerhouses of our human race will enter the ancient immortal world. This myriad immortal assembly ends here." Rumble, Emperor Mi Luo's voice was like thunder, reverberating in the starry sky. It was vast and mighty like the might of the heavens. All the immortals stood up and bowed to the Tao monarchs on the 5-colored auspicious cloud. Respectfully sending off the various Tao monarchs. Jiang Xi didn't know about this procedure, but with his strength, he could easily keep up with them and bowed in unison. After that, the 5-colored auspicious cloud disappeared, leaving nothing above. So fast. Jiang Xi was a bit surprised. Less than 10 minutes had passed, and this was the myriad immortal assembly. The invincible tribulation transcender, Arhat Jin Hai, asked with a smile, surprised. Jiang Xi smiled and said, "Yeah, this speed is too fast. Haha, when I participated in the myriad immortal assembly for the first time, I also had this feeling. In fact, after thinking about it later, I understood. The major events of the human race that really need a long time to discuss will not be discussed in the myriad immortal assembly. It's the Tao monarchs who make the decisions in advance and inform us." Arhat Jin Hai smiled. Jiang Xi nodded. He also understood this principle. Big things will be small, small things will be big things. For example, there was nothing to discuss about the opening of the ancient immortal world. He just needed to show everyone the information and inform them of the time. Jiang Xi's spiritual sense left the clear sky mountain river diagram and prepared to continue cultivating. He had no plans to enter the ancient immortal world for the time being. Although he had only seen one piece of information, Jiang Xi could foresee the cruelty of the ancient immortal world. "I created the 3 moves of the Great Tao Scroll. In theory, my comprehensive combat strength should reach the level of a first-rank Tao immortal, which is equivalent to the most ordinary true monarch. However, in the ancient immortal world where the experts of the universe gather, I should not be considered an expert. After all, even Tao monarchs can die in there. Some of the weaker true monarchs would not dare to enter rashly." Jiang Xi shook his head. Although he was tempted, it would not be worth it if he just went to court death. Moreover, he was now facing the wall and reflecting. Even if he wanted to go, he could not. Anyway, after the opening of the ancient immortal world, it will last for an era, a total of 36 million years. After such a long time, I might be able to dominate the universe's races. Jiang Xi temporarily put this matter aside. Increasing his strength was the most important thing. However, after only 3 days, he had to stop cultivating. Because an important guest came to visit, he had to receive him personally. Clear Sky District, Villa 92's living room. Jiang Xi saw the visitor. It was a white-robed youth with a gentle smile. "Greetings, third senior brother." Jiang Xi smiled and bowed, asking him to sit down. The visitor was perfected Lord Unfeng, Tao Lord 9 Firmament's third disciple. Back when Jiang Xi was cultivating in the ancient Tao origin world, perfected Lord Unfeng had taught Jiang Xi cultivation under Tao Lord 9 Firmament's orders. "Little junior brother, how have you been? I heard that you are having a good time facing the wall," perfected Lord Unfeng said with a smile. "Senior brother, you must be joking." Jiang Xi laughed. "I'm here to bring you good news," perfected Lord Unfeng said. "Good news?" Jiang Xi was curious. "Master has made a deal with Buddha Shizuan. He will give you a golden body fruit in exchange for the peacock visualization technique. At the same time, as long as you join the Buddhist sect, you can cultivate this technique." Perfected Lord Unfeng smiled. This sentence shocked Jiang Xi at first, but then he calmed down. It turned out that Master 9 Firmament had already seen through his essence soul. River Word rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, it was Master 9 Firmament who saw it first. If the Buddhist sect's Tao Lord knew about it first, it would probably be a huge problem. However, this problem was solved by Master 9 Firmament in advance. This is the golden body fruit. Now, give me the peacock visualization technique. Perfected Lord Unfeng flipped his hand and took out a blood-colored fruit with golden patterns. With just a glance, Jiang Xi felt as if every cell in his body was jumping as if they were strongly attracted to it. I want to eat it. Jiang Xi recorded the peacock visualization technique in a jade slip and gave it to Perfected Lord Unfeng. He received the golden body fruit. Thank you, senior brother. Then, he thanked him seriously. It would be unreasonable if he did not thank a rank 4 Dao immortal for making a trip personally. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. I have something I need your help with, Perfected Lord Unfeng said. Please speak, senior brother. Jiang Xi nodded. Perfected Lord Unfeng smiled. It's like this. I plan to enter the ancient immortal world 10 years later and I'm still lacking an essence spirit origin cardinal treasure. I heard that you happen to have one on you, junior brother. Therefore, I would like to ask you to lend me that essence spirit origin cardinal treasure. My essence spirit origin cardinal treasure? Jiang Xi was stunned for a moment and did not understand the situation. That's right. When I return from the ancient immortal world, I'll definitely give you a generous gift. Perfected Lord Unfeng looked at Jiang Xi expectantly. The value and preciousness of an origin cardinal treasure was self-evident. It was especially so for essence spirit origin cardinal treasures. Due to their rarity, their value was even higher. Such Dharma treasures were basically in the hands of Dao lords. Among the perfected lords, only those ancient existences had the chance to possess one. Everyone knew how dangerous the ancient immortal world was. Perfected Lord Unfeng himself was not confident that he could return alive from the ancient immortal world. After all, that was a place where even Dao lords could die. If by any chance he were to die there, he would lose everything. Therefore, Perfected Lord Unfeng knew that his request was unreasonable even though they were fellow disciples. In fact, Dao Lord 9 Firmaments did not tell Perfected Lord Unfeng that Jiang Xi only had one armor-type origin cardinal treasure. That was because he did not expect his third disciple to borrow an essence spirit origin cardinal treasure from Jiang Xi. Perfected Lord Unfeng did not know how magical peacock visualization was either. He only heard from some perfected lords that Jiang Xi had an essence spirit origin cardinal treasure on him. Therefore, the scene of him borrowing an origin cardinal treasure today occurred. Chapter 559. An Essence Soul Supreme Treasure? Jiang Xi didn't even know that he had such a supreme treasure. However, judging from Perfected Lord Unfeng's expression, he seemed to have heard some rumors and thought that he had an Essence Soul Supreme Treasure. His third senior brother had become a disciple of Dao Lord 9 Clouds a long time ago and had lived for countless years. It actually took a lot of courage for an ancient fourth transformation Perfected Lord to make such a request to his junior brother, who was only at the Dao integration stage. Therefore, Jiang Xi felt helpless in his heart and smiled bitterly. If Perfected Lord Unfeng wanted to borrow the third mountain, he would definitely do so without hesitation. Anyway, the ancient immortal world was going to open an era. When Perfected Lord Unfeng returned the supreme treasure, he could go again. However, Perfected Lord Unfeng wanted to borrow an Essence Soul Supreme Treasure. He didn't have one at all. What made Jiang Xi feel awkward was that he couldn't directly say that he didn't have one now. His third senior brother was obviously certain that he had such an Essence Soul Supreme Treasure. If he said that he didn't have one, Perfected Lord Unfeng would definitely be even more unhappy. For experts of this level, compared to being rejected, they actually hated being lied to more. Therefore, Jiang Xi was now in a difficult position and was also very angry. Who was the one who spread the rumor that he had an Essence Soul Supreme Treasure? Wasn't that making him hate him? Was it that Perfected Lord Cho Lian? Jiang Xi was very suspicious. After thinking for a while, he said, "Third senior brother, actually, I'm going to go too." At that moment, Perfected Lord Liquor Sword walked in from outside the door. "Hey, fellow Daoist Feng is here too," Perfected Lord Liquor Sword said in surprise, but secretly winked at Jiang Xi. "Zhongli, Your true body just drank with me in the ancient Tao origin world. Perfected Lord Unfeng shook his head. Haha, then I'll be direct. Perfected Lord Liquor Sword laughed. I heard what you said just now. Actually, before you, I already borrowed that Essence Soul Supreme Treasure from Jiang Ci. Oh, then I'm late. True Monarch Unfeng felt that it was a pity. It has nothing to do with sooner or later because Jiang Ci rejected me as well. He said that he was also prepared to give the ancient immortal world a try. True Lord Wine Sword shrugged. That's right, third senior brother. I think the ancient immortal world will be open for a long time. With my cultivation speed, I might have the strength to give it a try. Jiang Ci had an apologetic look on his face as he cooperated with True Lord Wine Sword. I see. Sorry for my rudeness. I'll think of another way. Perfected Lord Unfeng smiled in a carefree manner. Jiang Ci sighed as he watched Perfected Lord Unfeng leave. Borrowing a supreme treasure was not a big deal, but it was not a small matter either. In short, this kind third senior brother was probably going to have a knot in his heart. However, it wasn't that he didn't want to lend it to her. He really didn't have any primordial divinity supreme treasures. He could not say that his essence soul defense was comparable to a perfected lord's because he cultivated the peacock visualization and his mental state. Not to mention whether perfected Lord Unfeng believed it or not, he would expose a huge trump card and the loss would outweigh the gain. It was better to just admit that he had an essence soul supreme treasure. Kid, you really have an essence soul supreme treasure? Perfected Lord Liquor Sword took a sip of wine and suddenly asked. If I say no, would you believe me, master? Jiang Ci shook his head. Then say yes in the future. Perfected Lord Liquor Sword smiled. Obviously, he also knew that Jiang Ci had secrets. Without an essence soul supreme treasure, his essence soul defense was already so crazy. It could only mean that Jiang Ci's talent was higher than they imagined. By the way, this matter was spread by that narrow-minded perfected Lord Cho Lian. I guess it's because of the battle 300 years ago. He thought you had an essence soul supreme treasure because you blocked his essence soul attack, perfected Lord Liquor Sword said. So it's that guy. Jiang Ci's eyes flashed with a cold light. Perfected Lord Cho Lian was a rank 2 Dao immortal. As long as he created a complete Great Dao scroll, he might not be afraid of him. That's my opponent. Don't even think about it. Perfected Lord Liquor Sword could tell what Jiang Ci was thinking. That's hard to say. It belongs to whoever meets him first, Jiang Ci said with a smile. Perfected Lord Liquor Sword laughed. Master, are you also going to the ancient immortal world? Jiang Ci asked again. Yes. Perfected Lord Liquor Sword nodded. The smile on his face disappeared and he said solemnly, the perfected lord of the demon race that Lianrong and I met will definitely enter the ancient immortal world this time. So, this should be the best chance for me to avenge Lianrong. Then I'll lend my armor treasure, the Triple Mountain, to Master. Jiang Ci's mind moved and the Triple Mountain appeared in front of them, emitting a heavy aura. No need. Your Triple Mountain is only a rank 2 armor treasure. It won't be of much help to me. If it's a rank 2 sword treasure, I'll use it. Perfected Lord Liquor Sword laughed. The master and disciple did not exchange pleasantries. So Jiang Ci could only put away the Triple Mountain. However, he was very concerned about the rank of the treasure that his master mentioned. Jiang Ci asked this question. Perfected Lord Liquor Sword explained with a smile, normally, only perfected lords and above know about the origin treasures. I only got the information from my race after I became a perfected lord. But with your status, it's okay to know some. Origin treasures, as the name suggests, contain the origin of the universe. To be specific, they are Dharma treasures that contain the heavenly Tao's origin. So, only by comprehending the heavenly Tao can one truly unleash the power of an origin treasure. In terms of rank, according to the information I know now, origin treasures should be divided into 6 ranks. If a perfected lord can have a rank 3 origin treasure, it's considered extremely rare. And rank 4 to rank 6 origin treasures are basically in the hands of Dao lords. Hearing this, Jiang Ci nodded. To put it simply, Origin treasures were Dharma treasures that only perfected lords and above were qualified to use. Perfected Lord Liquor Sword continued, in addition, origin treasures are divided into armor, attack, essence soul, flying and some special origin treasures. And essence soul and flying origin treasures are extremely rare, so they are extremely precious. If it's in the ancient deity world, the more precious the origin treasure is, the greater the commotion and signs before it's born and the more phenomena there will be. Then, the master and disciple talked for half a day. Jiang Xi benefited a lot and also had a better understanding of the origin treasures. At the same time, as time passed, many perfected lords came to Earth to borrow origin treasures from Jiang Xi. Obviously, in the eyes of these perfected lords, Jiang Xi was a Dao integration cultivator and would definitely not go to the ancient deity world. However, they were destined to return empty-handed. With the help of perfected Lord Liquor Sword, Jiang Xi rejected their requests one by one. The reason was the same as when he rejected perfected Lord Anfeng. Jiang Xi said that he also wanted to go to the ancient deity world. Not long after, the news that Jiang Xi wanted to go to the ancient deity world spread among the perfected lords of the human race. Almost all the perfected lords knew that the Dao integration cultivator wanted to go to the ancient deity world, so they should not borrow origin treasures from him. The perfected lords all knew that with Jiang Xi's cultivation speed, he might be able to become a perfected lord before the ancient deity world opened. But with Jiang Xi's current cultivation level, it was too arrogant to say that he wanted to go to the ancient deity world. He's totally courting death. Even if he becomes a perfected lord in this era, he'll only be an ordinary perfected lord. He's a genius of this era and has 2 origin treasures. He's a live target in the ancient deity world. Any perfected lord of a foreign race would be willing to hunt him down. He has the legs and the treasures. We can't stop him if he's courting death. It's fine if he dies, but if the 2 origin treasures fall into the hands of the foreign race, it'll be a loss to the human race. He'll be a sinner then. Haha, you're worrying too much. He's the personal disciple of Dao Lord Nine Heavens. Maybe Dao Lord Nine Heavens will arrange a few rank 5 perfected lords to go with him and protect him. Reality proved that a person's nature would not change just because of the increase in cultivation level and strength. Jealousy and greed would always exist. Even in the human race, there were perfected lords who had opinions about Jiang Xi. They were dissatisfied with the fact that Jiang Xi had obtained 2 origin source treasures at the Dao integration stage and even viewed him as an enemy. Obviously, the Dao lords above did not announce what they had discussed in private before the start of the assembly of 10,000 immortals. There was no need to his just a Dao integration cultivator and he dares to talk so arrogantly. I'd like to see if he can become a perfected lord in this era and explore the ancient immortal world. I'd like to see if he can survive. That was what many perfected lords were thinking. Jiang Xi's words about wanting to explore the ancient immortal world had indeed provoked many people. What kind of place was the ancient immortal world? Only Dao lords and rank 5 perfected lords dared to explore there. Rank 4 perfected lords had to be vigilant and careful at all times. If perfected monarchs below the 3rd revolution wanted to go somewhere, they would have to form small groups of 3 to 5 before they dared to enter. And as perfected lords, they had lived for countless years. Jiang Xi was a little guy who had cultivated for less than 5,000 years. What right did he have to say that he could explore the ancient immortal world? Jiang Xi had not heard of the discussions at the perfected lord's level yet. He only knew that he had become a perfected lord of the human race through his master, perfected Lord Wine Sword. Who's so immoral? Aren't they making enemies for me? Jiang Xi was a little confused. To be honest, he did have the idea of exploring the ancient immortal world. But that was something he would only consider after he had a certain level of strength. Previously, he had only used the excuse of wanting to explore the ancient immortal world to reject those perfected lords who wanted to borrow supreme treasures. But he did not expect that some perfected lords were too narrow-minded and immoral to spread the news of his excuse. You're planning to go, right? Perfected Lord Wine Sword asked with a smile. Yes. Jiang Xi admitted generously. There was no need to hide anything from his master. Ha ha, as expected of my disciple. Perfected Lord Wine Sword laughed loudly. Then cultivate well. The ancient immortal world is going to open an era anyway. With your cultivation speed, it's even possible for you to become a perfected lord. When the time comes, you can dominate the ancient immortal world and show those guys. Perfected Lord Wine Sword first encouraged and then looked like he was watching a show. Jiang Xi also laughed. After perfected Lord Wine Sword went back to cultivate in seclusion, Jiang Xi sat quietly in the cultivation room and pondered. One era, 36 million years. He did not want to wait that long. He would not even wait for 100,000 years. Currently, the only way to improve my strength is if I haven't undergone the tribulation. Other than deducing the Great Tao Scroll, there are 3 other ways. Jiang Xi replanned his cultivation direction. First, the simplest way was to refine the golden body fruit and further improve his physical realm. His current physical strength was close to a middle-grade immortal artifact. With the help of the golden body fruit, his physical body could at least improve by a major realm. Secondly, he could completely refine the armor supreme treasure, the Triple Mountain. With his current cultivation, after refining the Triple Mountain, he could confine the space within a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers. At the same time, the armor's effect could defend against the full-force attack of a First Revolution perfected lord. This origin energy treasure would definitely allow his strength to reach a whole new level. Lastly, he could refine the 9th level of Heaven-Reaching Tower. Ni Shong told him that if he refined the 9th level of Heaven-Reaching Tower, with his Tao integration cultivation, he would be able to exert 1,000th of the power of Heaven-Reaching Tower. Even a 5th Revolution perfected lord would not be able to do anything to him. However, this was the most difficult and also the most time-consuming. Because he had only refined the 1st level of Heaven-Reaching Tower, he was still far from the 9th level. If he refined it normally, it would take at least 100,000 years. Thinking of this, Jiang Xi smiled. The ancient god's secret treasure I obtained in the foreign battlefield, as well as the tribulation transcenders of the foreign races I killed, brought me a lot of wealth. With this wealth, not only can I exchange for the supreme-grade immortal crystals needed to refine Heaven-Reaching Tower, but I can also refine the Heaven-Reaching Tower. I can also buy more Heavenly Spirit Origin liquid to speed up the refinement of the Origin Supreme Treasure. In the first 300 years of reflection, he had already dealt with the ancient god's secret treasure and the spoils of war he obtained from killing the tribulation transcenders of the foreign races. He had gained a lot of points. Jiang Xi checked his balance, 17,748 billion points. This was wealth that most perfected lords did not have. Then, he entered the Purple Heaven Sex Treasure Pavilion through his communication pearl and bought 10,000 top-grade immortal crystals and 100 grams of Heavenly Spirit Origin liquid. The price of one top-grade immortal crystal was 100 million points. 1 gram of Heavenly Spirit Origin liquid was 1 billion points, which could provide 100 times the refinement speed of the Origin Supreme Treasure, and the effect lasted for 10 years. This time, he had used up 1,100 billion points. If this spread out, those perfected lords would probably make all kinds of jealous remarks. Because Jiang Xi's spending this time was already comparable to the total wealth of most of them. Jiang Xi was very open-minded, and he did not feel any heartache about spending money now. Points were just a string of numbers, and it was better to exchange them for real strength. This was the most correct way to do it. He decisively placed the order and paid. The item was sent to Jiang Xi through the teleportation array on the same day. The Purple Heaven Sect security measures were very good. Although the delivery person was a 6th Tribulation Transcender, he did not know what he was delivering. After Jiang Xi received the item, he entered seclusion again. Or rather, he continued to reflect on his mistakes. 10 years later, the ancient immortal world opened. On this day, the entire universe was filled with whispers. However, only perfected lords and above could hear it. Then, 3,600 ancient immortal world passageways emitted colorful light, like pillars of light that reached the sky, and appeared everywhere in the universe. The aura emitted by the passageways was even more terrifying than that of Tao lords. The perfected lords of all the races in the universe, Whether it was the 3 peak races, the top races, or the ordinary races, were all excited. They either traveled alone or in groups of 2 or 3, and rushed to the ancient immortal world. These perfected lords had not yet entered the ancient immortal world passageways, and the first earth-shattering battle broke out outside. At the same time, strange phenomena occurred everywhere in the universe. Some ancient existences that had been hiding for hundreds of thousands of eras and millions of eras opened their eyes from the darkness. After waiting for 1,000,000 eras, the ancient immortal world has finally opened again. I, Tuo Yuan, will become a Tao Lord in this era. I lost the battle 300,000 eras ago. This time, when the ancient immortal world opens, I will avenge my humiliation. Haha, the ancient immortal world, this is my era. The figures that looked like gods and demons exuded terrifying auras as they walked out from various hidden places. With a light wave of their hands, they suppressed the perfected lords who were fighting outside the passageways. Then, they laughed and stepped into the pillar of light to enter the ancient immortal world. As the perfected lords of various races entered the ancient immortal world in large numbers, whether alone or in groups, even more bloody and tragic battles began. In the first 100 years of the ancient immortal world's opening, countless spirit artifacts, Dharma treasures, origin treasures, immortal Tao materials, and immortal crystals were born. The true monarchs of the various races fought countless battles over these treasures. Among them, there were a total of 14 large-scale battles. In other words, there were more than 100 true monarchs participating in the battles. Although Jiang Xi had only seen the images of the battles from the ancient immortal world, he could feel the brutality of the battles. This is not a place that tribulation transcendence can go. It's too terrifying. Even an ordinary first revolution perfected lord can't guarantee that they can survive there. Seeing these battles, Jiang Xi felt that his previous decision was very wise. He didn't arrogantly enter the ancient immortal world immediately. In just these 14 large-scale battles alone, hundreds of true monarchs had fallen, and even more than 10 rank 5 true monarchs had fallen. At present, only Tao Lords would dare say that they would be able to survive such a battle. Right now, that place isn't my battlefield. River Word focused his attention on his own cultivation. It was now the 419th year that he had faced the wall and reflected on his mistakes. He had already successfully deduced the 4th style of the Great Tao Scroll, Metal Sword Style. In addition to the Fire Sword Style, Wood Sword Style, and Earth Sword Style from before. Jiang Xi felt that his strength had definitely surpassed that of a First Revolution Perfected Lord, but he wasn't sure if he had reached the Second Revolution Perfected Lord level. Soon, as long as I refine the Golden Body Fruit, I will definitely become a Second Revolution Perfected Lord. Next, Jiang Xi continued to face the wall and reflect on his mistakes. In the 523rd year, he successfully refined the Golden Body Fruit. His body's strength increased from close to a middle-grade immortal artifact to close to a high-grade immortal artifact. At this level, even a First Revolution Perfected Lord would find it difficult to cause real damage to his body. In other words, his current combat strength had definitely reached that of a Second Revolution Perfected Lord. In the 648th year, he deduced the 5th style of the Great Tao Scroll, Wind Sword Style. When the 5 styles were combined, his combat strength was close to that of a Third Revolution Perfected Lord. In the 815th year, he successfully refined the 3rd layer of the origin treasure, Triple Mountain. The Triple Mountain could defend against a First Revolution Perfected Lord's full-strength attack. In addition, his body's strength was close to that of a high-grade immortal artifact. Now, even a Third Revolution Perfected Lord would find it difficult to cause great damage to his body. In addition, he had the ability to seal space. When combined with the 5 styles of the Great Tao Scroll, his combat strength had finally reached that of a Third Revolution Perfected Lord. In the 898th year, he deduced the 6th style of the Great Tao Scroll, Water Sword Style. When the 6 styles were combined, Jiang Xi felt that he should have the strength to kill a Third Revolution Perfected Lord. However, he couldn't be 100% sure since he hadn't tested it in actual combat. Afterward, he continued to deduce the 7th style of the Great Tao Scroll. According to Jiang Xi's vision, The seventh style was the advanced version of the 5 elements sword style, which was the 5 elements sword style. At that time, his strength should have another big breakthrough. Just like before, he had relied on the 6 styles of the universe and many other methods to barely have the combat strength of a 9th tribulation transcender. After creating the 5 elements sword style, his strength directly advanced to the level of an invincible tribulation transcender. In the 1000th year, the punishment of facing the wall ended. This year was the 5572nd year of the new moon era. Jiang Ci woke up from his secluded cultivation. The results of these 1000 years of cultivation were not bad, however. He didn't completely achieve the goal he had expected. First, there was the heaven connecting pavilion. In short, he used 700 years to refine the heaven connecting pavilion. So far, he had refined the heaven connecting pavilion to the 8th level, only one step away from the 9th level. This wasn't a big problem. With the heavenly spirit original liquid accelerating the refinement by 100 times, he would be able to complete this goal in 1 or 200 years at most. Secondly, and also one that troubled Jiang Ci, was the 7th style of the Great Tao Scroll. From the 898th year until today, there was a total of 102 years. For such a long time, he had been using the experience panel to deduce the Great Tao Scroll every day. However, there was no progress. This and not having a breakthrough were two different concepts. After 102 years of deduction, the Great Tao Scroll hadn't changed at all. It gave Jiang Ci the feeling that he had encountered a bottleneck, but it also didn't feel like a bottleneck. Because bottlenecks could be felt. In terms of the Great Tao Scroll, he didn't feel any bottleneck. It just stopped there. It was as if the experience panel had lost its function. This was the first time Jiang Ci had encountered such a situation. I'll continue to deduce it. If it really doesn't work, I'll wait until I refine the 9th level of the heaven connecting pavilion and go to the ancient immortal world to fight. I'll get inspiration from the battle. Therefore, even though he was done reflecting on his mistakes, Jiang Ci didn't come out of seclusion. On the other side, the ancient immortal world had been open for 691 years. News of all kinds of battles came from the ancient immortal world from time to time. Even though there was the danger of death, the perfected lords of the various races didn't retreat. They were still fighting excitedly. They were all fighting for treasures. In the eyes of many perfected lords, if they could obtain an origin treasure, their strength would be greatly improved. They might be able to stand out from ordinary perfected lords and become an expert among perfected lords, comparable to a rank 4 or rank 5 perfected lord. It was worth mentioning that in these years, many human perfected lords had also sacrificed themselves. With such sacrifices, some perfected lords would often think of that Tao integration young fellow they fought desperately in the ancient immortal world and could die at any time, but they still hadn't obtained an origin treasure. River Word, on the other hand, already had 2 at the Tao integration stage. While feeling indignant, they were also wondering when Jiang Ci would become a perfected lord and step into the ancient immortal world. At that time, the ancient immortal world would definitely be lively again. However, everyone understood that it would probably take a long time. Although Jiang Ci was a genius of the new age, it would take him at least 10,000 years to become a perfected lord. At most, it would take him 100,000 years. Because the lifespan of a 9th tribulation transcender was 100,000 years. If Jiang Ci couldn't become a perfected lord in this time, everything would be in vain. Chapter 560. In the blink of an eye, another 300 years had passed. It was the 5888th year of the new moon. The ancient immortal world had been open for more than 1,000 years. In this year, Jiang Ci had successfully refined the 9th level of the heaven-reaching tower and decided to end his cultivation. After another 300 years of deduction, he finally confirmed that there was a problem with the 7th style of the Great Tao. Master 9 Firmaments should know the reason. Jiang Ci thought. However, if he asked Tao Lord 9 Firmaments about this, it would expose his current strength. After thinking about it, Jiang Ci decided to ask first. After all, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments was not an outsider. It did not matter if he knew. Then, he took out his communication bead and sent a message to Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. In just a moment, he received the message and hurriedly picked it up. A wisp of Jiangxi's spiritual consciousness came to the Nine Firmaments realm through the communication bead. Then, he saw Tao Lord Nine Firmaments slaughter doppelganger in the sea of corpses. With blood-red hair and blood-red armor, he emitted a strong murderous aura as if he was the strongest killing god in the world. "Greetings, Master." Jiangxi bowed respectfully. "Are you done with your reflection?" Tao Lord Nine Firmaments turned around and chuckled. "It's over." Jiangxi nodded. "But I encountered a problem in my cultivation. I came to ask for your help." "Tell me about it," Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said. "For more than 1,000 years, I have been studying my self-created secret technique, the Mountain Seasword Scripture. Currently, I have created the first 6 styles of the Great Tao. However, I can't create the 7th style no matter what. It's as if the 7th style doesn't exist." As Jiangxi spoke, he demonstrated the 6 styles of the Great Tao with his sword. Therefore, he did not pay much attention to Tao Lord Nine Firmaments' reaction. At this moment, the top 3 powerhouses of the human race watched Jiangxi's demonstration. First, he was shocked. Then, he fell silent for a long time. Jiangxi and the Sword Tao secret technique that Jiangxi demonstrated in front of him shocked him greatly. 1,000 years from the Universe Scroll to the Great Tao Scroll. Moreover, he created the 6 styles of the Great Tao without my help. If he hadn't encountered a problem, he probably wouldn't have asked for my help. Just the power of the 6 styles of the Great Tao is already close to the limit of a pinnacle secret technique. Just one more step and it will be an ultimate secret technique. Tao Lord Secret Arts. He originally had 2 paths to become a Tao Lord. Now, he's going to walk one of them himself. 3 paths. There seemed to be a universe hidden within Tao Lord Nine Firmaments' eyes. Jiangxi really shocked him. This little guy had only cultivated for slightly more than 3,000 years, and he had already created such a secret technique. How stunning was this? Perhaps in the entire history of the human race, there weren't many such geniuses. From an ordinary disciple, he became a top genius, a peerless genius, and then an epoch genius. One step at a time, and in the end, he reached his current breathtaking state. It had been a long time since Tao Lord Nine Firmaments had experienced such a shock. It could only be said that the surprise that Jiangxi brought to him this time round was way too great. "Master?" After Jiangxi's demonstration, he asked probingly when he saw that Tao Lord Nine Firmaments did not say anything. "Good, very good, very good." Tao Lord Nine Firmaments laughed. "Jiangxi." There was an additional very good compared to the previous time he asked. It seemed like the 6 styles of the Great Tao that he created had received great recognition from Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments continued, "You're extremely talented and managed to comprehend the first 6 styles of the Great Tao Scroll after cultivating for 1,000 years. However, the 7th style isn't something that can be comprehended with talent and cultivation alone. That's because it has already entered the realm of ultimate secret techniques." "Ultimate secret technique? Isn't that a Tao Lord secret technique?" Jiangxi was shocked. He had actually touched the boundaries of a Tao Lord secret technique. "That's right, it's a Tao Lord secret technique." Tao Lord Nine Firmaments gave Jiangxi an affirmative answer. "How should I resolve this problem then?" Jiangxi asked hurriedly. "So-called secret techniques are, in essence, combat techniques. Since you've reached this critical point, you can't just bury yourself in cultivation. Go out and fight. The ancient immortal world is the place closest to the universe's origins. If you fight there, you might be able to find inspiration to create the 7th style," Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said. "Master, do you also think that I can enter the ancient immortal world now?" Jiangxi's eyes lit up. "With your strength, it shouldn't be a problem to find 2/3 transformation true lords, and be careful. However, you'll have to change your identity." Tao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded with a smile. He had seen Jiangxi's demonstration of the 6 styles of the Great Tao and could naturally determine Jiangxi's current strength. Furthermore, he knew that Jiangxi had bought a large amount of cultivation resources from the Purple Firmament sect's treasury. There was even 100 grams of heavenly spirit origin liquid inside. Presumably, he had already refined the third level of the Triple Mountain. In addition, the golden body fruit that he had obtained from Buddha could also increase Jiang Xi's strength. All in all, Jiang Xi's actual combat strength had already surpassed that of a third transformation True Lord and might even be close to that of a fourth transformation True Lord. Because Jiang Xi majored in the Sword Dao, his strength would be even higher in a real battle. In addition, Dao Lord Nine Firmaments had also heard about it. In the past 1,000 years, some of the true lords in the clan had a lot of opinions about this young disciple of his. However, Jiang Xi did not give any response to this. It seemed that he was holding back. He wanted to use his true strength to shatter these rumors. Jiang Xi ended his transmission with Dao Lord Nine Firmaments. After talking with this master, he seemed to have eaten a calming pill. He was more confident about his upcoming trip to the ancient immortal world. After that, he made some necessary preparations. He also bought a large number of recovery spirit pills from the Purple Firmament Sect's treasury and some powerful one-time use Dharma treasures such as True Lord talismans. Just these preparations alone cost him tens of billions of points. At the same time, before entering the ancient immortal world, Jiang Xi also consulted another master, True Lord Wine Sword. True Lord Wine Sword's original body had entered the ancient immortal world when it first opened. All the information that Jiang Xi had learned about the ancient immortal world over the years was brought to him by True Lord Winesword because True Lord Winesword's clone was still on Earth. Earth, rain-gazing pavilion. True Monarch Winesword's avatar and River Word sat opposite each other. You are becoming more and more incomprehensible to me. It has only been 1,300 years and you already have the strength to explore the ancient immortal world. True Lord Wine Sword stared at Jiang Xi for a long time. Jiang Xi smiled but did not say anything. Have you really decided to go? What did Master Nine Firmaments say? True Lord Wine Sword asked. Master Nine Firmaments also agreed. Jiang Xi nodded. Since Master Nine Firmaments also agreed, then there should be no problem. However, you still have to be careful. Now, even rank 5 true monarchs can't guarantee that they can survive there. True Lord Wine Sword sighed. Master, don't worry, I know. Jiang Xi smiled. No my ass. I have to be careful there. If it wasn't for finding Demon Race's true monarch Di Suo, I would have left that damned place long ago. True Lord Wine Sword shook his head, he was still worried about Jiang Xi's choice. As for true monarch Di Suo, she was the Demon Race's true monarch expert that he and his Dao partner Lian Rong met. Don't be in a hurry to go, I will find some time to organize the information after the ancient immortal world opens for you. It includes some true monarchs that you need to pay attention to and some famous dangerous places in the ancient immortal world. True Lord Wine Sword said. Thank you, Master. Jiang Xi thanked him seriously. Right, who are you going to team up with? If you can't find a suitable team, I can help you contact a few of my friends. True Lord Wine Sword said. Master Nine Firmaments has already arranged it for me. Jiang Xi lied. That's fine. True Lord Wine Sword nodded, he did not suspect that Jiang Xi was lying. Because he felt that Jiang Xi would not lie, and the true monarch expert that Dao Lord Nine Firmaments arranged would definitely be stronger than his friends. In addition, he did not plan to invite Jiang Xi to go with him. His purpose in going to the ancient immortal world was mainly for revenge and to find his enemy. If he went with Jiang Xi, he might implicate Jiang Xi. 3 days later, Jiang Xi received the latest information about the ancient immortal world from True Lord Wine Sword. In addition to the information about the true monarchs of various races, there were also some treasures that were about to appear and some dangerous places to pay attention to. Very detailed, this way, I have a better chance of going alone. After Jiang Xi finished reading, he nodded lightly. He was prepared to go alone and did not consider forming a team with others. Because he had too many secrets, many of his methods were suitable to be used when he was alone, but in the case of forming a team, it was inconvenient. In one of the 9 domains of the Dao Alliance, the Sword Domain, somewhere in the desolate starry sky. There were no stars here, only a huge and strange nebula-shaped energy body. This nebular energy body spiraled like a whirlpool. A beam of light with a diameter of tens of billions of kilometers stood in the center of the whirlpool. The whirlpool and the beam of light emitted a colorful and violent energy. Just the aura alone was enough to make people tremble in fear. If a weaker tribulation transcender expert was affected by this energy, they would probably be annihilated directly. The passage to the ancient immortal world. A young-looking sword Dao cultivator wearing silver armor and carrying a long sword appeared in the starry sky outside the nebula whirlpool. This was a new identity and image that Jiang Ci had asked the seventh senior brother of the Imperial Emperor to give him. Sword sect, true monarch Wu De. Moreover, the aura he was emitting now was that of a third-rank true monarch. Of course, the third-level mountain could not simulate the aura of a third-rank true monarch. This was simulated by Jiang Ci using Heaven Connecting Tower. Now, he had already refined the 9th level of Heaven Connecting Tower. Even a 5th-rank true monarch would not be able to do anything to him if he could display 1,000th of the power of this treasure. This was also the reason why he dared to travel alone in the ancient immortal world. Riverward flew towards that pillar of light that reached the heavens. After approaching, he could feel an increasingly strong pressure. Buzz, amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, Riverward entered the heaven-reaching light pillar, and then disappeared after the world spun. He came out from the other end of the whirlpool of the ancient immortal world. Jiang Ci stood in the void and looked at the scene in front of him. Behind him was the whirlpool channel he had just entered. As far as his eyes could see, he could see another whirlpool channel. The ancient immortal world had a total of 3,600 planets, each of which was the same size with a diameter of 100 billion kilometers. And each planet had 3,600 whirlpool channels, one of which was to leave the ancient immortal world, and the other 3,599 were to other planets. The pressure here is stronger than in the whirlpool channel. Jiang Ci carefully sensed the environment here. His body and primordial spirit could feel the powerful pressure. Under this terrifying pressure, even a Tao Lord could not accelerate to the speed of light. At most, they could only fly at sublight speed. Furthermore, the spatial ripples here had completely stopped. The perfected lords who could control space had lost the ability to confine and teleport. The spatial imprisonment function of the Triple Mountain can't be used either. But this is good. Those who travel in the ancient immortal world are mostly true monarchs. It's fair that no one can use similar methods. Jiang Ci had already learned this from his master, True Monarch Winesword, so he was not surprised. In addition, everyone's spiritual consciousness was also greatly suppressed here. Even true monarchs could not leave their bodies with their spiritual consciousness. This was definitely good news for Jiang Ci. If it was not for that powerful pressure, a true monarch's spiritual consciousness could probably cover an entire planet. And his spiritual consciousness was obviously not as strong as a true monarch. Compared to true monarchs in the ancient immortal world, I have advantages and disadvantages. My advantage is that I can still use my self-created world. With a thought, Jiang Ci used the self-created world that came with the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra's Heaven and Earth scroll. The space and time within a radius of 10,000 feet were all under his control. With a thought, he could freeze space and stop time. This was another trump card for him to travel in the ancient immortal world. The disadvantage is that true monarchs who can reverse life and death have an immortal body. Not only did true monarchs have an endless lifespan, but they also had an immortal body. This was also the main reason why they could live for so long. Jiang Ci frowned slightly. He had never fought with a true monarch before. Therefore, he could not be sure how much damage his sword Dao attack could cause to a true monarch. As Jiang Ci calculated this in his mind, he descended from the sky and entered a primitive forest. He carefully observed his surroundings. Without the detection ability of his spiritual consciousness, everything seemed to have returned to the time when he had just embarked on the path of cultivation. It was more intense and exciting. On the surface, the environment of the ancient immortal world is similar to that of an ordinary planet. Mountains, rivers, lakes, seas, forests, deserts, all kinds of terrains. It looks ordinary, but there is a terrifying pressure everywhere. Even a ninth tribulation transcender would have to kneel there. No wonder it is said that this is the battlefield of true monarchs. The special environment makes everything here extremely hard. Even a true monarch would find it difficult to destroy the environment here. Even if it is destroyed, it will quickly recover. This reminded Jiang Xi of something that his master, True Monarch Winesword, had mentioned to him. It was a strange thing about the ancient immortal world. Except for those unearthed treasures that could be taken away, nothing else in the ancient immortal world could be taken away. No matter if it was flowers, grass, soil, stones, etc. Bang! Jiang Xi tried to punch a towering ancient tree, but only left a shallow fist mark. The leaves on the tree shook, but not a single leaf fell. I can easily blow up a planet with a punch now, but I can't even kill a tree here. Jiang Xi was speechless. It really recovered. In less than a second, the fist mark on the towering ancient tree returned to its original state. Jiang Xi was surprised and in awe of the unfamiliar environment as he carefully walked through this primitive jungle. He could clearly feel a sense of desolation and ancientness, as if this place was originally a ruin. Just being in it made it difficult for him to feel good. No wonder it is called the ancient immortal world. It is really magical. Jiang Xi shook his head and walked carefully in this primitive jungle. The omnipresent pressure is really too terrifying. My body is close to a high-grade immortal artifact, but I can still feel the pressure when I walk here. With his current strength, he could definitely accelerate to the speed of light in the original universe. But on this planet, he could at most cross 100,000 kilometers in a flash. However, he did not come here to hurry, so he did not use his maximum speed. As Jiang Xi walked carefully, he felt all kinds of energy fluctuations. According to the information provided by his master, the Liquor Sword Immortal, because it was impossible to use spiritual sense to detect in the ancient immortal world, the most common way to find treasures was to sense the fluctuations. The experts who search for treasures in the ancient immortal world rarely wander around. They usually choose to wait silently in a place. Once they sense the fluctuations of a treasure, they will immediately rush over and start fighting for it. Jiang Xi decided to follow this method. First, he would find a good place with good feng shui. Jiang Xi walked for less than half an hour before he stopped. He had just stepped on something hard and hurt his foot. But with his strength, no matter how hard the stones in the ancient immortal world were, they would not hurt his foot. Because he had lost the ability to detect with his spiritual sense, he could only look down. He found a black spike sticking out of the ground. A very subtle aura was emitted. The aura was too weak, so he did not sense it. No way, I am so lucky. Jiang Xi blinked and bent down to dig it out. It was a broken mace with the aura of a supreme-grade immortal artifact. A broken supreme-grade immortal artifact. It seems to have been buried for countless eras. I can't tell when it was broken. Could it be that this was left behind by a perfected cultivator when the ancient immortal world was last opened 1,000,000 eras ago? Or could it be something unearthed in the ancient immortal world? But how could something unearthed in the ancient immortal world be broken? Or could it be that there was a great war here and it was destroyed? Jiang Xi was surprised and all kinds of guesses appeared in his mind. However, a broken supreme-grade immortal artifact was also valuable. If he took it back and handed it to his tribe, he could get a certain amount of contribution points because broken immortal artifacts like this could be dismantled, and the valuable materials could be recovered to refine other immortal artifacts. I stepped on a supreme-grade immortal artifact while walking. Seems like I am quite lucky. Then, Jiang Xi continued walking in the primitive forest. So far, he had not met a perfected cultivator of a foreign race, not even a human. After all, this planet was very big, with a diameter of 100 billion kilometers. If he walked slowly like this, he could walk for 10,000 years. Boom! A powerful energy wave came from the distance. A battle had broken out. Over there. Jiang Xi turned around. Whoosh! He used the wind sword style and became one with the sword. He kept accelerating and almost instantly reached 100,000 kilometers per second. Half a minute later, he had crossed 3 million kilometers. Whoosh! River Word quickly landed on a relatively tall ancient tree that towered into the sky. Then, he saw the two sides of the battle. Boom! Boom! The battle was very loud, and violent energy waves swept over 1,000,000 kilometers. One side has 3 Ghost Second Rank Perfected Cultivators, and the other side has 4 Ghost Second Rank Perfected Cultivators from different tribes. The Ghost race has the upper hand. Jiang Xi judged the situation. Then, he looked around the forest within a radius of 100,000 kilometers. Through the energy waves, he could sense that the other 5 perfected cultivators were watching the battle. It seems that they were all attracted by the battle. No one joined the battle because the battle for the treasure had ended. If they joined the battle, they would not have such a good chance. At this time, the two sides of the battle also noticed the perfected cultivators coming from all directions. The demon race, the slug sea race, the zone ape race. A ghost second rank perfected cultivator quickly looked around. There's also a human sword Dao third rank perfected cultivator. He was shocked when he sensed the sharp sword Dao aura on Jiang Xi. We got 2 of the 3 superior grade immortal artifacts. Retreat! He quickly ordered and left the battle with his 2 companions. On the other side, the other 4 perfected cultivators also left quickly, but in a more embarrassing state. The 2 sides of the battle left without hesitation. The other 5 perfected monarchs nearby also looked at each other before their gazes finally landed on River Word. This was a new face, but they did not say anything and quickly left the place. Just like Master Ju Jian said, the perfected cultivators in the ancient immortal world are all very cautious. If they don't meet a treasure that really attracts them, or if they don't have absolute confidence, they won't make a move easily. The 2 sides of the battle just now were not fighting for a precious treasure. There was no energy of a supreme grade immortal artifact or an origin source treasure. Jiang Xi smiled. Under such circumstances, he would not make a move. It was not worth it. If it was an origin source treasure, even if it was the most ordinary first-grade origin source treasure, he would definitely make a move. In the ancient immortal world, the more precious a treasure was, the bigger the commotion when it was born. For example, the appearance of an immortal abode, a divine tree, or a cave would cause a huge commotion. Once it appeared, it meant that a precious treasure was born. In comparison, the appearance of some ordinary immortal artifacts would cause a small commotion. Just like the broken mace that he had just stepped on. Although it was a supreme-grade immortal artifact, it was already broken and much less valuable, so it did not have any energy at all. In fact, in the ancient immortal world where treasures were everywhere, what people were really fighting for were supreme-grade immortal artifacts and origin source treasures that were below 3 tribulations. This was because the chances of origin source treasures above level 3 appearing were very small. The ancient immortal world would be open for an era. It might be tens of thousands of years, and there might not even be a single origin source treasure above level 3 appearing. Chapter 561. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Jiang Xi realized that his luck was not as good as he had imagined. Apart from stepping on a broken supreme-grade immortal artifact when he first entered during these 3 years, he had encountered quite a few treasure battles. But every time he rushed over, the battle ended. Because the treasures that appeared were either middle-grade or superior-grade immortal artifacts, their auras and movements were too small. He was far away, so his speed was naturally not as fast as those perfected lords who were closer. Did I scare them by pretending to be a rank 3 sword Dao perfected lord? Jiang Xi sat cross-legged on the crown of a towering ancient tree, feeling a little helpless. Every time he appeared in a treasure battle, the battle ended immediately. So in these 3 years, he had not fought even once. However, news of his disguise as true Lord Wuda spread across the planet of the ancient immortals. Everyone knew that a rank 3 true monarch of the human race who cultivated the sword Dao had appeared on this planet. A rank 3 sword Dao perfected lord's combat power was comparable to a rank 4 sword Dao perfected lord. This was also the reason why others left when they saw him. Jiang Xi thought so. Suddenly, buzz, a special aura fluctuation came from not far away. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. It might be a supreme-grade immortal artifact, or it might be an origin source treasure. It's very close to me, my chances are very high this time. In a treasure battle, strength, location, and timing were all very important. He had been far away the previous few times, and after he arrived, he did not have any chances. This time, he finally met someone close. Whoosh! Jiang Xi directly used the wind sword style, and his body became one with the sword. His speed reached 100,000 kilometers per second almost instantly. He flew rapidly in the direction of the special aura fluctuation. This aura, a treasure has appeared. The two perfected lords of the Silver Wolf race, who were 3,000 meters tall, looked at each other in surprise. Then, they whistled and left their hiding place, flying away. A treasure has appeared. It's not too far away. Soon, the four perfected lord squads in the vicinity followed the direction of the aura fluctuation and rushed over. Many of the true monarch squads that were further away were also hurrying over. Jiang Xi was pleasantly surprised to find that he was the first to arrive. What made him even more surprised was that the special aura fluctuation was becoming stronger and stronger. It was far more powerful than the peak-grade immortal equipment he had encountered before. Treasure. It's at least a first-grade origin source true treasure. Jiang Xi instantly felt that his luck was pretty good. After saving up for 3 years, it was finally time to explode. In front of him was a huge valley. It wasn't too deep. With a swift movement, Zhongxian arrived at the bottom of the valley and saw the treasure. There was only a purplish golden staff that was about 3 feet long, and it was exuding a rich aura. Jiang Xi had 2 origin energy treasures on him, so he was extremely familiar with this presence. What kind of supreme treasure is it? He grabbed the short stick and pulled it out forcefully. It did not budge. Oh no, it's not completely born yet. Jiang Xi's expression changed. This was the reason why the competition for origin energy treasures was so intense every time they appeared. The more precious a treasure was, the greater the commotion it would cause when it appeared, and the longer it would take for it to appear. Wait. Jiang Xi was ready for battle. The crimson cloud sword appeared in his hand. He used the secret technique, Dao Fusion, in advance. 7 Daos fused together, and his spirit chi amplitude increased from 20,000 times to 140,000 times. He had been in the ancient immortal world for 3 years, but he had never really fought. This time, he finally had the chance. Just 10 seconds later, boom, boom. 2 3,000-meter tall silver wolf perfected monarchs of the demon race whistled through the air and arrived outside the valley. It's a supreme treasure. We brothers are the first. Their excited roars stopped abruptly as they discovered Jiang Xi. It's a human. It's that human perfected monarch who cultivates the sword Dao. The eyes of the 2 silver wolf perfected monarchs flashed with a ferocious light. Information about the other party's background also appeared in Jiang Xi's mind. The silver wolf double demons of the demon race were said to be twins. They were both rank 3 true monarchs. Because the 2 brothers were telepathically connected, they had a very powerful combination attack. Almost no rank 3 true monarchs were their match. Kill. The silver wolf double demons pounced at Jiang Xi at the same time. Their 3,000-meter tall bodies were filled with monstrous demon chi. In the blink of an eye, they were in front of Jiang Xi, trying to tear Jiang Xi into pieces. Wind sword style. Jiang Xi's sword moved according to his will, taking him tens of thousands of kilometers to the side. Then, with a turn, he returned to the side of one of the silver wolf perfected monarchs at lightning speed. Golden sword style. He stabbed with his sword fiercely and fiercely. Poochie, the sword pierced the waist of the silver wolf perfected monarch with a tearing force. Retreating after one strike. Although it was only a 3-foot sword, it tore a 100-meter-long wound on the silver wolf perfected monarch's body. Silver blood spurted out and fell to the ground, giving rise to plumes of green smoke. The blood of a rank 3 true monarch also contained terrifying power. Jiang Xi estimated that if the blood came into contact with an immortal below the rank 3 tribulation, they would die instantly. This exchange of blows was completed in the blink of an eye, not even 0. 01 seconds had passed. Big brother. The speed of this human was simply too fast. His attack is also very strong, he can break through my defense directly. The injured silver wolf perfected monarch roared. Attack together. The other silver wolf perfected monarch said calmly. Whoosh. The two huge silver wolves completed their transformation in an instant. In a dazzling light, the two silver wolves disappeared. The process was too short, Jiang Xi did not have time to stop it. After the light dissipated, Jiang Xi's expression changed slightly. A 4,000-meter tall two-headed silver wolf appeared in front of him, close to rank 4 true monarch. The aura of the two-headed silver wolf made Jiang Xi feel that the situation was not good. This is good, I can test out my full combat strength. Jiang Xi took a deep breath. Buzz, 6 tens of thousands of feet long sword lights spiraled out and circled around his body. The 6 styles of the Great Tao were used together. Big brother, this human's sword Tao mystic technique is a little strange. No matter how strange he is still a rank 3 true monarch, use your strength to crush him. Roar. The two-headed silver wolves roared excitedly in unison, and a clear sound wave roared out. After that, 2 more silver short swords followed the sound waves, bringing along strange arcs as they attacked Jiang Xi from 2 different directions. This is indeed troublesome. Jiang Xi finally knew why the silver wolf double demons could dominate rank 3 true monarchs. This kind of joint attack increased the strength of the silver wolf double demons, but it did not affect their individual attacks. Earth sword style. The earthy yellow sword light around Jiang Xi expanded from 10,000 feet to 10,000 feet, turning into an amazing sword light shield that surrounded him. Boom boom boom. The 3 attacks of the two-headed silver wolves landed on the shield formed by the earth sword style almost simultaneously. After the collision, a dazzling light burst out, illuminating the entire valley within a radius of 100,000 kilometers. Where is he? The two-headed silver wolves took the opportunity to close in, but they found that the human had disappeared. Here. Jiang Xi's laughter came from the sky. At the same time, a violent sword descended from the sky. The energy on the sword seemed to be able to incinerate heaven and earth. Fire sword style. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Riverward's fiery red sword light fell straight down. Roar. The two-headed silver wolves knew that they could not dodge, so they could only raise their heads and roar. The 2 silver short swords crossed and turned into a shield. Boom. The shield of the short sword was instantly destroyed. The power of the fire sword style did not decrease, and it stabbed into the back of the two-headed silver wolf's neck. Whoosh. He pulled fiercely. Another 100-meter-long wound was opened, and blood spurted out. Roar. The two-headed silver wolves roared in pain. It swung its tail, and the 1,000-meter-long wolf tail smashed onto Jiang Xi like a stick. Jiang Xi, who was in the air, did not have a good chance to dodge and was hit. Bam bam. 2 consecutive sounds, one like a clap of thunder and the other like a muffled thunder. The first was the sound of the wolf tail hitting Jiang Xi. The second was the sound of Jiang Xi being sent flying and crashing into the valley tens of thousands of kilometers away. The rocks of the ancient immortal world were too hard, and only a few cracks appeared on them. Instead, he almost suffered internal injuries. If not for the defense of the Triple Mountain and my body being strong enough, I would definitely have been injured this time. Jiang Xi shook his head, but his aura did not weaken. 6 sword lights circled around him, and he used the wind sword style again. His body swayed and attacked the two-headed silver wolves. What kind of defense is this? It's not damaged at all. The two-headed silver wolves were shocked. A third transformation true monarch might have the strength to destroy a low-grade immortal artifact easily, and a middle-grade one with some effort. But they definitely did not have the strength to destroy a high-grade immortal artifact. Moreover, Jiang Xi was wearing the armor of the Triple Mountain, which could offset most of the power of their attacks. Therefore, when the 2 of them combined their attacks landed on Riverward, it would at most cause some minor injuries. Again, Jiang Xi approached them. It was his turn to take the initiative. He could use the water sword style to fight. He could use the wood sword style to absorb the energy of heaven and earth to recover his energy. Then, he used the wind sword style, fire sword style, and metal sword style to attack. The 6 swords combined into one, and Jiang Xi was almost like 6 people fighting. In just 3 seconds, dozens of wounds that were hundreds of meters long were left on the 2-headed silver wolves. Of course, he also took a lot of the other party's attacks. However, with his defense, it was obvious that his opponent was at a disadvantage in this kind of exchange of injuries. Roar. The 2-headed silver wolves roared unwillingly. Let's go. We give up. They had already sensed that the other 3 perfected monarch teams were rushing here. Further away, there were a lot of perfected monarch's auras approaching. If they did not leave now, even if they could get the origin treasure, they would be surrounded and even lose their lives. Moreover, they could not do anything to this human sword Dao perfected monarch. The 2-headed silver wolves decisively swung their tails at Jiang Xi, forcing Jiang Xi away. Then, with a roar, it turned into a silver bolt of lightning and disappeared. Jiang Xi did not chase after them. He sensed that the aura of the purple-gold short stick was gradually stabilizing. The first origin treasure he encountered in the ancient immortal world had finally appeared. Can I pull it out this time? Jiang Xi grabbed the short stick and pulled hard. The ground cracked, and the object under the short stick was revealed. Hammer! Jiang Xi was a little disappointed. Hammer my ass. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the other 3 perfected monarch teams arrived at the huge valley almost at the same time. They noticed the origin treasure in the valley, and also noticed Jiang Xi. Of course, they had also seen the silhouettes of the silver wolf duo demons galloping away. Even the famous silver wolf duo demons had been beaten back. This meant that this human sword Dao perfected monarch was very strong. He was also close to a rank 4 perfected monarch. The 3 perfected monarch teams were a little wary and did not act rashly. The origin treasure had already been obtained by this very strong human. The chances of them getting it were very small. They might have a chance if they used all their trump cards and fought to the death. But that was not worth it. Let's go. They turned and left very decisively. In the valley, Jiang Xi secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He put the origin treasure into his storage space and prepared to leave. At that moment, he was stunned. The silver armor formed by the 3rd-level mountain was trembling slightly. It seemed to be attracted by something, and the trembling was getting stronger. What's going on? Jiang Xi was very surprised. Why is the 3rd-level mountain being attracted? Could it be that the 3rd-level mountain is incomplete? Has it encountered other parts now? This thought flashed through Jiang Xi's mind. In the past few years, he had gained a thorough understanding of the origin treasures. It did not matter if immortal artifacts were broken. However, origin treasures had spirits. If an origin treasure was broken into 2, its power might be greatly reduced. But the 2 incomplete parts still had part of the power of an origin treasure. Furthermore, the broken parts could be reassembled. Such a situation had happened in the ancient immortal world. 2 perfected monarchs of other races had obtained parts of the same origin treasure one after another. Then, they met, and the victorious party reassembled the 2 pieces and obtained the complete origin source true treasure. It was said that the reassembled origin treasure had reached the 3rd level and caused quite a stir in the ancient immortal world. But that perfected monarch of another race soon left the ancient immortal world. Under the circumstances that he did not encounter a Dao Lord, a 3rd-level origin treasure was enough for him to dominate the original universe. This was what perfected monarch liquor sword told Jiang Xi. Now, Jiang Xi seemed to be in the same situation. He sank his consciousness into the 3rd-level mountain's origin treasure and carefully sensed the source of the attraction. Soon, he discovered a slight aura fluctuation. A perfected monarch expert was approaching him at an extremely fast speed. And the closer he got, the stronger the aura was. He seems to have sensed me, so he's rushing towards me at an extremely fast speed. Jiang Xi instantly made a judgment. But his speed is very fast, close to 150,000 kilometers per second. This is the speed of a 4th transformation true monarch. Under the terrifying pressure of the ancient immortal world, Even a Tao Lord could not accelerate to the speed of light and could only approach it infinitely. Therefore, to a certain extent, speed represented strength. The trembling is getting more and more intense. It's obvious that he really has a part of the third-level mountain. Jiang Xi was very tempted. This also meant that the complete third-level mountain should be an origin treasure no lower than the second level. And it could be even stronger. What should I do? Stay and wait for him? Jiang Xi sensed the auras of many other perfected monarchs rushing over. They had all been drawn over by the violet gold hammer from before. If he did not leave now, he might be surrounded. Let's go. Jiang Xi made a decision and sped up to leave. Even if he stayed, he was no match for that fourth transformation true monarch. Moreover, he did not know anything about the other party. If it was a terrifying ancient existence, it would be over. Boom boom boom. Not long after Jiang Xi left, dozens of perfected monarch teams arrived at the valley one after another. We're late. The treasure has already been taken. Aya, what a pity. The aura of the origin treasure is left behind. Who's so lucky? These perfected monarchs came from various races. Under the circumstances of no conflict of interest, they did not attack each other. Even if some were from the enemy camp, such as human perfected monarchs and ghost race perfected monarchs. At this moment, they were only concerned about the treasure that had been taken away. Disperse, disperse. A foreign perfected monarch shook his head and prepared to leave with his people. But at this moment, whoosh, a figure with a terrifying aura came from afar at an extremely fast speed. Fourth transformation true monarch. The perfected monarchs were shocked and did not dare to say anything. The figure was a young man with 6 black horns on his head. He was wearing black armor. He glanced coldly at the valley. After sensing the aura of the origin treasure, he shook his head and looked in the direction Jiang Xi had left. Want to leave? A ray of grey light shot out from the black-armored young man's eyes. Then, he sped up and disappeared in an instant. The dozens of perfected monarchs woke up from their shock and fear. They were afraid that the black-armored young man would kill them all. Who is this fourth transformation true monarch? I've never seen him on this planet before. Maybe he's from another planet. Impossible. The news of a fourth transformation true monarch from various races appearing in the ancient immortal world has already spread to every planet. He must be an ancient existence that has just entered the ancient immortal world. Anyway, we can't afford to offend him. Let's go, let's go. The perfected monarchs quickly left as if they had just survived a disaster. On the other side, Jiang Xi was flying at an extremely fast speed of 100,000 kilometers per second. They've caught up. His heart sank. The other party clearly did not want to let him go so easily. In fact, if their positions were switched, he would not let go of such a good opportunity either. Triple Mountain was already a rank 2 origin treasure. If he could collect the missing parts, it would become a rank 3 origin treasure at least. At that time, his strength would increase by another step. But now, he was the prey, and the other party was the hunter. Moreover, he did not know who this hunter was. He's faster than me. If I continue chasing like this, I won't be able to escape. Jiang Xi frowned. Leave this planet. He quickly made a decision. Then, he flew toward the nearest whirlpool passage. There were a total of 3,600 planets in the ancient immortal world. Each planet had 3,600 whirlpool passages. Except for one that left the ancient immortal world, the other 3,599 were passages that led to other planets. Next, Jiang Xi used 30 seconds to cross 3 million kilometers. He was getting closer and closer to the nearest whirlpool passage. However, the unknown fourth transformation true monarch behind him was also getting closer and closer. The other party's strength was an entire realm higher than his. He's only 100,000 kilometers away from me. Jiang Xi's eyes gathered golden light as he looked back. Whoosh, with his eyesight, this distance was enough for him to see the other party's figure. 6 black horns, a youth in black armor. Jiang Xi quickly searched through his memories but could not find any information about the other party. I don't know him. Jiang Xi memorized the other party's appearance and stepped into the whirlpool passage, disappearing. The next second, the youth in black armor also arrived in front of the whirlpool passage and chased into it. After the world spun, the youth in black armor rushed out from the other end of the whirlpool passage. This was another planet in the ancient immortal world. His aura is gone. The youth in black armor's expression changed. He could not sense the human race's aura fluctuation. Moreover, the black armor on his body was no longer vibrating. Without the attraction, he could not find the other party. Roar! The youth in black armor roared in indignation. Violent energy spread hundreds of thousands of kilometers. The great opportunity was about to be in his hands, but it flew away at the last moment. This black armor was given to me by my race's Dowlord 100,000 eras ago. I didn't expect it to be just a component of an origin treasure. This might be the first great opportunity in my trip to the ancient immortal world. I won't let it go. As long as you're still in the ancient immortal world, I'll find you sooner or later. The youth in black armor's eyes were cold. As a rank 4 true lord who had lived for hundreds of thousands of eras, he naturally knew about origin treasures. His black armor was a grade 3 origin artifact. With this supreme treasure, even if he encountered a 5th revolution true monarch, he would still dare to fight. What if he obtained the other missing component and turned the black armor into a rank 4 origin treasure? Rank 4 origin treasures were basically in the hands of Dowlords. By then, I might be a rank 5 true lord. The youth in golden armor's eyes turned from cold to fiery, filled with anticipation. At this moment, 200,000 kilometers away, in the depths of a mirror-like lake, Jiang Xi concealed his aura and hid here. The silver armor on his body had disappeared. It had been kept in his storage space. Damn it, it's been a long time since I've been chased so miserably. Jiang Xi heard the youth in black armor roar. He did not dare to make any movements. He just lay quietly at the bottom of the lake, not letting out any aura. It was not until 3 days after the youth's aura disappeared that Jiang Xi wanted to leave this place. Something's not right. Before he got up, he felt his body tighten. His intuition told him that there was still danger. Jiang Xi waited patiently for another half a month. Sure enough, on this day, he sensed the youth in black armor's aura fluctuation and appeared 100,000 kilometers away again. The youth was waiting for him. This time, the youth in black armor's aura hovered in this area for a long time before disappearing. However, another month passed, and the youth's aura fluctuation appeared again. He's waiting for me. Jiang Xi was worried. True lords had endless lifespans, but he did not. With the patience of a rank 4 true lord, he might really spend 10,000 years here. At that time, he, a Dao integration stage cultivator with less than 10,000 years of lifespan, would be gone. After thinking about it, Jiang Xi decided to ask for help. Not long after, human true lords began to appear in this area with a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. Some were rank 3 true lords, and some were small groups of true lords. There was even a rank 4 true lord that appeared, as if they were forming an encirclement. About 300,000 kilometers away from Jiang Xi, the youth in black armor was sitting cross-legged on a mountain peak. His brows furrowed even tighter. As a rank 4 true lord, he naturally understood what this meant. That cunning human had called for help. The human race was famous for having a lot of experts. If he continued to stay, he would probably be surrounded by the human race. I don't believe that you won't use that silver armor treasure forever. If you dare to appear in the ancient immortal world again, you won't be able to escape from me. The youth in golden armor left with a gloomy expression. Chapter 562. Jiang Xi successfully escaped. Through the whirlpool passage, he continuously changed his position and went to thousands of ancient immortal world planets. Finally, he came to a planet numbered 629 before stopping. After that, he found a relatively safe place on the planet and went into hiding again. Like before, he continued to sense all kinds of aura fluctuations, looking for those treasures that appeared in the world. At the same time, Earth, Rain Viewing Pavilion. Jiang Xi's clone and True Monarch Winesword's clone sat opposite each other through a transmission phantom. Both of them had clones. The difference was that True Monarch Winesword's clone was known by many experts. As for Jiang Xi's clone, so far, only 3 people knew about it. Dao Monarch 9 Firmament, True Monarch Winesword, and Jiang Dudu. This clone was also Jiang Xi's last escape route. Therefore, he never placed his avatar on Earth, but hid it on a barren planet. This time, his clone came to meet True Monarch Winesword through a transmission phantom. The purpose was to help his main body in the ancient immortal world. Because True Monarch Winesword had many friends, his network of True Monarchs was obviously wider than his. Just now, True Monarch Winesword's transmission helped him call over dozens of human race True Monarchs. Among them, there was even a rank 4 True Monarch who directly forced the black-armored youth to retreat. Safe. True Monarch Winesword smiled and asked, at the same time tasting the wine. Yes, I have already left that planet. Jiang Xi nodded. How did you get targeted by a rank 4 True Monarch? Although there are many existences of this level in the ancient immortal world, it is still quite difficult to meet one. Winesword Immortal said. Of course it is because of the treasure. Master should know about the triple-layer mountain that Master 9 Firmament gave me. Jiang Xi explained the situation. There was no need to hide this matter from True Monarch Winesword. The incomplete part of the triple-layer mountain, True Monarch Winesword was so shocked that he forgot to drink the wine. Doesn't that mean that the complete triple-layer mountain is at least a rank 3 origin source treasure? He said again. That's right. That's why the other party kept chasing after me. Jiang Xi said. However, the other party is a 4th Revolution True Monarch. It will be very difficult for you to get the supreme treasure part from him even if we join forces. We are not a match for a rank 4 True Lord. True Lord Winesword frowned. I'm not his opponent now, but I can't say for sure in the future. Jiang Xi smiled confidently. That's true. He's coveting the treasures on you. Before he succeeds, he probably won't leave the ancient immortal world so easily. You still have a chance. Perfected Lord Winesword laughed as well. With Jiang Xi's cultivation speed, it wouldn't be long before he could fight against a rank 4 True Monarch. Describe their situation to me, True Lord Winesword said again. Jiang Xi nodded and explained in detail. At the same time, he conjured the general appearance of the golden-armored young man according to his memory. Golden-armored youth with 6 black horns. True Lord Winesword pondered for a moment. I don't have any impression of him. He should be a true monarch of a foreign race who just came to the ancient immortal world recently. I'll get someone to help you check his information. True Lord Winesword had a wide range of friends and information channels. He was very good at collecting information. Ancient Immortal World, planet number 629. Jiang Xi hid in a cave in a mountain range. He sensed all kinds of aura fluctuations while waiting for True Lord Winesword's message. He had to be vigilant at all times in the ancient immortal world. Therefore, it was safest to let his clone contact True Lord Winesword. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. On this day, his clone received a piece of information from True Lord Winesword's clone. True Monarch He Shur, from the top race Hunzi race. He became a True Monarch 300,000 eras ago. He is a rank 4 True Monarch. He specializes in the Saber Dao. His other techniques are unknown. He has the record of escaping unscathed from a rank 5 True Monarch. The last piece of information was the most important one. Jiang Xi exhaled softly. It was obvious that he was no match for True Monarch He Shur. The true monarchs of the top races were not weak, and their foundations would not be too bad. Because to be called a top race, this race would have at least one Dao monarch overseeing it. For example, the ancient god race of the Tongjiu continent was a top race before it was destroyed by the 3 top races. True Monarch He Shur, who came from a top race, might be slightly inferior to the rank 4 true monarchs of the 3 top races in terms of foundation and techniques. However, Jiang Xi understood that the other party was still not someone he could fight against at his current stage. He shook his head and threw the unrealistic thoughts aside. I'll give up for now and focus on improving my strength. He originally had a glimmer of hope that the other party was just a very ordinary rank 4 true monarch of a foreign race. That way, he could join forces with his master true Lord Winesword to kill the other party. Now, the two of them together could not do it. The main thing is that my attack is still lacking. Jiang Xi thought about his problem. He remembered the battle between him and the Silver Wolf twin demons. Although he could completely suppress the two rank 3 true monarchs with the 6 moves of the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra, causing dozens of wounds that were hundreds of meters long. However, he did not really cause much damage to the Silver Wolf twin demons. Because the deepest of those wounds was less than a meter deep. For the two-headed silver wolf that was close to 4,000 meters in size, such wounds could only be considered small wounds. I'm missing a sword-type origin treasure. Jiang Xi thought to himself. Thinking of this, he flipped his hand and took out the grade 1 origin treasure, the purple golden hammer, that he had obtained previously. I wonder if I can use this to exchange for a sword-type origin treasure from the race. According to the contribution rules of the human race, the treasures obtained in the ancient immortal world could be used. If one did not need it, one could choose to hand it over to the race and obtain the corresponding contribution points or origin treasure points. Then, one could use the contribution points or origin treasure points to exchange for other treasures from the race. A closed ancient stone eye appeared in Jiang Xi's hand. It was the clone of the omniscient eye. Now, his two identities, the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal and True Monarch Wu De, were both human powerhouses and qualified to possess this item. He made a hand seal with one hand, and the closed stone eye opened and shot out a ray of light that enveloped the purple golden hammer. Soon, the information of this origin treasure appeared in his mind. Purple golden hammer, an attack type grade 1 origin treasure. Hand it over to the race treasury for 3 origin treasure points. Jiang Xi was a little speechless. 3 origin treasure points? What the hell? According to the information he had obtained, the value of the origin treasures in the human race treasury was divided as follows. Grade 1 origin treasures were worth 1 to 10 origin treasure points. Grade 2 origin treasures were worth 10 to 30 origin treasure points. Grade 3 origin treasures were worth 30 to 50 origin treasure points. Grade 4 origin treasures were worth 50 to 100 origin treasure points. Grade 5 origin treasures were worth 100 to 200 origin treasure points. Grade 6 origin treasures were worth 200 to 400 origin treasure points. Among them, the value of origin treasures of the same grade was divided. Under normal circumstances, the lowest value was an attack type origin treasure. Then, it was armor type, flight type, and primordial spirit type. Primordial spirit type origin treasures were the most valuable. There was also a special type of origin treasure. The value of this type of origin treasure could be high or low. The low value was worse than an attack type origin treasure, while the high value was even crazier than a primordial spirit type origin treasure. According to Jiang Xi's estimation, the other origin treasure he had, the Heaven Reaching Tower, was a special type origin treasure. Because the Heaven Reaching Tower could be used as a weapon, it could also be used for flight, and it could also be used to block attacks and act as an armor. Of course, with his strength, he could not use the Heaven-Reaching Tower as a regular Dharma treasure. Therefore, he still lacked an attack-type origin treasure that he usually use. Jiang Xi searched the Purple Heaven Sect's treasury using the identity of Perfected Lord Wu De through the communication bead. Perfected Lords were qualified to know information about origin treasures. Therefore, he could now search for goods related to origin treasures. Grade 1 sword-type origin treasures cost at least 5 origin treasure point. Jiang Xi shook his head with a bitter smile. Now, I can only continue to save up. If I get another grade 1 origin treasure, I should be able to exchange for one. With this goal in mind, Jiang Xi continued to wait quietly in one place. Once he sensed the aura fluctuation of a treasure, he would rush over immediately. If there was a chance to fight for it, he would attack. If there was no chance, he would retreat decisively. Just like that, 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 100 years, River Word had experienced a large number of battles. His mastery of the 6 styles of the Great Tao had become more and more skilled, and his actual combat strength had also increased to a certain extent. However, these battles still did not help him find the inspiration for the 7 styles of the Great Tao. At the same time, he did not obtain another origin treasure. In fact, Jiang Xi had also sensed the aura fluctuation of an origin treasure 6 times. The reason why he did not get it was partly because of his bad luck. 4 times, when he rushed over, the battle for the treasure was almost over. He did not have a chance to attack. Another reason was that he was not strong enough. There were also 2 times when he was very close. However, there were too many foreign race perfected lords at that time. With his strength, he could not defend it in the end, and it was taken away by another perfected lord team. After all, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. He could not do anything if he encountered a team of 3 or 4 rank 3 perfected lords. Of course, there were also gains. In 100 years, Jiang Xi had obtained a total of 13 supreme-grade immortal artifacts, 45 superior-grade immortal artifacts, and a certain number of middle-grade and low-grade immortal artifacts. This was not a small gain. It was worth more than 100 billion points. It was already equivalent to the wealth of an ordinary perfected lord. On this day, Jiang Xi rested his head on his arm and lay on the crown of a towering ancient tree. He looked at the grey sky of the ancient immortal world. There was an invisible barrier there that prevented all experts from probing. Not even Tao Lords were able to see into the world behind the barrier. He had tried to see if he could pass through the barrier. However, like everyone else, he had failed. Outside the barrier, there was a grey air current spiraling and flowing. The publicly accepted guess was that behind the grey air current should be the land of origin of the heavenly Tao, the mysterious ancient immortal world. Jiang Xi exclaimed. No one knew the true origin of the ancient immortal world. Perhaps only a few people in the universe knew, but no one would take the initiative to reveal it. I'm still too weak now. If only I could get another supreme treasure, Jiang Xi sighed softly. Or let me find a sword-type supreme treasure directly. I've saved up 100 years of luck. It's finally time to use it, right? Just as Jiang Xi was thinking this, suddenly, a special energy wave came from a direction. It's not far, but it's not close either. I wonder if there's a chance. Jiang Xi quickly got up and turned into a ray of light and flew away. He had experienced the appearance of treasures many times and was already used to it. Therefore, at this moment, his heart was calm and he did not feel too excited. He was approaching the source of the energy wave at a speed of 100,000 kilometers per second. As he got closer, he could clearly feel that the energy wave of the treasure was getting stronger and stronger. It's here. Did I really find a supreme treasure? Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. However, at the same time, he could also feel the energy of many perfected lords gathering from all directions. Their destination was the same as his. Moreover, the energy of 2 perfected lords was closer to the treasure than he was. It seemed that it was going to be a fierce battle. This time, I can't let the supreme treasure slip away from my hands no matter what. Jiang Xi's eyes shone brightly. In just 10 seconds, he had crossed 1,000,000 kilometers and arrived at a vast wasteland. At this time, 2 tall figures were crazily fighting. One was a white-haired giant, the other was a fire djinn. They were both about 3,000 meters tall. Turbulent energy waves swept across a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. However, the wilderness did not change at all. The green grass was quickly restored to its original state even though it had been destroyed by the energy storm. 2 rank 3 perfected lords from the Banto race and the blazing fire race. They are both perfected lords from the top races in the universe. Jiang Xi identified the information of the 2 sides then. In the green grass, he saw a sharp horn that was slightly shining with golden light. The golden horn that was exposed on the ground was more than a foot tall, and the energy it emitted was constantly increasing. It's not completely born yet, but its energy has surpassed that of a supreme-grade immortal artifact. It must be a supreme treasure. Jiang Xi was overjoyed. At the same time, Jiang Xi's arrival also attracted the attention of the white-haired giant from the Banto race and the fire djinn from the blazing fire race. To be exact, it was hostility. The human race. It's the rank 3 perfected lord of the sword Tao. Deal with the human race first. The two foreign race rank 3 true monarchs stopped fighting in tacit understanding and turned their attacks to riverward at the same time. This was because a rank 3 perfected lord of the sword Tao was much stronger than normal rank 3 perfected lords in terms of actual combat strength. Roar. The white-haired giant and the fire Jin roared and attacked at the same time. One ice and one fire. An extremely cold frost tornado and a blazing flame dragon roared as they pounced towards riverward with a powerful aura. Jiang Xi smiled and spun the red cloud sword in his hand. 6 sword lights that were 10,000 feet long spiraled out. The 6 styles of the great Tao. This time, the 6 sword lights followed his thoughts and shot out at the same time as if they were a whole. Boom, 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 boom. The 6 sword lights that were 100,000 feet long each had the power of a rank 3 perfected lord. Then, they collided with the ice tornado and the fire Jin. There was a huge explosion, and the violent power immediately set off an energy storm with a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. After everything calmed down, the 2 energy dragons disappeared, and the 6 sword lights continued to move forward with 1/3 of their original power. The 6 styles of the great Tao had the upper hand. At the same time, a figure that was like a sword behind the sword lights surpassed the sword lights in an instant and arrived in front of the white-haired giant and the fire Jin. Golden sword style. A fierce sword stabbed toward the white-haired giant. All of this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. The 2/3 revolution perfected lords of foreign races had just finished their attack, and before they had time to accumulate power, they saw Riverward's figure and the sharp golden sword. The white-haired giant waved its hand and slapped it. The fire Jin formed a huge flaming fist and smashed it toward Jiang Xi's back. It wanted to smash Jiang Xi into meat paste. Child's play. Jiang Xi laughed. With the help of the secret Tao fusion technique, his spiritual power amplification had reached 140,000 times. In terms of the power of the energy in his body, his original spiritual power was definitely not as strong as the celestial power of a rank 3 perfected lord. However, with the amplification of 140,000 times, the strength of his spiritual power was not much weaker than the celestial power of a rank 3 perfected lord. Moreover, his sword Tao secret technique was close to the peak and was one step away from becoming a Tao Lord secret technique. Therefore, the power and speed of his sword were beyond the imagination of the 2 perfected lords. Kai, the meter-long sword pierced the chest of the white-haired giant. The violent energy instantly exploded, and a bloody hole with a diameter of 3 meters appeared in the white-haired giant's chest. After this attack, Jiang Xi didn't stop for a moment. Without any hesitation, he moved to the side like the wind. Then, the fiery giant's fist came crashing down. Boom boom. This fist only left a few cracks on the ground and didn't do anything else. He's too fast. The fiery giant's expression was very ugly. The flames on its body were like angry flames and increased by several times. The bloody hole on the white-haired giant's body wriggled and quickly recovered. Its aura didn't seem to have weakened at all. The immortal body of a perfected lord. Jiang Xi sighed in his heart. He had already improved the attacks of the 6 styles of the great Tao. For example, this kind of energy explosion attack could easily tear apart a perfected lord's defense. However, the immortal body of a perfected lord was too abnormal. The body and primordial spirit contained a special immortal substance. As long as a trace or even a cell was left, it could quickly recover to its original state. Of course, this didn't mean that a perfected lord was truly immortal. Jiang Xi knew very well that if his attack could annihilate this immortal substance and prevent the other party from recovering in time, he would have the strength to kill a perfected lord. Previously, he thought that with his current combat strength, he could kill a rank 3 true lord. In fact, his thinking was too simple. If I can't kill you, I'll crush you. Riverward looked at the 2 enraged rank 3 perfected lords. His figure swayed and he charged forward again. At a speed of 100,000 kilometers per second, he arrived in front of the 2 rank 3 true lords in an instant. Swoosh! A sword like the Milky Way, the water sword style of the 6 styles of the great Tao, swept toward the fiery giant spirit. Roar! The fiery giant spirit was like a deity, roaring and spewing out a flame dragon. Boom! The two attacks collided. The flame dragon turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. But this was enough time for Jiangxi to slash the fiery giant spirit a second time. The powerful golden sword style was used again. Let's see if you can breathe fire. Crack! The red cloud sword suddenly became 10,000 feet large and directly chopped off the fiery giant spirit's head. He was knocked back with one blow. Jiangxi turned around and dodged the white-haired giant who attacked at the same time. A cold ice staff swept past his chest. The human race is too cunning. The fiery giant and the white-haired giant felt that they couldn't use their power. Of course, even if they could use it, it seemed that they were no match for Jiangxi. The two rank 3 true lords joined forces again and attacked at the same time. Bang! Jiangxi was sent flying by a flaming fist. But his aura didn't change. The defense of the Triple Mountain and his own physical strength almost offset all the attacks. Moreover, his cultivation was at the Dao integration stage. Whether it was injuries or spirit qi recovery, it was very simple and could be done in an instant. In contrast, it was very difficult for a perfected lord to recover his immortal qi. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult to recover 10% of immortal qi without thousands of years. It could only be recovered in a short time with the help of various immortal crystals, immortal pills, and a lot of resources. Therefore, the white-haired giant and the fiery giant were completely suppressed by Jiangxi. It was a pure war of attrition. Neither side could do anything to the other. The perfected lords had immortal bodies, and Jiangxi had super strong defense. However, Jiangxi recovered faster. After using up his spirit qi, it could be completely recovered in the blink of an eye. And the two foreign race perfected lords couldn't recover their immortal qi in a short time after using it up. The white-haired giant and the fiery giant fought more and more fiercely. They didn't want to give up. That was obviously a supreme treasure. Boom! Boom! Another two perfected lord teams came to this wasteland. One was a monster perfected lord team made up of 2 rank 3 true lords and 1 rank 2 true lord. The other was a human perfected lord team made up of 4 rank 2 true lords. Haha, we found a supreme treasure this time. This treasure will belong to the monster race. The leader of the monster race perfected lord team laughed wildly. He was a rank 3 true lord with black flesh wings with a wingspan of more than 10,000 meters. Kill the humans first. The monster race perfected lord team locked onto Jiangxi. Not only because they were enemies, but also because Jiangxi was too strong. He completely suppressed the 2 rank 3 true lords. The strongest one naturally had to be dealt with first. On the other side, the human perfected lord team was also watching the battle. It's perfected Lord Wu De. The leader of the human perfected lord team recognized Jiangxi. The foreign races didn't know Jiangxi's name, but the human perfected lord experts already knew who perfected Lord Wu De was. As humans, we should help each other. Let's block this damned monster race team for perfected Lord Wu De. The leader of the human perfected lord team shouted. Kill the monster race. In terms of strength, the 4 rank 2 true lords were inferior to the monster race team with 2 rank 3 true lords and 1 rank 2 true lord. But they weren't afraid at all. The energy in their bodies burst out and blocked the monster race team. You're courting death. The demon race rank 3 true monarch with black wings roared angrily. His wings were like a canopy, flapping as he slashed out 2 sharp saber lights, sweeping towards the human squad. Haha, although we're no match for them, we can still hold them back for a while. Do your best, perfected Lord Wu De. The utmost treasure belongs to the human race. Get the utmost treasure. The 4 perfected lords of the human perfected lord team laughed loudly. A chaotic battle broke out, on 2 battlefields. On one side, Jiangxi had the upper hand and the perfected lord of the foreign race was at a disadvantage. On the other side, the monster race team had the upper hand and the human team was at a disadvantage. Right now, it was a matter of who would end the battle first. If the monster race team ended the battle first, Jiangxi's chances of obtaining the utmost treasure would be greatly reduced. Jiangxi was initially worried about that. However, when he saw the 4 human perfected lords that he didn't know blocking the monster race team for him without hesitation, he was extremely touched. However, even though he was touched, he remembered clearly how the human perfected lords had belittled and mocked him previously. He would still have to slap their faces later on. However, this time round, he was proud to be a human. Other races might often have internal strife. However, it was different for the human race. No matter how intense the internal conflicts were, everyone's fists would be pointed outwards the moment they met with an external enemy. Chapter 563. No matter how the situation developed, Jiang Xi definitely had the upper hand for now. Therefore, he had a greater chance now. When the human perfected lord team helped Jiang Xi block the demon perfected lord team, Jiang Xi crushed the white-haired giant of the Banto race and the fire Jin of the Yanghua race to the point where they could not fight back. Break. The fastest wind sword technique was slashed out instantly. A huge green sword light flashed past the necks of the 2 rank 3 perfected lords. Their mountain-like heads exploded in the air. Then, the 2 perfected lords with undying bodies used the indestructible substance in their bodies to rapidly recover their missing heads. However, the time they had to recover gave Jiang Xi a chance. The aura emanating from the golden horn in the grassy area had already stabilized. The ultimate treasure had been completely born. Jiang Xi merged his body with his sword. Like the strongest wind in the universe, he whistled to the front of the golden horn and pulled it out. It was a golden Rubik's cube. It was covered with black patterns and gave off a mysterious aura. It looked like a grade 1 origin treasure, but it also did not look like one because it was mixed with other auras. I got it. Jiang Xi did not think too much about it. His doubts were instantly replaced by joy. Fellow Taoists, thank you for your help. We can leave now, he shouted to the human perfected lord team. Haha, not bad, perfected Lord Wuda. Congratulations, congratulations. Treat us to a drink when you return to the human territory next time. See you next time. The 4 rank 2 perfected lords laughed. They did not seem to have gained anything this time, but they had gained quite a lot. Firstly, they gained the friendship of perfected Lord Wuda. He was a rank 3 sword Dao perfected lord and had a much higher status than them in the human race. Secondly, human experts had always advocated helping each other. They had helped perfected Lord Wuda this time. If they encountered a similar situation next time, as long as there were human experts nearby, they would also receive corresponding help. In comparison, the white-haired giant, the fire Jin, and the demon perfected lord team were furious. However, it was already very difficult for them to keep perfected Lord Wuda and the human perfected lord team here few. They could only watch helplessly as the humans took the utmost treasures and left in high spirits. No, that's not right. What is that? The rank 3 true monarch of the demon race with black wings suddenly narrowed his eyes. When Jiang Xi pulled out the golden Rubik's cube from the ground and put it into his storage magic tool, he was able to clearly see the appearance of the golden Rubik's cube. He did not say anything. Instead, he hurriedly sent a voice transmission to another rank 3 true monarch beside him. Don't you think that looks like the token of the Hun Tian Immortal Abode? Chaotic Heaven Immortal Mansion? The other rank 3 true lord was shocked. His eyes widened in disbelief and a fiery gaze. It's very similar. It's almost the same as the previous 2 tokens. Quick, report this to the clan. Yes, we can't do anything to this human rank 3 true monarch, but the other rank 4 true monarchs of our race can definitely do it. Haha, it seems like we didn't lose out this time. If our race can obtain this precious token, then we'll also have the merit to report and get a huge contribution. The 2 rank 3 true monarchs of the demon race were extremely excited. They hurriedly used a special method to send the news back to the demon race. On the other side, the white-haired giant of the Bantu race and the giant flame spirit of the Yanghua race did not realize the uniqueness of the golden Rubik's cube. Because both of them were from top races, they obviously did not know as much about the ancient immortal world as the demon race. Of course, the human race also knew about the precious token of the Hun Tian Immortal Abode. However, The 4 rank 2 true monarchs did not have a high status in the human race's true monarch palace, so they did not know much about this precious treasure. Therefore, they did not realize what the golden Rubik's Cube represented. As for Jiang Ci, he was a fake true monarch and had only been in the ancient immortal world for 100 years. It was even more impossible for him to know what he had just obtained. In the territory of the demon race, various powerful stars floated in the infinite demon starry sea, one of the 3 holy lands of the demon race. At the same time, there were 6 magnificent palaces that were larger than those stars. They stood in the infinite demon starry sea and were surrounded by stars. These were the 6 holy palaces of the infinite demon starry sea. Each holy palace represented a Tao monarch. At the same time, in the 5th holy palace, on the tall throne, there was a figure with a vague aura. This figure was covered by grey fog. It seemed to have 16 long, colorful legs, or it seemed to be the center of this spacetime. A rank 5 true monarch of the demon spider race quickly walked in from outside the palace. He said respectfully, "Lord Anlan, there is news from the ancient immortal world. The 3rd token of the Hun Tien immortal abode has appeared. 2 wind-winged true monarchs are waiting outside. Bring them in," Tao monarch Anlan said in a low voice. Soon, the 2 wind-winged true monarchs walked in from outside the palace. They were the 2 rank 3 true monarchs of the demon race who had participated in the fight for the golden Rubik's Cube. Their true bodies were wandering in the ancient immortal world. The ones who came to Anlan Holy Palace were their immortal power clones. This was a common practice among true monarchs of all races. When they did not have clones, they would leave an immortal power clone in their race. This way, they could send messages and ask for help at any time. "Greetings to the great Lord Anlan." The 2 wind-winged true monarchs knelt on the ground respectfully. "Are you sure it is the token of the Hun Tien immortal abode?" Tao monarch Anlan asked in a low voice. "My lord, we have seen the other 2 tokens of the Hun Tien immortal abode before. We can't be wrong," one of the wind-winged true monarchs said. Then, he quickly explained the situation of the fight for the golden Rubik's Cube. "Does that human true monarch Wuda know anything about the token?" Tao monarch Anlan asked. "I don't think so." The leader of the wind-winged true monarchs hesitated. "I saw that he was not in a hurry when he left, so I don't think he knows." "All right, I have noted down the merit you have reported. You may leave for now." Tao monarch Anlan's blurry figure revealed a pair of eyes that were like a furnace. The 2 wind-winged true monarchs left in surprise. If they were remembered by the great Tao monarch Anlan, they would have made a great contribution this time. Inside the Anlan Holy Temple, the rank 5 true monarch of the demon spider race asked, "Lord Anlan, are you going to send true monarchs to surround that human true monarch Wuda? Not only do we have to send perfected lords, but the chaotic heaven immortal abode is also very important. Just in case, I have to make a trip to the ancient immortal world myself." As Tao Lord Anlan spoke, he dispersed the grey fog that concealed his figure. It was a human-faced demon spider. It had 16 long legs, and its entire body was multicolored. Just looking at it was enough to make one's heart jump, not to mention that terrifying aura. Whoosh, time and space changed and Tao monarch Anlan disappeared into thin air. Only the rank 5 true monarch of the demon spider race was left in the holy temple. Lord Anlan is going to take action personally. Shocked, he quickly dispatched the demon race's perfected lords near planet 629 of the ancient immortal world to surround that human perfected Lord Wuda. Of course, he only mobilized rank 4 true monarchs. Because the 2 wind-winged true monarchs had already said that without the strength of a rank 4 true monarch, they would not be able to take down true monarch Wuda. As for rank 5 true monarchs, such ancient existences were very difficult to mobilize. In just a moment, the 3 rank 4 true monarchs near planet 629 of the ancient immortal world received Anlan Holy Temple's order. They came to this planet from other planets through different whirlpool passages. There were 3,600 planets in the ancient immortal world, and each planet had 3,600 whirlpool passages. One of them was to leave the ancient immortal world, while the other 3,599 were to other planets. At this time, 3 rank 4 true monarchs of the demon race stood in front of the whirlpool passage that left the ancient immortal world on planet 629. They were True Monarch Wang Qiong, True Monarch Li Sheng, and True Monarch Kai Hu. "I'm sure you know Lord Anlan's order," True Monarch Wang Qiong said. He was also a member of the demon spider race, and True Monarch Anlan was their race's ancestor. Unlike True Monarch Anlan, he only had 8 terrifying spider legs and a face that looked like a human face. It was very ferocious and very pale. "Surrounding and killing True Monarch Wu De is a piece of cake," True Monarch Li Sheng said with a smile. His body was similar to a human's, but it was covered with dense sharp spikes, which made people feel disgusted just by looking at him. "As long as a rank 3 True Monarch of the Sword Dao is still on this planet, won't it be a piece of cake for the 3 of us to join forces?" True Monarch Li Hu also chuckled and was very confident. He was a true monarch of the tiger race, who specialized in killing and had a very strong murderous aura. True Monarch Wang Qiong of the demon spider race was not as relaxed as them. He said seriously, "Since it's Lord Dao Lord's order, we have to be 120% vigilant." True Monarch Li Sheng and True Monarch Li Hu's expressions turned serious, and they also stopped looking down on him. True Monarch Wang Qiong continued, "We can't be sure if True Monarch Wu De knows about the special nature of the golden Rubik's Cube. If he knows, he'll definitely be so scared that he'll want to leave the ancient immortal world. We have to prevent that from happening. So, according to my plan, True Monarch Li Hu will stay here and guard the only passage that can leave the ancient immortal world. I'll go with True Monarch Li Sheng to kill True Monarch Wu De. With our strength, a mere True Monarch Wu De won't be able to do anything. This way, we can ensure that nothing goes wrong, and we can also try to get the token of the chaotic heaven immortal abode before Lord Anlan arrive. When the time comes, we'll split the great contribution points between the 3 of us." True Monarch Wang Qiong's gaze swept across the faces of the other 2 rank 4 true monarchs. "Lord Anlan is coming to the ancient immortal world personally?" True Monarch Li Sheng and True Monarch Li Hu were shocked. "That's right." True Monarch Wang Qiong nodded. "Then we'll go according to your plan," True Monarch Li Sheng said solemnly. The 3 rank 4 true monarchs of the demon race were very decisive and immediately split into 2. One of them stayed here to guard the whirlpool passage that left the ancient immortal world. The other 2 turned into streaks of lightning and flew in the direction of Jiangxi. This was because when the golden Rubik's Cube appeared, Jiangxi was the 3rd to arrive. Based on the direction Jiangxi had left in, they could easily determine Jiangxi's approximate location. True monarchs who searched for treasures in the ancient immortal world would stay in a hiding place for a long time, so Jiangxi was no exception. Human territory, Dao Alliance Heavenly Court's True Monarch Palace. At this time, many True Monarchs' immortal energy clones were gathered in the palace. Everyone here was either silent or chatting enthusiastically. Most of them were exchanging all kinds of information about the ancient immortal world. One of True Monarch Liquor Sword's clones was here. His goal in going to the ancient immortal world was to find his old enemy. The various True Monarchs gathered in the True Monarch Palace could provide him with a lot of useful information. True Monarch Li Suo. True Monarch Liquor Sword's eyes were very cold as he had killing intent in his heart. He had waited for many, many years. Even after reversing life and death 3 times in a row, this unforgettable hatred could not be erased. "Soon, as long as you take a step into the ancient immortal world, I'll be able to quickly find your track." True Monarch Liquor Sword had already weaved a very large network in the True Monarch Palace. Among the human True Monarchs present, except for a few rank 5 True Monarchs with extraordinary status, the rest would give him face and pay attention to True Monarch Li Suo's tracks for him. While True Monarch Liquor Sword was deep in thought, a voice suddenly came from afar. "Another origin source treasure has appeared on planet 629. I can't confirm if it's rank 1 or 2. This was a custom that the True Monarch Palace had formed after the opening of the ancient immortal world. As long as someone discovered the birth of a treasure, they would report it to the True Monarch Palace. Planet 629, isn't that the planet Jiangxi is on?" True Monarch Liquor Sword smiled lightly, the coldness in his eyes dissipating and turning into a gentle gaze. "In the past 100 years, including the treasure this time, 7 treasures have appeared on that planet. The frequency is a bit high. Unfortunately, Jiang Xi's luck is a bit bad. True Monarch Liquor Sword shook his head. He knew that Jiang Xi had always wanted to exchange for a sword-type treasure in the race. But now, he didn't have enough treasure points, so he was working hard to find other rank 1 treasures in the ancient immortal world and then hand them over to the race. At the same time, the topic of the True Monarch Palace began to revolve around the newly born treasure. The True Monarch clone in charge of introducing the treasure enjoyed the treatment of being the center of the topic. If Jiang Xi was here, he would recognize that the 4 people introducing the treasure were the 4 rank 2 True Monarchs who had helped him stop the demon team. The treasure looks like a golden Rubik's Cube. It's very square and covered with black patterns. The rank 2 True Monarch in the lead was a middle-aged man in blue. As he spoke, he used his immortal power to materialize the shape of the golden Rubik's Cube. This is the token of the Hun Tien Immortal Abode. A rank 4 True Monarch clone's expression changed drastically after seeing the appearance of the golden Rubik's Cube. The man in blue was immediately stunned and stopped talking. It's really the token of the Hun Tien Immortal Abode. That's right, it really is. 2 appeared in front. This is the 3rd token. The human True Monarchs who wanted to join in the fun immediately became excited. True Monarch Liquor Sword's attention was also attracted. His gaze swept across the phantom of the golden Rubik's Cube. It really is the token of the Hun Tien Immortal Abode. True Monarch Liquor Sword was shocked. He also knew about the Hun Tien Immortal Abode. This was the first time a treasure had come into being since the opening of the ancient immortal world. However, the Hun Tien Immortal Abode was not a treasure, but a carrier of a rank 6 treasure. When the ancient immortal world had just opened, a true monarch discovered the immortal abode and then triggered a huge battle. That was also the first large-scale battle after the opening of the ancient immortal world. The blood of the true monarchs who died gathered into a river. It was very terrifying. But later, everyone discovered that the immortal abode could not be entered at all. After the blood of the true monarchs completely soaked the immortal abode, a stone tablet appeared. The stone tablet recorded the information of the immortal abode and the treasure hidden in the immortal abode. Simply put, the Hun Tien Immortal Abode had a total of 4 tokens, representing 4 opportunities. When all 4 tokens appeared, the immortal abode would open. Then, with the tokens, one could enter the immortal abode and search for the rank 6 origin treasure. Amidst the shocked and excited discussion, the rank 4 True Monarch hurriedly asked the blue-clothed man, "Who took this token?" It was True Monarch Wu De, a rank 3 True Monarch of our human race. The blue-clothed man was still somewhat dazed, feeling as if he had missed something. True Monarch Wu De? Never heard of him. There is no immortal power clone of him in the True Monarch Hall. Perhaps it was that reclusive True Monarch? What we can be sure of is that he is in danger now. Rank 3 True Monarchs can't keep this token. This is a serious matter. Quickly report it to the clan. The True Monarchs discussed animatedly. Soon, the strongest rank 4 True Monarch present reported the matter to the Heavenly Court's Mi Luo Palace, which was the residence of Emperor Mi Luo. Because everyone's attention was on the golden Rubik's Cube, no one noticed the shock and anxiety in True Monarch Liquor Sword's eyes. Jiang Xi, this fellow. True Monarch Liquor Sword hurriedly contacted Jiang Xi through his clone on Earth. Dao Alliance Heavenly Court. High above the 9 heavens. The highest Mi Luo Palace. Emperor Mi Luo, who was wearing an imperial crown, was sitting upright on his throne. The rank 4 True Monarch clone of Dao Lord Palace respectfully reported to Emperor Mi Luo that the 3rd token of the Hun Tien Immortal Abode had appeared. True Monarch Wu De. Junior brother is truly lucky. A strange look flashed through Mi Luo's eyes. He was the one who had helped Jiang Xi obtain this new identity. The Hun Tien Immortal Abode has a total of 4 tokens. The first 2 were obtained by the Peak Jiaoyi race and the ordinary Guari race. Who would have thought that the 3rd would end up in the hands of our human race? Mi Luo was pleasantly surprised. The universe was fair. It didn't mean that the stronger a race was, the more treasures it would obtain. For example, when the Hun Tien Immortal Abode appeared, each race had an equal chance of obtaining the token. Therefore, it was instead the peak races and ordinary races that obtained the first 2 tokens. However, because the ordinary Gwari race didn't have a Dao Lord overseeing it, their token was ultimately bought back by the Ghost race at a high price. The ancestor of the Gwari race, True Monarch Ming Hai, led his race to join the Ghost race as a vassal race. These thoughts flashed through Emperor Mi Luo's mind. He then said to the rank 4 True Monarch, "I already know of this matter. You may leave." Yes. The rank 4 True Monarch clone respectfully retreated. He didn't ask the Emperor about the contribution points. There was no need to mention it. Whether it was him or the 4 rank 2 True Monarchs who had sent back information about the tokens, they would all receive a certain amount of contribution points. "Master, I'm going to the ancient immortal world. Help me guard the heavenly court." Mi Luo's voice traversed spacetime and transmitted directly to the 9 Firmaments realm where Dao Lord 9 Firmaments resided. "Don't worry. Go." Dao Lord 9 Firmaments Slaughter clone opened his eyes. "Phew. I haven't fought for many years. Many outsiders should have forgotten that I, Mi Luo, am also a Dao Lord." Emperor Mi Luo's eyes shone with 5-colored light. He rose from his throne, took a step, and vanished. The palace of Mi Luo suspended high in the sky also abruptly vanished. Then, a monstrous bloody aura spread out from the Dao Origin Palace's passage and covered the space where the palace of Mi Luo had been. The Dao Origin Palace was the passage between the primal universe and the ancient Dao Origin world. This huge commotion shocked all the immortal Dao experts in the heavenly court. The emperor actually left the heavenly court, and he took the palace of Mi Luo with him. It looks like he's going to deal with someone. That bloody aura should be Lord 9 Firmaments will that descended here. Ancient immortal world, planet 629. Jiang Ci had just returned to his hiding place in a cave beneath a mountain range. He'd been hiding in this place for more than 10 years. "It looks like my luck is quite good this time. After all, I've accumulated 100 years of luck. This golden Rubik's Cube should be a special supreme treasure. Judging from its aura, it's at the 1st rank. After I hand it over to my race, I'll definitely be able to exchange my points for a sword-type supreme treasure." Jiang Ci was very happy. With a flip of his hand, he took out the golden Rubik's Cube and the omniscient eye clone, ready to appraise the supreme treasure. But at this moment, he discovered that his clone had received a message from his master, perfected Lord Wine Sword. "Master, why are you looking for me at this time?" Jiang Ci didn't pay too much attention to it. He multitasked and sent his clone to contact perfected Lord Wine Sword. His main body made a hand seal and opened the omniscient eye clone. The stone eye shot out a ray of light that enveloped the golden Rubik's Cube. Suddenly, a message appeared in his mind. "Token of the Chaotic Heaven Immortal Abode, special supreme treasure, worth 100 supreme treasure points." Jiang Ci was stunned. He didn't know whether to be surprised or shocked. The omniscient eye didn't give the specific grade of the golden Rubik's Cube. It seemed like there was no way to determine it. But the supreme treasure points given were equivalent to a top 4th rank supreme treasure. The luck he'd accumulated for 100 years had exploded. At the same time, his clone had already contacted perfected Lord Wine Sword, and the 2 sides quickly communicated. Perfected Lord Wine Sword concisely told him about the Chaotic Heaven Immortal Abode and the token, as well as the seriousness of the matter. "Retreat. Hurry up and retreat." Jiang Ci's decision was the same as perfected Lord Wine Sword's suggestion. "Hurry up and retreat, leave this planet, the farther the better." It was best to leave the ancient immortal world directly. Origin supreme treasures above 4th rank were basically in the hands of Dao Lords. From this point, one could see the preciousness of 4th rank supreme treasures. Some Dao Lords of the top races even used 3rd rank supreme treasures. Moreover, this golden Rubik's Cube was a token to open a 6th rank supreme treasure. In terms of value, it was even higher than ordinary 4th rank supreme treasures. One could imagine that if the foreign races found out about this golden Rubik's Cube on him, it would definitely lead to a killing spree. Even Dao Lords might come. At that time, it wasn't only the human race's perfected Lord team that saw this supreme treasure. There were also the demon race's team, the Bantu race, and the 2 third-rank perfected lords of the blazing fire race. With their status, it's very likely that they also know about the token of the chaotic heaven immortal abode. So, I'm in a very dangerous situation now. Jiang Xi sped up and left this hiding place, flying toward the whirlpool passage that left the ancient immortal world. Chapter 564. Riverward sped toward the vortex passage leading out of the ancient immortal world at a speed of 100,000 kilometers per second. After flying for 15 minutes, he sensed the auras of 2 perfected lords flying towards him from afar at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, their target and route were very clear. They had no intention of changing directions. They were heading straight for him. As expected, I've been discovered. Jiang Xi's expression was solemn. So fast, about 150,000 kilometers per second. 2 4th-rank true monarchs. In other words, the 2 unknown 4th-rank true monarchs were approaching him at a relative speed of 50,000 kilometers per second. If this continues, they will definitely catch up to me, because he was now close to 20 million kilometers away from the whirlpool passage. With his speed, he would need at least 3 minutes to reach them. And the 2 4th-rank true monarchs were only 5 million kilometers away. They would need at most 1 minute to catch up to him. What should I do? Jiang Xi knew that he was definitely not a match for 4th-rank true monarchs. Moreover, these were 2 4th-rank true monarchs. According to the information Master Winesword told me, 7th senior brother should already know about this matter. He will definitely make targeted arrangements. For example, he will dispatch nearby human experts to reinforce me. But can I wait for reinforcements to arrive? Jiang Xi remained calm as he assessed the current situation. The enemies would catch up in a minute. At this time, his communication bead received a message from Emperor Mi Luo. I am 7th senior brother. Tell me your approximate location. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. Was 7th senior brother going to personally rescue him from this predicament? He hurriedly transmitted his coordinates and informed them that he was being chased. After sending the message, Jiang Xi finally reacted. It would take a certain amount of time to reach here from the heavenly court. 1 minute was definitely not enough. In other words, he would definitely have to face the 2 4th-rank true monarchs. Don't get close to the whirlpool passage leaving the ancient immortal world. There might already be other races lying in ambush there. Emperor Mi Luo sent another message. Jiang Xi was startled and immediately came to his senses. He originally thought that he was very calm, but he still neglected this crucial point. Since the other party had already sent out 2 rank 4 true monarchs to hunt him down, they would definitely consider the possibility of him leaving the ancient immortal realm in a moment of desperation. If that's the case, then let's go all out and see where my limit is. Jiang Xi's eyes were filled with madness. In the end, whether or not he could escape and survive depended on himself. If he couldn't hold on until reinforcements arrived, it would be useless even if Ming Zun personally came to save him. Whoosh! Jiang Xi merged his body with his sword, like the fiercest wind in the universe, flashing rapidly in the air. He changed his direction and no longer flew towards the vortex passage that led to the ancient immortal world. Instead, he went deep into the planet and prepared to find an environment with complicated terrain to deal with the other party. Behind him were perfected Lord Wangliang and perfected Lord Fengsheng of the demon race. Both of them were emitting powerful demon qi and immortal force. They kept breaking through the void and chasing after perfected Lord Wu De of the human race. His changed directions. Perfected Lord Lesheng said. Looks like we can't wait for him to walk into the trap. However, he won't be able to escape. Perfected Lord Wangliang said calmly. Haha, he's just a 3rd revolution perfected lord. I only need to use my full strength to destroy the imperishable substance in his body and kill him instantly. Perfected Lord Fengsheng laughed. With perfected Lord Fengsheng's bloodline talent and the Rain of Bloodthorns, you can indeed kill a 3rd revolution perfected lord instantly. Perfected Lord Wangliang nodded. Although they were chasing at high speed, they were very calm. They were like two experienced hunters who saw the prey in front of them as prey in the bag. The distance between the two parties was getting closer and closer. Soon, a minute passed. In the end, Riverward found a place suitable for fighting. It was a stone forest filled with strange rocks. The rocks were tens of thousands of feet tall and the lowest ones were only dozens of meters tall. The environment was extremely complicated. Moreover, the sword principle and body movement technique that he cultivated were both very flexible. The more complicated the environment, the more advantageous it was for him. Of course, the prerequisite was that the other party's movement technique was not flexible. Jiang Ci went deep into the stone forest and kept changing his position. Boom, boom. Two figures with torrential demonic qi arrived above the stone forest instantly. Both of them were more than 4,000 meters tall. Perfected Lord Wangliang and perfected Lord Fengsheng of the demon race. Jiang Ci's expression changed as he hid in a crack in a rock. He knew that the two infamous perfected lords of other races were perfected lords who had killed countless people. That human is hiding like a burrowing rat, perfected Lord Fengsheng laughed. His appearance was humanoid, but he was covered in spikes that were disgusting to look at. When a prey escapes in a hurry, they will leave behind a remnant aura. Those auras won't escape the eyes of a hunter. Perfected Lord Wangliang of the Fiend Spider race was filled with confidence. The human-faced Fiend Pearl was a top bloodline of the demon race to begin with and specialized in hunting and pursuit. He carefully sensed for a moment, and a sinister spider leg pointed towards Riverward's hiding place. Over there. Phew. Jiang Ci didn't even think and directly flashed out. At the same time, a massive green sword beam whizzed towards the two gigantic figures with a ferocious astral wind. Child's play. Perfected Lord Fengsheng scoffed in disdain. Tens of thousands of poisonous spikes that were 1,000 feet long appeared on his body, each of them emitting a terrifying black poisonous fog. The poisonous spikes shot out like a torrential downpour. Swoosh. Swoosh. Instantly, countless sounds of air being torn could be heard. Peak secret skill, rain of poisonous spikes. Wherever the torrential downpour passed, the strange stones that even perfected lords could not destroy were visibly corroded with black spots appearing on their surfaces. Jiang Ci no longer had a way out. Therefore, he did not think of running for his life. He deployed his strongest defense, Earth Sword stance. The khaki-colored sword beam turned into a shield of sword light that was 100,000 feet long and circled above. At the same time, the silver armor formed by the triple mountain was activated to its limits. Block it. I can definitely block it. Jiang Ci roared in his heart. Puff, puff, puff. Tens of thousands of poisonous spikes that were 1,000 feet long fell on the shield of sword light like a torrential downpour. In just an instant, the khaki-colored shield of sword light disintegrated and turned into specks of light. The powerful force sent Jiang Ci flying and crashing heavily onto a strange stone. Then, the poisonous spikes fell and drowned him. Boom, boom, boom. A huge explosion occurred in an area of tens of thousands of kilometers around the strange stone forest. The black smoke was endless and transformed into various terrifying shadows of poisonous creatures that continued to charge towards the center of the explosion. Weak. Perfected Lord Fengsheng shook his head coldly. He could no longer sense the aura of the human race. Perfected Lord Wang Zun was expressionless. This kind of battle was meaningless. Whoosh, at this moment, a green figure darted out of the black smoke and nimbly entered another area of the strange stone forest. What? He's not dead. His aura did not change at all. Perfected Lord Wang Zun and perfected Lord Fengsheng were both shocked. In particular, perfected Lord Fengsheng was even more shocked and in disbelief. I used almost half of my immortal power to cast the rain of poisonous spikes, but it did not cause any damage to him. Perfected Lord Fengsheng could not believe it. In the strange stone forest, Jiang Ci kept changing his position. Damn it, it hurts. He gritted his teeth. He had truly experienced the feeling of being poisoned to the heart and having his blood, flesh, tendons, and bones melt. In that instant, he used the shield of sword light of the Earth Sword style and the armor of the Triple Mountain to offset 70% of the power of the rain of poisonous spikes. However, The remaining 30% still caused devastating damage to his body. If not for the fact that his body was already close to a superior-grade immortal artifact, he would have been melted by the poisonous spikes and poisonous creatures. Fortunately, his body held on. In the end, he had less than 10% of his aura left. To be exact, it was less than 5%. This was also the reason why the two perfected lords of the demon race did not sense it. Because 5% of the aura of a Dao integration cultivator was equivalent to a perfected nascent soul cultivator. Under the terrifying pressure of the ancient immortal world, this level of aura was negligible, but at the same time, his cultivation level was low, so it was not difficult for him to recover. A recovery-type inferior-grade immortal pill was enough to completely recover his body. Moreover, it was done in an instant. You have some skills. Let's attack together and kill him. Perfected Lord Wang Qiong's gaze was cold. His 8 spider legs condensed into 8 sword lights and shot out in an instant. Perfected Lord Li Sheng was furious and used the rain of poisonous spikes again. The terrifying poisonous spikes filled the sky and covered the area where Jiangxi was like a rainstorm. At the same time, the two of them shrank from 4,000 meters to 40 meters and entered the strange stone forest, preparing to fight Jiangxi in close combat. Jiangxi turned into a green phantom and constantly flashed in the strange stone forest. He was very agile. He sensed the 2 rank 4 perfected lords attacking again. However, he already knew the limits of his defense and was slightly more confident. I can only block one of the 2 secret techniques at most. Jiangxi made this choice when the opponent's attacks were completely locked on him. His figure flashed and he hid behind a strange stone that was 100,000 feet tall. The complicated terrain of the strange stone forest created many opportunities for him. The next moment, perfected Lord Wang Qiong and perfected Lord Li Sheng's secret techniques arrived. Boom! 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 Tens of thousands of poisonous spikes formed a rain of poisonous spikes with a terrifying black poisonous fog and instantly drowned the area where Jiangxi was. At the same time, perfected Lord Wang Qiong's 8 sword lights descended. However, the sword lights were blocked by the strange stone that was 100,000 feet tall. The hard stone cracked and recovered rapidly. Swoosh, a green phantom flew out. Just like before, Jiangxi's aura did not change and he escaped to the next area. Haha, you want to kill me with that little ability? Jiangxi mocked loudly. He was imitating perfected Lord Li Sheng who mocked him earlier. Damn it! Perfected Lord Wang Qiong and perfected Lord Li Sheng were furious. Every time they attacked with their full strength, they had to expend a certain amount of immortal power, and immortal power was a resource. In other words, they had expended a lot of resources without causing any damage to the enemy. They had lost so much for nothing. Rumble, in order to enter the strange stone forest, they had shrunk their bodies to more than 40 meters tall. However, they were still not as agile as Jiangxi. Some of the cracks that were only a few meters wide were not something they could crawl through and could only take a detour. Eventually, perfected Lord Wang Qiong and perfected Lord Li Sheng realized that it was impossible for them to catch up to that detestable human in the strange stone forest. They could only use secret techniques to attack from afar to kill perfected Lord Wu De. However, the problem was that their full-strength attacks seemed to be unable to cause any damage to the human. Force him out. Perfected Lord Wang Qiong shouted coldly. Thereafter, they executed secret techniques continuously in the air to force Jiangxi out of his position. As for Jiangxi, who was in the strange stone forest, he made use of the complicated terrain to dodge the attacks time after time. That did not mean that he was safe. He was still in a precarious situation right now. Perfected Lord Li Sheng's rain of poisonous spikes had reduced his aura to less than 5%. In other words, his defense could only block one attack from a rank 4 perfected lord at most. If he was careless and was hit by the secret techniques of the 2 rank 4 perfected lords at the same time, he would not have a chance to recover. Right now, it was as if he was dancing on the tip of a knife and could die at any moment. Soon, 3 minutes had passed. I've already expended 30% of my immortal body. I've expended 35%. Perfected Lord Wang Qiong and perfected Lord Li Sheng's expressions were ugly. They could clearly sense that perfected Lord Wuda, who was running around in the strange stone forest, still had no change in his aura. It was too strange. It was too perverse. I'm sure that he has an armor treasure. Otherwise, he won't be able to withstand so many secret technique attacks. He won't dare to take on our attacks at the same time, so we just have to hit him at the same time. Once is enough. The two rank 4 perfected lords had already figured out many things and continued to attack with their secret techniques. If they were in the original universe, their attacks could easily destroy a life galaxy. However, in the ancient immortal world, they could only cause a certain amount of damage to those strange stones, and the damage was recoverable. However, their demonic chi and immortal energy fluctuations were still terrifying. With the strange stone forest as the center, the terrifying aura fluctuations of the two rank 4 perfected lords covered an area of 1,000,000 kilometers. The perfected lords who were lurking nearby or passing by had already left this area and only dared to watch from afar, not daring to get close. At this moment, a figure was running towards the strange stone forest at an extremely fast speed. Another rank 4 perfected lord. The perfected lords who were watching from afar were shocked. What's going on there? 3 rank 4 perfected lords are here. Could it be that a rank 2 or rank 3 ultimate treasure has appeared? Impossible. It seems that a ultimate treasure has already appeared in this area. There won't be another one in a short time. The lone perfected lords and their perfected lord squads were all guessing what had happened. In the strange stone forest, Jiang Xi's expression changed as he sensed the approaching rank 4 perfected lord. It was already very difficult for him to deal with 2 rank 4 perfected lords at the same time, and he could die at any time. If another rank 4 perfected lord came, he would definitely die. Did 7th senior brother forget to call for reinforcements? Jiang Xi was very worried. In the sky above the strange stone forest, perfected Lord Wang Shui and perfected Lord Fengsheng were puzzled. There were only 3 rank 4 perfected lords near planet 629. Now that the two of them were here and perfected Lord who was guarding the whirlpool passage, who could it be? A human? A ghost? Or another top race? The 2 rank 4 perfected lords felt that the situation was not good. Lord and Lan should be here soon, right? Soon, no matter who it is, it won't affect the overall situation. Right after that thought appeared in their minds, they saw a figure galloping toward them. It was a human perfected lord who was traveling on a sword. Half of his hair was black and half white, and he exuded an ancient aura. Human perfected Lord Jian Kong, perfected Lord Wang Shui and perfected Lord Fengsheng's expressions changed. This was definitely a powerful and ancient existence. It was clear from the name that this was a sword Dao perfected lord, and his combat strength was a level higher than experts of the same cultivation realm. Wuda, leave quickly. Leave this place to me, perfected Lord Jian Kong said coldly. Haha, thank you for your help, Senior Jian Kong. Jiang Xi burst into laughter. If it was a rank 4 perfected lord who came, he was in for sure. With that said, he sped up to leave the strange stone forest. There was naturally no way perfected Lord Wang Shui and perfected Lord Fengsheng would let him leave just like that. The two of them seized the opportunity to crush Jiang Xi with their powerful bodies when he was about to charge out of the strange stone forest. However, right then, perfected Lord Jian Kong, who had been motionless, slashed with his sword. A black and white sword beam tore through the void and blocked the path of the 2 demon perfected lords. If they continued forward, they would be slashed by the sword beam. Damn it! Damn it! Perfected Lord Wang Shui and perfected Lord Fengsheng were enraged and shocked at the same time. That was because the power of that slash was at the level of a rank 5 perfected lord. Crash! The black and white sword beam landed at the edge of the strange stone forest, and some of the strange stones exploded into piles of rubble. Perfected Lord Jian Kong's strength was enough to destroy the environment of the ancient immortal world. If the two of them had received that attack, 10% of the imperishable substance in their bodies would have been destroyed. Whoosh! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiang Xi had already fled far away. The 2 demon rank 4 perfected lords could only watch helplessly and could not do anything to stop him. That was because perfected Lord Jian Kong's aura had firmly locked onto them. I haven't fought for 100,000 eras. It's better to meet by chance than by invitation. Fight with me. Perfected Lord Jian Kong waved his sword expressionlessly. Lunatic, this lunatic. I don't believe that the two of us are not his match even if we join forces. Perfected Lord Wang Shui and Perfected Lord Feng Sheng felt that they had been underestimated and were furious. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, a shocking battle broke out between the two sides. Violent energy waves spread out to a radius of several million kilometers. On the other side, Jiang Xi had successfully escaped from his predicament. According to 7th Senior Brother Emperor Mi Luo's advice, he did not rush to the Whirlpool Passage to leave the ancient immortal world. Instead, he fled to another place on this planet. Finally, he came to the depths of an ocean that was as clear as a mirror and concealed his aura. I'll wait like this until 7th Senior Brother comes. Jiang Xi already knew that Mi Luo was rushing here. But not long after, his expression suddenly changed. The silver armor on his body began to tremble slightly, and the frequency of the trembling gradually increased. Perfected Lord Heisha. Jiang Xi immediately had a bad feeling. When it rains, it pours. He had just escaped from the two demon rank 4 perfected lords and an even stronger opponent came. Perfected Lord Wine Sword had already helped him gather information on Perfected Lord Heisha. Although he was a rank 4 perfected lord, he had the battle record of escaping unscathed from a rank 5 perfected lord. In other words, Perfected Lord Wang Shui and Perfected Lord Feng Sheng combined were not as strong as Perfected Lord Heisha. Continue to flee? Jiang Xi shook his head. Perfected Lord Heisha was faster than him and could not escape. At this time, concealing his aura was useless as the opponent had already locked onto him. Unless he used the opportunity of passing through the Whirlpool Passage like last time to conceal his aura again. But now, the Whirlpool Passage closest to him was the one that left the ancient immortal world. Buzz, the silver armor on his body began to tremble more and more rapidly. Looks like I can only fight to the death and hope that I can delay until 7th Senior Brother comes. Jiang Xi took a deep breath and rushed out of the ocean, randomly choosing a direction and speeding away. It was not the time to sit and wait for death. Just like this, the two sides chased each other. 15 minutes later, the distance between Jiang Xi and Perfected Lord Heisha was reduced to less than 100,000 kilometers. With the relative speed of the two, it would only take 2 seconds for them to come into contact. Jiang Xi flashed twice and stopped in the air above a primitive forest. Whoosh, a black figure also stopped in the air above the primitive forest. Perfected Lord Heisha caught up and stood opposite Jiang Xi. He wore black armor and had 6 black horns on his head. Although he was a rank 4 perfected lord, he still maintained the appearance of a young man. He was somewhat similar to Jiang Xi's current appearance of Perfected Lord Wu De. Perfected Lord Wu De also had the appearance of a young man and wore silver armor. I am Perfected Lord Heisha. Perfected Lord Heisha's voice was very sharp. He stared at Jiang Xi's armor with a burning gaze. Human Perfected Lord Wu De, Jiang Xi said in a low voice, Perfected Lord Heisha of the Hunzi race, why are you chasing me? He deliberately emphasized his race identity to deter Perfected Lord Heisha. The Hunzi race was a top race and under normal circumstances, they did not dare to offend a top race. There seems to be some connection between our armor true treasures. I want your silver armor. State your terms. True Monarch Blacktime said with a grin. A rank 4 supreme treasure. Jiang Xi also smiled. He was happy to see this kind of transaction that dragged out time. Every second counted. Perfected Lord Heisha's face darkened. A rank 4 supreme treasure, even if the two armors were combined, it would probably only be a rank 4 supreme treasure. Now, he wanted to use a rank 4 supreme treasure to exchange for a human silver armor. Only if he was stupid. Moreover, rank 4 supreme treasures were basically in the hands of Dao Lords. If he really had such a supreme treasure, why would he waste his breath here? He would directly destroy this human. You don't want to exchange? Perfected Lord Heisha's gaze was sharp. Aren't you the same? Jiang Xi chuckled. The sky above the primitive forest fell silent. Boom. The two attacked almost at the same time. Jiang Xi merged his body with his sword, and 600,000 feet long sword lights circled around him. He used a pinnacle secret technique, sweeping up waves of energy storms that attacked Perfected Lord He Shi. Perfected Lord He Shi took out a black saber and slashed out. The saber light formed a river that covered the space. Their secret technique attacks collided in the air. Rumble, a huge explosion occurred, and the explosive energy swept out. In the end, Jiang Xi's 6 sword lights were annihilated. Only half of Perfected Lord He Shi's saber light remained, and it continued to charge at Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi was somewhat puzzled. He felt that Perfected Lord He Shi's attack did not seem to be that powerful. It was inferior to Perfected Lord Li Sheng's rain of poison thorns. Whoosh, half of the saber light landed on Jiang Xi's body. After the triple mountain armor counteracted it, and the strength of his body that was close to a high-grade immortal artifact, 70% of his body was annihilated. He only needed to use a healing immortal pill to instantly recover from this level of injury. Therefore, Perfected Lord He Shi could not threaten him at all. How is this possible? Perfected Lord He Shi was shocked. He was a rank 4 Perfected Lord. Under normal circumstances, he could completely suppress a rank 3 Perfected Lord, even if the other party was a sword cultivator. Because he cultivated the saber Dao, in terms of attack power, it was not inferior to the sword Dao. Could it be because of that silver armor? His is also a rank 3 supreme treasure? Perfected Lord He Shi guessed. He knew that things were troublesome. Your attack doesn't seem to be able to hurt me. Jiang Xi smiled. You don't even have a chance to touch me, Perfected Lord He Shi snorted. Then neither of us can do anything to each other. Jiang Xi's smile did not change. Also, I've already called my companions over. I hope you can stay a little longer. Jiang Xi waved the communication bead in his hand and bluffed. Your supreme treasure will be mine sooner or later. Perfected Lord He Shi turned and left. Whether the human was bluffing or not, there was no point in him staying here. Chapter 565. Jiang Xi didn't stay either. He glanced at Perfected Lord Blacktime's departing figure. Then, he quickly left this place and found another place to hide. The battle just now was very valuable to Jiang Xi. At least, it allowed him to figure out Perfected Lord Blacktime's strength. The information that Perfected Lord Winesword collected for him previously said that Perfected Lord Blacktime could escape unscathed from a rank 5 true lord. This information scared Jiang Xi. He thought that Perfected Lord Blacktime's combat strength was very strong. But now, it seemed that Perfected Lord Blacktime's attack was actually only that of an ordinary rank 4 true lord. He should be able to withstand the attack of a rank 5 true lord with that supreme treasure black armor and escape unscathed. Moreover, his saber Dao secret technique is only at the initial peak. It's far inferior to my Mountain Sea Sword Sutra, Jiang Xi concluded in his heart. The Mountain Sea Sword Sutra was already at the limit of the pinnacle secret technique. In terms of actual combat, it was far superior to other pinnacle secret techniques. In that case, as long as I can get a sword-type supreme treasure, I'll have a chance to fight Perfected Lord Blacktime. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. Coincidentally, he had obtained the token of the Chaotic Heaven Immortal Abode. After handing it over to his race, he would receive a large number of supreme treasure points. A sword-type supreme treasure was already reserved. Now, I'll wait for 7th senior brother to come. Jiang Xi completely concealed his aura and hid in a cave. More than half an hour had passed since he obtained the golden Rubik's Cube. With Dao Lord's speed, he should be arriving at the ancient immortal world from the original universe. Just as he was thinking this, suddenly, buzz, heaven and earth instantly darkened. To be precise, the entire 629 planet fell into darkness. A pressure that came from the depths of the soul enveloped every perfected lord on this planet. Time and space all fell into a strange fluctuation. Controlling time and space, Dao Lord was here. Who is it? Is it 7th senior brother? Jiang Xi's eyes widened. This was the first time he saw Dao Lord in action. In the sky above the strange stone forest where Jiangxi had stopped, previously perfected Lord Genkong's black and white sword beams wreaked havoc, completely suppressing perfected Lord Wangshu and perfected Lord Fengsheng. After the world fell into darkness, the 3 rank 4 true monarchs stopped at the same time. Haha, Lord Anlan is here. True Lord Wangliang and True Lord Fengsheng laughed loudly. True Monarch Genkong's eyes flashed with a cold light. However, with the arrival of the Dao Lord, he did not dare to act recklessly. Dao Lords could wipe him out with a single thought. At this moment, the pressure brought about by the Dao Lord suddenly increased, and monstrous demonic aura spread throughout the entire planet. Wherever the grey demonic chi passed, perfected lords below rank 4 trembled uncontrollably and knelt on the ground. Not good. Sage Genkong's expression changed. This was a Daolord's search technique. Since spiritual senses were greatly restricted in the ancient immortal world, Dao Lords could only use space-time manipulation to search for their targets. If Dao Lord Anlan were to continue searching like that, he would definitely find perfected Lord Wu De. Although the surging demonic chi had not spread to Jiangxi's hiding place yet, Jiangxi had already sensed that something was wrong. If 7th senior brother, Emperor Lord Mi Luo, came, he would not need to control spacetime at all and could directly take him away. Therefore, the one who came was a Dao Lord of the demon race. Jiangxi could vaguely sense a powerful aura spreading in all directions. In just a moment, it would cover the area he was in. Escape. There was nowhere to run. The spacetime of this planet was already controlled by the Dao Lord. As long as he dared to move, he would immediately be discovered. The dangerous aura was getting closer and closer. Jiangxi could already clearly sense that monstrous demonic chi. However, at this moment, ripples appeared in the completely dark sky, as if it was being torn apart. Bright yellow light shone through the cracks in the wall. One could see that in the sky above the ancient immortal world, outside the invisible barrier. The grey air current that was originally flowing slowly was churning rapidly, as if it had been stimulated by something. Mi Luo, why are you here? A voice of shock and anger spread throughout the entire planet. Haha, Anlan, long time no see. You still like to bully these little perfected lords. Is it fun? A mellow and gentle voice sounded in the sky above planet 629. At the same time, the darkness between heaven and earth was constantly shrinking. The monstrous demonic chi that seemed to have a mind of its own was frantically struggling, but it could not block the bright yellow light. In the end, it could only occupy a corner of this planet. Emperor Lord Mi Luo controlled this space-time. Rumble, all the perfected lords on this planet saw that 2 enormous phantoms covered the sky of this planet. A bright yellow figure swung a golden scepter and smashed it into a huge creature with 16 long legs. It was an ordinary attack, but it seemed to have mobilized the power of the entire spacetime, completely crushing Dao Lord Anlan. Mi Luo. Dao Lord Anlan's angry roar sounded again. If you don't retreat, you'll have to leave 2 legs behind, Emperor Lord Mi Luo said with a smile. Roar. The monstrous demonic chi boiled and finally calmed down. On planet 629, the remaining corner of darkness also disappeared. Dao Lord Anlan had retreated. Not only that, but in the sky above the strange stone forest. Seeing that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, perfected Lord Wangqiu and perfected Lord Mi Sheng had already flown to the nearest vortex and fled. All the perfected lords on this planet were fleeing, worried that this human Dao Lord would start a massacre. However, this was just a petty person measuring the heart of a gentleman. Emperor Lord Mi Luo was a proper emperor of the heavenly court. He did not continue to attack. The spacetime of planet 629 returned to normal. Although Dao Lord Anlan had already retreated, Jiangxi did not move and continued to remain vigilant. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him without a sound. 7th senior brother. Jiangxi was startled at first, but then he was pleasantly surprised. Junior brother, I'm not late, am I? Emperor Lord Mi Luo smiled. Haha, just in time. Thank you for saving me, 7th senior brother. Jiangxi bowed seriously. Then come with me and leave the ancient immortal world. Emperor Lord Mi Luo nodded. Jiang Xi returned to the human territory and followed Emperor Lord Mi Luo to the heavenly court. He then temporarily stayed in one of the heavenly court's immortal palaces. Not long after, a large number of perfected lords came to visit. With the token of the chaotic heaven immortal abode in hand, perfected Lord Wu De's name was known by every perfected lord of the human race. Moreover, perfected Lord Wu De's reputation was not well known and was very mysterious. Now, he had suddenly appeared and even managed to obtain an immortal abode token in the ancient immortal world, where perfected lords were as common as clouds. This meant that he was not weak. Naturally, everyone wanted to befriend him. Jiang Xi's attitude was to not refuse anyone. After all, he could befriend so many perfected lords. Of course, he did not forget about the supreme treasure he had borrowed. Many of these perfected lords were the ones who had madly belittled and ridiculed him. They thought that he was going to die in the ancient immortal world and that he was giving away supreme treasures to the other races. He clearly remembered this debt. However, he was now perfected Lord Wu De. He still had to make friends. Borrowing supreme treasures was a small matter. It was not a matter of life and death. Yes, I'm not that vengeful. Jiang Xi thought. While Jiang Xi and the human perfected lords were chatting in the Skyspan Mountain River diagram, a huge long stone table appeared in the starry sky where the myriad immortal assembly had been held. There was a black throne at each end of the long stone table. On both sides, there were 11 golden thrones. In total, there were 24 thrones. At this moment, 23 figures with ethereal auras appeared on the thrones one after another. A middle-aged man in white sat on the black throne. He was the strongest person of the human race, the Daoist sect's Tomorrow Lord. After that, Dao Lord Nine Clouds sat on the first seat on the left. There was also a Dao Lord sitting on the other seats. Only the black throne at the top was empty. Nine Clouds, why are you in such a hurry to convene a Dao Lord meeting? Tomorrow Lord asked with a serious expression. Dao Lord meetings were rarely held. Every time, it would be held when something important happened to the development of the human race. Moreover, only Tomorrow Lord and Dao Lord Nine Clouds were qualified to hold this meeting. In the past, it might not even be held once in 100,000 eras. However, in the past 10,000 years, the Dao Lord meetings had been held twice. The last time was more than 5,000 years ago. Because of the discovery of the Dao Alliance's ancestral land, Earth, Dao Lord Nine Clouds gathered all the experts above the Dao Lord level to discuss the ownership of Earth. At that time, everyone voted and finally decided to give Jiang Xi 2 choices. One was to transfer the ownership of Earth to the Heavenly Court. The other was to transfer Earth's Grotto Heaven world to the Heavenly Court. Unexpectedly, Jiang Xi chose the second choice. Then what was the purpose of this Dao Lord meeting? All the Dao Lords looked at Dao Lord Nine Clouds curiously. Dao Lord Nine Clouds turned to Emperor Mi Luo. Mi Luo, you speak. As the Emperor of the Heavenly Court, Dao Lord Mi Luo could only be ranked 7th in this meeting. He said, everyone, the third token of the chaotic heaven immortal abode has appeared. As soon as he said that, the meeting immediately became lively. Tomorrow Lord's eyes lit up. That token of a 6th grade supreme treasure? Every time the ancient immortal world opens, precious supreme treasures are more likely to appear in the first 10,000 years. The supreme treasures in the chaotic heaven immortal abode are definitely the most valuable treasures in the ancient immortal world. As for those 4 tokens, they represent 4 chances to fight for the treasures. They are also incomparably precious. Mi Luo, who obtained the third token? Do we humans still have a chance? After the lively discussion, everyone's gazes fell on Emperor Mi Luo. Mi Luo smiled. That item has already been obtained by us humans. Haha, that's good. That's great. This way, we humans will have a chance to fight for that supreme treasure. That's right. If we can get our hands on a 6th grade offensive supreme treasure, we humans will have one more supreme treasure. The Dao Lords were extremely excited. Even Tomorrow Lord was unable to maintain his calm, joy appearing on his face. Who has the token? Tomorrow Lord asked. It's with my disciple, Jiang Xi. Dao Lord Nine Clouds smiled. These peak existences of the human race were all stunned. Jiang Xi, the overlord of the Tao Alliance's ancestral land? Their impression of Jiang Xi was still from more than 5,000 years ago. This was because this was the only thing that could attract the attention of the Tao Lords about Jiang Xi. As for Jiang Xi's alias of Mountain Sea Sword Immortal and becoming an invincible tribulation transcender in the foreign battlefield, only Tao Lord Nine Clouds and Emperor Mi Luo knew about this. The high and mighty Tao Lords would not pay attention to matters at the tribulation transcender level. Therefore, these Tao Lords were puzzled. That little guy who was willing to give up the great temptation and choose to retain sovereignty over Earth, did he have the strength to go to the ancient immortal world? He had cultivated for less than 10,000 years, right? Nine Clouds, that little guy shouldn't have become an immortal yet, right? Tomorrow Lord frowned slightly. He had the same question. He hasn't become an immortal yet. Tao Lord Nine Clouds nodded and then said, however, he already has the strength of a third-rank true monarch. This time, he used the alias of true monarch Wu De and wandered the ancient immortal world. By chance, he obtained the token of the chaotic heaven immortal abode. The Tao Lords looked at each other in dismay. A Tao integration cultivator actually has the strength of a third-rank true monarch? Has there ever been such a genius in the history of our human race? Very few. Some Tao Lords had intended to suggest that the true monarch powerhouse who obtained the token directly hand it over to the race. Now, they were beginning to hesitate. It seemed that such a genius could not be forced to hand over the token with such a forceful method. Emperor Mi Luo paid attention to the changes in the expressions of some of the Tao Lords. His original idea was to let Jiang Xi continue to hide under the identity of true monarch Wu De. However, Tao Lord Nine Clouds chose to announce Jiang Xi's identity. Previously, he had some doubts. Now, Emperor Mi Luo finally understood why his master did this. If it was just that true monarch Wu De had obtained the token of the chaotic heaven immortal abode, the attitude of these Tao Lords would definitely be very tough and directly ask true monarch Wu De to hand over the token to the race. This way, it might cause Jiang Xi to be estranged from the race. It was not that these Tao Lords liked to bully the weak or be domineering. Tao Lords had lived for countless epochs and had experienced countless calamities. When they considered problems, they would often prioritize the interests of their race. Therefore, it was very easy for them to overlook the feelings of lower-level cultivators. Mi Luo was the heavenly courts emperor who ruled over the 9 realms of the Tao Alliance. He had seen many human geniuses betray the human race because of similar matters. They either joined other races or established their own races. As for Jiang Xi, the race had already been tough on him once because of the issue of Earth's ownership. For a young fellow who had cultivated for less than 10,000 years, he might not have a sense of belonging to the human race of the Tao Alliance. Moreover, this was the most talented genius that had appeared only a few times in the entire history of the human race. No one would believe that he did not have any pride. The more talented a person was, the easier it was for them to have a strange temper. Now, if the race were to be tough on Jiang Xi one more time, it might cause Jiang Xi's heart to turn cold and he might really think of betraying the human race. If they chose to publicize Jiang Xi's true strength and let the Tao Lords see Jiang Xi's talent, they would avoid this situation from happening. The situation had indeed developed this way. After the Tao Lords fell silent, Ming Tianming spoke. 9 firmaments, you're Jiang Xi's master. Go talk to him and see what he thinks. As long as he's willing to hand it over, the conditions can be discussed. He paused for a moment before continuing. The Hun Tian immortal manner is of great importance. In short, try to get him to hand it over to the race. Tao Lord 9 firmaments nodded. I'll ask him now. Wait a moment. Jiang Xi actually didn't know much about the Hun Tian immortal manner, nor did he know that there was a 6th-grade supreme treasure inside. Due to the urgency of the situation, True Lord Lickersword had only explained the severity of the matter to him without saying too much. Now, he had a more detailed understanding of the Hun Tian immortal manner after talking with the experts of the True Lord Hall. This immortal manner had already appeared on a planet in the ancient immortal world when it had first opened. Then, It had triggered the first large-scale battle. The blood of the true Lord had poured on the ground in front of the immortal manor, and a stone tablet had broken out of the ground. From the stone tablet, everyone had learned the details of the immortal manor. An attack-type 6th grade supreme treasure of origin, Jiang Ci coveted it. Originally, he had wanted to hand over the immortal manor's token to the race and use the supreme treasure points to exchange for a sword-type supreme treasure. But now, he had changed his mind. A token represents a chance to enter the immortal manor. I can keep the token and enter the Hun Tien immortal manor after transcending the tribulation and becoming an immortal, or even after reversing life and death. The opening of the ancient immortal world will last for an era, which is 36 million years. With the speed of my improvement, I might have a chance to fight for a 6th grade supreme treasure. There were probably only a few 6th grade supreme treasures of origin in the entire human race. In other words, there weren't many even if all the races in the universe combined. Cultivation, Tao arts, secret techniques, and supreme treasures were all closely related to one's strength. If one wanted to become a pinnacle powerhouse, none of these four could be missing. Jiang Ci was carefully calculating in his heart when he received a message from his master, Tao Lord Nine Clouds. Master! Jiang Ci's intuition told him that Tao Lord Nine Clouds was looking for him because of the token of the Hun Tien immortal manor. He didn't hesitate and accepted the message. Then, a wisp of his spiritual consciousness, through the communication bead, turned into a transmission phantom and arrived at the Nine Clouds realm. In the sea of corpses, he saw Tao Lord Nine Clouds slaughter doppelganger. Disciple greets master. Jiang Ci bowed respectfully. You're lucky. Tao Lord Nine Clouds smiled. Thank you for the compliment, master. Jiang Ci also smiled. To be praised as lucky by one of the top 3 pinnacle powerhouses of the human race, that was really good. You should have guessed the purpose of my message, right? Tao Lord Nine Clouds said, Master, is it for the token of the Hun Tien immortal manor? Jiang Ci wasn't surprised. That's right. Tao Lord Nine Clouds nodded. This token is related to the fate of the human race. This shocked Jiang Ci. It's related to the fate of the human race? The human race was a pinnacle race, the strongest pinnacle race. Was a 6th-tier supreme treasure that important? Tao Lord Nine Clouds' gaze was deep as he explained, because of the 3 pinnacle races, the demon race and the ghost race each have their own 6th-tier offensive supreme treasures. Only the human race doesn't. Back then, the human race was able to occupy the best territory in the universe mainly because of the Tongtian Mountain River diagram. However, the Tongtian Mountain River diagram is a very special supreme treasure that can't increase one's strength. If we have another 6th-tier offensive supreme treasure, we will have a greater advantage in the race war. Jiang Ci fell silent. This was something he hadn't expected. The human race was already so strong, but they didn't even have a decent offensive supreme treasure. The race war wasn't just a competition of overall strength, but also of individual strength. The 3 pinnacle races each had a heavenly venerable expert. This was where the confidence to stand at the top of the universe came from. The demon race and ghost races' heavenly venerables all had 6th-tier offensive supreme treasures. The human race didn't have a heavenly venerable, so the human race was at a disadvantage in this level of competition. It was no wonder that the human race couldn't completely conquer the 2 pinnacle races despite having such a huge advantage. Considering this, a 6th-tier offensive supreme treasure was indeed related to the fate of the human race. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments continued earnestly, Today, I'm not talking to you as a master. Instead, I'm negotiating with you as a Tao Lord of the human race. I hope you can hand over the token of the Hun Tien immortal manor to the human race. You can state your conditions. River Word had never seen his master Nine Firmaments speak to him in such a manner and tone. He knew that his master was a pinnacle expert who truly cared about the development of the human race. He was an existence worthy of respect. For the sake of the human race, Tao Lord Nine Clouds could use a negotiating stance to talk to his youngest disciple. If it were any other Tao Lord, their attitude would probably be very firm. They might even order him to hand over the token similarly, Jiang Xi also knew that he had to hand over the token today. Of course, he could choose not to hand it over. However, Tao Lord Nine Clouds might not say anything, but the other Tao Lords of the human race might have opinions about him. Unless he didn't want to stay in the human race, then he could ignore the Tao Lord's attitudes. However, this was impossible. Could he take Earth and leave the human race's territory? Jiang Xi still didn't have the idea of leaving the human race. Then, it was time to consider how to maximize the benefits. While Jiang Xi was deep in thought, Tao Lord Nine Clouds didn't rush him. He understood his disciple's temperament. He knew that Jiang Xi wouldn't have any thoughts of betraying the human race. Therefore, he took the initiative to announce Jiang Xi's strength to the other Tao Lords to fight for the benefits that Jiang Xi deserved. Not betraying the human race didn't mean that he had to suffer losses and make sacrifices for the overall benefit of the human race. If it happened once or twice, Jiang Xi might not say anything. However, if it happened too many times, who would still consider the overall benefit of the human race? Humans were selfish, no matter how high their cultivation level or how strong they were. In fact, after Jiang Xi made the decision to hand over the token of the immortal abode, he already knew what he needed. He said without any hesitation, "Master, I can hand over the token." Tao Lord Nine Clouds smiled. However, Jiang Xi said seriously, "My condition is that the race returns the ownership of Earth's Grotto Heaven world to me. The people of the 3 gates and 6 sects will all leave Earth. Yes, take back Earth's Grotto Heaven world and chase those evil guests who forced their way into his home out of Earth." The Great Purge 1,000 years ago had already made Jiang Xi see the ambitions of these factions. They weren't willing to just occupy Earth's Grotto Heaven world. They had always wanted the entire Earth. Therefore, handing over the token in exchange for Earth's Grotto Heaven world was a good choice. Tao Lord Nine Clouds was a little surprised. This was because he knew that Jiang Xi had always wanted a sword-type supreme treasure. However, he didn't expect that Jiang Xi would give up a sword-type supreme treasure and put forward such a condition. He fell silent for a moment. Earth is the ancestral land of the Tao Alliance's human race. There are many implications. This isn't a decision that I can make alone. Give me a moment. Chapter 566. Within the Skyspan Mountain River diagram, the Tao Lord's meeting was still ongoing. Tao Lord Nine Firmament's spiritual body did not leave. He said to Venerable Ming and the other Tao Lords present, "Everyone, my disciple is willing to hand over the immortal abode token." All the Tao Lords immediately laughed. "Haha, very good. This child knows the big picture and cares about the big picture." As expected of a genius of the human race, everyone gave a similar evaluation. 9 firmaments. What conditions does he want? Just say it. Finally, a Tao Lord asked straightforwardly. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments smiled. Jiang Xi's condition is to take back the ownership of Earth's Grotto Heaven world. All the factions stationed on Earth will leave Earth. There were 24 thrones, 1 heavenly venerable and 22 Tao Lords. Apart from a few who did not change their smiles, the smiles on the faces of the other Tao Lords disappeared. Impossible. Absolutely not. He wants to exchange an immortal abode token for the ownership of Earth's Grotto Heaven world. His thinking too much. The Tao Lords whose smiles disappeared were all voices of objection. This was because the factions they controlled all had people stationed in 1 or more Grotto Heaven worlds on Earth. In the past 5,000 years, they had already witnessed the wonders and uniqueness of Earth. As long as a child was born on Earth, they would have stronger talent. When cultivating, there were very few bottlenecks and it was easier to encounter opportunities. It was just like how Earth's luck was higher than the outside world. To them, Earth was definitely a treasure land, the foundation of a powerful faction. 9 firmaments. Let him change the condition. Change the condition. Everything else can be discussed, but not this. There's no room for discussion. The Tao Lords said one after another. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments and his disciple, Emperor Mi Luo, looked at each other helplessly. It was obvious that Jiang Xi's condition had touched on the interests of these Tao Lords. As people with vested interests, they would definitely not be willing. It was still the same saying, everyone had their own selfish motives. Usually, the Tao Lords would consider things from the perspective of the overall interests of the human race. However, once it touched on their own interests, things were different. The 4 tokens of the chaotic heaven immortal abode only represent 4 chances. They don't represent the Tier 6 supreme treasure. A single talisman isn't enough to trade for Earth's estate world, another Tao Lord said. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments frowned when he heard this. Everyone, 5,000 years ago, we also held a meeting of Tao Lords to discuss the problem of Earth. In the end, Jiang Ci chose 100 billion points and the ownership of Earth's grotto heaven world. Now that he wanted to use the token of the immortal mansion to exchange for it, why couldn't he? Which is more valuable, 100 billion points or an immortal residence token? Zhu Xiao, a middle-aged Taoist with a red mole between his eyebrows, retorted, back then, Jiang Ci was just a nobody. 100 billion points was already a sky-high price for him. Furthermore, after more than 5,000 years of observation, you should all be clear about the uniqueness and wonders of Earth. After the various factions were stationed on Earth, the children born on Earth, no matter if it was talent, comprehension ability, or fortuitous encounters, they all far surpassed their peers with similar bloodlines. Not only that, but it was also easier for them to obtain fortuitous opportunities. In terms of cultivation, he rarely encountered bottlenecks. Even if there was a bottleneck, it would be easy to break through. These are the foundations of becoming a powerhouse. That is a magical planet, a place with great fortune. It is the ancestral land of our human race. Back then, I suggested that we directly take back all ownership of Earth. In order to maintain the fairness of the Heavenly Court's laws, you did not agree to this suggestion. In the end, you gave in to a little fellow. This time, we cannot give in any more. The middle-aged Taoist's tone was resolute and firm. I agree with what Chong Yuan said. Indeed, we cannot give in any more. Earth can continuously produce powerhouses. Its importance is no less than that of a 6th-grade supreme treasure. How can the ancestral land of our human race be completely in the hands of a little fellow? The Tao Lords who were against the idea spoke again, agreeing with Tao Lord Chong Yuan's words. Chong Yuan, and everyone else. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments was expressionless. What about the token of the immortal mansion? If we don't agree to this condition, Jiang Ci might not hand it over. The middle-aged Tao Lord Chong Yuan said in a deep voice, our human race does lack a 6th-grade supreme treasure. However, without this supreme treasure, we can still suppress the demons and ghosts. We will still be the strongest peak race. A 6th-grade supreme treasure is just icing on the cake for our human race. Although it will affect our race's fate to a certain extent, it is not to the point where our race's survival is at stake. Moreover, the token of the immortal mansion only represents a chance to obtain a 6th-grade supreme treasure. This opportunity is not limited to the ancient immortal world. In the Chaos Sea, if we dare to risk it, we will also have a chance to obtain a 6th-grade supreme treasure. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments smiled. Chong Yuan, how can the Chaos Sea compare to the ancient immortal world? Tao Lord Chong Yuan, who had a red mole between his eyebrows, had a dark expression. He wanted to say something. At this moment, Ming Ming, who was sitting on the black throne, gently knocked on the table and said softly, "All right, the discussion ends here." His voice was very gentle, but it was very intimidating. The Tao Lords all stopped arguing and turned their attention to Ming Ming. Even Tao Lord 9 Firmaments did not speak, expressing his respect for Ming Ming. 9 Firmaments. Ming Ming looked at Tao Lord 9 Firmaments and said, "Tell Jiang Ci that we cannot accept the condition of exchanging the token of the immortal mansion for the ownership of Earth's grotto heaven world. If he wants to continue handing over the token of the immortal mansion, we can still discuss other conditions. If he does not want to hand it over, we will not force him. As for the ownership of Earth's grotto heaven world, you can tell him that as long as he has enough strength, anything is possible." Understood. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments smiled softly. The Tao Lords who had objected just now all changed their expressions. Ming Ming, Celestial Lord. This won't do, Celestial Lord. Ming Ming's gentle smile disappeared, replaced by an extremely dignified expression. When Jiang Ci is qualified to sit at this long table, he will take back the ownership of Earth's grotto heaven world. All the Tao lords lowered their heads, not daring to refute. In the human race, if Ming Ming gave the order, it meant that there was no room for negotiation. No one could disobey the orders of a celestial lord. In the Nine Firmaments realm, Jiang Ci's transmission phantom stood in front of Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, waiting quietly. He knew that his master was discussing the conditions he had just proposed with the Tao lords. Soon, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments spoke again with a deep gaze and sighed softly. The Tao Lord meeting did not approve your conditions, but, he told him the final decision of the meeting. After Jiang Ci heard this, he fell silent. He was both angry and expectant. He was angry because the Three-Gate Six Sects had only used 100 billion points to forcefully occupy all the grotto heaven worlds on Earth. Now, he had used a token of the Hun Tien Immortal Mansion, a chance to compete for a 6-tier supreme treasure, to exchange for it. But he was still rejected. In terms of value, the token of the Immortal Mansion was definitely 1,000,000 or even 10 million times more valuable than 100 billion point. The importance of Earth was greater than he had imagined. He was looking forward to Ming Ming's promise to him. As long as he was qualified to sit at that long table and participate in the Tao Lord meeting, he could take back the ownership of Earth's grotto heaven worlds and drive away those evil guests. Soon. Isn't it just the strength of a Tao Lord? Soon. Jiang Ci's gaze was firm. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments seemed to understand the change in Jiang Ci's mood. He said, "Disciple, no matter where you are, you can't escape the words the strong are respected. Cultivate well, and anything is possible in the future. Your disciple will remember." Jiang Ci nodded. "Then are you still willing to hand over the token to the race?" Tao Lord Nine Firmaments asked expectantly. "Your disciple is willing." Jiang Ci smiled slightly, as if he was not affected at all. "All right, change your conditions. I'll help you consider," Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said. Jiang Ci pondered for a moment before saying, "Previously, I used the omniscient eye to appraise the value of the token of the Immortal Mansion. It's 100 supreme treasure points. Then on top of that 100 supreme treasure points, I'll add another 100 million supreme immortal crystals." Tao Lord Nine Firmaments shook his head. "You really dare to mention it?" Jiang Ci laughed. "Lord Tao Lords, you can't reject me twice in a row, right?" What he meant was that they had to be shameless. A moment later, this condition was passed at the Tao Lord meeting. However, the Tao Lords who objected had ugly expressions. They felt as if a piece of flesh had been dug out of their hearts. Heartache. This was because the 100 supreme treasure points and 100 million supreme immortal crystals seemed to be from the race's treasury, but in reality, it was from the Three Gates and Six Sects. To a certain extent, the race's treasury was equivalent to the Three Gates and Six Sects treasury. 100 supreme treasure points was equivalent to a top-tier 4th-tier supreme treasure. There were only a few of them in the entire human race. 100 million supreme immortal crystals was even more valuable. This was because supreme immortal crystals were a strategic resource for the human race. Even Tao Lords like them would find it difficult to withdraw so many supreme immortal crystals from the race's treasury. If not for the fact that they had rejected Jiang Ci on the issue of ownership of Earth's grotto heaven world, they would have been more than willing to negotiate. This time, they would have definitely haggled and suppressed Jiang Ci's conditions. However, they had already rejected him once. If they continued to suppress him, they would not be able to open their mouths. After all, they were all Tao Lords. They had to save face. Moreover, Jiang Ci was not someone without background. This little guy was not only a rare genius in the entire history of the human race, but he was also the disciple of Tao Lord Nine Heavens. Although Tao Lord Nine Heavens was kind, he would not sit by and watch his disciple be wantonly suppressed by other Tao Lords. Normal discussions and arguments were fine. But do you want to bully me? Absolutely not. Jiang Ci temporarily returned to Earth with some regret and anticipation. It was not that he regretted handing over the token of the immortal abode, but that he did not get back the ownership of Earth's grotto heaven world. He could indeed choose to leave the token of the immortal abode behind at the risk of offending many Tao lords. However, there were a total of 4 tokens of the immortal abode. Even if he had this token, he only had a 1 in 4 chance of winning that 6th-tier offensive supreme treasure. Moreover, Jiang Xi had already thought it through. When the time came, the 4 experts who could enter the Hun Tian immortal abode with the tokens would definitely be Tao lords or above. For example, the token that he had handed over to the human race. The final decision of the Tao Lord meeting was to let Tomorrow Venerable enter the Hun Tian immortal abode. If he chose to go alone in the future, he would need to have the strength of a heavenly venerable to have the confidence to win the 6th-tier offensive supreme treasure. Clearly, with his current cultivation, it would take a very long time to reach the heavenly venerable level. By then, perhaps a 6th-tier supreme treasure would be nothing in his eyes. Therefore, it was a wise choice to hand it over. Moreover, the benefits after handing it over were actually not small. Pak Sn Province, the cultivation room of Villa 92 in the Sky Pass district. After Jiang Xi returned to Earth, he entered seclusion to cultivate. There was only one goal in seclusion: to refine the supreme treasure. He flipped his hand and took out a dark long sword. Immediately, a special aura fluctuation spread out. There were circles of mysterious patterns on the sword, like vortexes that could devour a person's soul. Abyss Devour, a divine sword, a 4th-tier origin supreme treasure. It has a special armor-piercing effect and can greatly increase the power of attacks. Information about this supreme treasure appeared in his mind. He had spent 100 supreme treasure points to exchange for this from the clan's treasury. It was a top-tier 4th-tier offensive supreme treasure. It was also the only 4th-tier sword-type supreme treasure left in the human clan's treasury. With this supreme treasure, I'll have the strength to find that perfected Lord Haishi. Jiang Xi's eyes shone with a divine light. That guy had an incomplete part of the Triple Mountain. The Triple Mountain was only a 2nd-tier supreme treasure and looked ordinary. However, to Jiang Xi, the Triple Mountain was definitely an important part of his strength. With his Tao integration cultivation level, he could match a 3rd transformation True Lord and even fight a 4th transformation True Lord. In addition to cultivating 7 Tao techniques and many other secret techniques, another important thing he relied on was the armor-forming defensive effect of the Triple Mountain and the spatial imprisonment ability. The armor-forming effect of the Triple Mountain, coupled with the strength of his body, allowed him to not fear the attacks of a 4th transformation True Lord. The spatial imprisonment ability also allowed him to have some of the spatial techniques of a perfected Lord in the original universe. Judging from these 2 functions, the Triple Mountain was not simple at all. If it was just an ordinary armor-type supreme treasure, it definitely wouldn't have such powerful functions. The black armor on perfected Lord Haishi is an incomplete part of the Triple Mountain. If I can get it, the grade of the Triple Mountain will definitely increase again. By then, my strength will increase even further, Jiang Xi thought to himself. Then, he used his spiritual consciousness to scan the interior of the heavenly tower. Piles of mountains tens of thousands of feet high emitted a sparkling and rich light of immortal power. These were all supreme-grade immortal crystals. The heavenly tower was a special supreme treasure. If he wanted to refine it now, he would need to consume supreme-grade immortal crystals. This time, he had exchanged the Immortal Abode token for 100 million supreme-grade immortal crystals. It was enough for him to refine the heavenly tower to the 36th level. By then, he would be able to use 1% of the heavenly tower's power. This will take a long time, Jiang Xi sighed softly. Previously, in order to refine the heavenly tower to the 9th level, he had spent 1,000 years using the heavenly spirit origin liquid. Now, if he wanted to refine the heavenly tower to the 36th level, he would need even more time. Of course, if he transcended the tribulation and became an immortal, the spiritual power in his body would turn into immortal power, and his primordial spirit would be further strengthened. Then, the refining time would be correspondingly shortened by a lot. Transcending the tribulation and becoming an immortal. Thinking of this, Jiang Xi frowned slightly. Because in the past 100 years in the ancient immortal world, he had fought countless times with the perfected lords of the foreign races. Every time, he had used the 6 styles of the Great Tao to the extreme, but he still could not find the inspiration for the 7th style. According to his plan, only by creating a complete Great Tao scroll could he ensure that nothing would go wrong when he transcended the tribulation. After refining the abyss-devouring divine sword, I will go to the ancient immortal world and continue to fight. Then, Jiang Xi took out the heavenly spirit origin liquid he had bought before returning to Earth and began to refine the stage 4 supreme treasure at 100 times the speed. The efficiency of the refinement was surprisingly high. Jiang Xi had originally estimated that it would take at least 1,000 years to refine the abyss-devouring divine sword. He did not expect to completely refine it in just 200 years. Previously, when he refined the 3rd level of the Triple Mountain, it took him more than 500 years. The problem was that the Triple Mountain was only a stage 2 supreme treasure. Could it be related to the quality of the supreme treasure itself? Jiang Xi carefully felt the connection between himself and the abyss-devouring divine sword. Although the Triple Mountain was a stage 2 supreme treasure, because it was incomplete, if it was a complete supreme treasure, perhaps the grade would be higher. It seems that the original grade of the Triple Mountain is higher than I thought. Jiang Xi was full of expectations. Next, he would enter the ancient immortal world again to hunt down perfected Lord Haishi. Jiang Xi's figure flashed and disappeared from the cultivation room. The next moment, he came to the rain viewing pavilion on Earth. Perfected Lord Liquor Sword's clone was sitting there drinking alone. Disciple greets master. Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. Going out again? Perfected Lord Liquor Sword asked with a smile. Yes, so I have to ask master for a favor first. Jiang Xi nodded. Oh. Perfected Lord Liquor Sword was very curious. Master, help me check the recent whereabouts of that perfected Lord Haishi that I asked you to check last time. He is not an ordinary rank 4 supreme, why are you checking his whereabouts? To hunt him down. Perfected Lord Liquor Sword put down his wine gourd and stared at Jiang Xi seriously for a while. Are you sure? Yes. Jiang Xi chuckled. How long has it been? Just over 300 years. You can already hunt down a rank 4 supreme? Perfected Lord Liquor Sword still could not believe it. He himself did not have this strength. I gave the Immortal Mansion token last time to the clan and exchanged it for a sword-type supreme treasure. It is very powerful. Jiang Xi did not hide perfected Lord Liquor Sword inexplicably let out a sigh of relief. Then he smiled and said, then you can go without worry. I will ask those friends to keep an eye out for perfected Lord Haishi's whereabouts. Once there is news, I will inform you immediately. Thank you, master. Jiang Xi thanked seriously. Then, he accompanied perfected Lord Liquor Sword to drink for a while before leaving Earth again. With his current strength, he was able to leave without a sound. In the entire Earth, only perfected Lord Liquor Sword and perfected Lord Ning Chu, who was overseeing Earth, could discover his movements. Ancient Immortal World, Planet 118. Jiang Xi walked leisurely in the primitive jungle full of golden leaves, as if he was taking a stroll. After obtaining the rank 4 supreme treasure abyss-devouring divine sword, there were not many experts in the ancient immortal world who could threaten him. Even a rank 5 true lord might not be able to stop him. Moreover, the number of rank 5 true lords was very small. There were 3,600 planets in the ancient immortal world. On average, 1 or 2 rank 5 true lords on each planet was not bad. In other words, the chances of him encountering a rank 5 true lord were very small. Therefore, Jiang Xi was completely taking a stroll, treating the ancient immortal world as a place to go for a walk. The towering ancient trees in this primitive jungle looked like ginkgo biloba, full of golden leaves. It was very artistic. However, these ancient trees were not ordinary. Even the golden leaves that had fallen naturally did not rot after countless years and were intact. When he stepped on the fallen leaves, there was only a pleasant rustling sound, but the leaves did not show any signs of breaking. Jiang Xi stopped and looked at a place 3,000 kilometers away. There was a slight fluctuation of aura there. In a flash, he arrived at the source of the aura. I just came to the ancient immortal world and I already encountered the birth of a supreme grade immortal weapon. Looks like my luck in this trip to the ancient immortal world won't be too bad. Jiang Xi smiled and flipped over the piled-up golden leaves, seeing the tip of a saber sticking out of the ground. He pulled it out easily and saw that it was a supreme-grade immortal weapon saber with a cold aura. The saber's name was engraved on the hilt. The words were very different from the current common language of the Tao Alliance, but the meaning could be easily understood by his spiritual sense. Imitation dragon saber? Jiang Xi was puzzled. Why was there a word imitation? Could it be that there was a supreme-grade treasure called dragon saber? Who forged all the treasures in the ancient immortal world? Jiang Xi wondered. Obviously, this could be seen from the imitation of the great dragon saber. The treasures in the ancient immortal world, whether they were immortal weapons, supreme-grade treasures, or immortal Tao materials, were all natural. None of them were formed naturally, but they were forged. Was there a powerful tribe that once inhabited this place? Or is this an ancient battlefield from the primordial era? What secrets are hidden in the ancient immortal world? And, it shouldn't be as simple as being close to the land of origin of the universe. Jiang Xi shook his head and thought of many things in an instant. 300,000 kilometers away, a giant figure more than 4,000 meters tall was flying toward the primordial forest with a powerful aura. This figure had a leopard head and a human body. The surface of his body was covered in a layer of sparkling white bones that looked like armor. The fact that he dared to travel alone in the ancient immortal world showed his strength. He was a rank 4 true monarch. Along the way, the true monarchs of other tribes sensed his aura and immediately ran away. That was because they recognized the origin of this figure. It was true monarch Zala of the demon race, an ancient existence. After the ancient immortal world opened, he had occupied planet 118 for a long time and was one of the top overlords of this planet. The aura was very weak just now, but it has completely disappeared now. It seems that it is at most a supreme-grade immortal weapon, true monarch Zala thought. However, he did not give up. Supreme-grade immortal weapons were also valuable. Since he was already here, he naturally could not give up. Whoosh whoosh, after 2 flashes, he arrived in the sky above the primordial forest where Jiang Xi was. That is human. True monarch Wu De. True monarch Zala's eyes lit up when he saw the silver-armored youth in the forest 200 years ago. The third token of the chaotic heaven immortal abode had appeared. The commotion it caused had already spread to all the 3,600 planets in the ancient immortal world. True monarch Wu De's name and image were also known by all the true monarchs. He first disappeared in the ancient immortal world, and now he has returned. He must have handed over the token of the immortal abode to the human race. With the value of the token of the immortal abode, he must have exchanged it for other supreme treasures from the human race. Moreover, it must be a supreme treasure of a high grade, at least a second-grade one. There was no news of him re-entering the ancient immortal world, so I should be the first to discover him. However, from the looks of it, he should have discovered me long ago and was waiting for me here. Could it be that he already has a supreme treasure and has the strength to match me? No, he is definitely not my match. True monarch Zala's thoughts spun rapidly. After hesitating, his eyes emitted a fiery light. He could easily kill a third revolution true monarch. At that time, the supreme treasure on true monarch Wu De would be his. Whoosh, true monarch Zala made his move. With a wave of his hand, he condensed a white bone spear that seemed to be able to pierce through the sky and charged straight at Jiang Xi. Chapter 567. In the forest, Jiang Xi had already discovered true monarch Cha Lane. He wanted to test his current strength, so he didn't leave. A 4th rank true monarch of the monster race? He's a good target to test my sword on. Facing true monarch Cha La, who was rushing down from the sky, Jiang Xi only made a simple movement. He swung his sword upwards. The 4th rank supreme treasure, abyss-devouring divine sword, let out a soft cry. The black divine sword emitted a green sword light that was cold and sharp. 6 styles of the great Tao wind sword style. Whoosh, the green sword light instantly streaked across true monarch Cha La's chest. The white bone armor didn't have much of an effect against the sword light. The special effect of Abyss Devouring Divine Sword was armor penetration. Thus, the green sword light, which was almost in its peak state, directly landed on True Monarch Chal's body. This was the indestructible substance in the body of a 4th rank True Monarch. In just an instant, it was annihilated by the green sword light. Without the indestructible substance, the immortal energy and primordial spirit were also annihilated. Both body and soul were destroyed. True Monarch Chal's eyes were only at a loss. He glanced at Jiang Ci and then disappeared with the wind. Only a silver-white armor and a white spear were left in the air. You killed a 4th rank True Monarch, experience points plus 40 billion. Jiang Ci was stunned for a moment, because this was the first True Monarch he killed. He didn't expect to get so much experience points. 40 billion for a 4th rank True Monarch? When he killed a 9th Tribulation Transcender, he only got 180,000 experience point. What a pity, what a pity, Jiang Ci lamented. If he had known earlier, he would have been more ruthless and killed more True Monarchs when he was in the ancient immortal world. After thinking for a while, Jiang Ci smiled and shook his head. Last time, I didn't have Abyss Devouring Divine Sword. Although I could suppress a 3rd rank True Monarch, the possibility of killing a True Monarch with an undying body was still very small. At that time, he mainly relied on defensive methods to protect his life. His real offensive power hadn't reached the level of being able to kill a True Monarch. Even if he encountered a 1st rank True Monarch or 2nd rank True Monarch, it would be very difficult for him to kill them. This was because True Monarchs below the 3rd transformation basically roamed the ancient immortal world in small teams. Their overall strength was also very strong. Under normal circumstances, only True Monarchs of the 4th transformation and above, as well as Dao Monarchs, had the strength to kill other True Monarchs with undying body. Now, I also have the strength. A smile appeared on Riverward's face. Moreover, he had killed a rank 4 True Monarch with a single slash. Using the Stage 4 Supreme Treasure, the Abyss Devourer Divine Sword, to execute the peak-tier secret technique, the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra, was 10,000 times, or even 100,000 times stronger than before. Then, Jiang Ci's figure flashed, and he put the silver-white armor, the white bone spear, and the storage ring of True Monarch Jia La into his storage magical treasure. Both of them are 1st-tier supreme treasures. Looks like this True Monarch Cha's status in the Yarrow race isn't low. After collecting the spoils of war, Jiang Ci merged with his sword and turned into a stream of green light, disappearing from the primitive forest. The quiet and ancient primitive forest returned to silence once more. The battle just now was too fast, and no traces were left behind here. No one would know that a lofty rank 4 True Monarch had died here. In the Yarrow race's territory, in one of the Holy Lands, the myriad Yarrow Starry Sea. In the starry sky, there were 6 Dao Monarch holy palaces of the Yarrow race. There were many large planets floating around each holy palace. True Monarch Jia La's clan, the Shen Leopard clan, lived on a large planet near the 3rd holy palace. This planet was called the Shen Leopard planet. The Shen Leopard clan could be considered a top-tier bloodline in the Yarrow race. Their overall strength could be ranked in the top 100 among all the bloodline clans of the Yarrow race. Although the Shen Leopard clan didn't have a Dao Monarch in terms of high-end strength, they had a total of 8 True Monarchs. These 8 True Monarchs of the Shen Leopard clan each had a palace on the Shen Leopard planet. True Monarch Jia La's palace contained the immortal energy clone that he had left behind after entering the ancient immortal world. The immortal energy clone was very weak and didn't have much combat strength. However, because it was connected to True Monarch Jia La's consciousness, it could guide the disciples in their cultivation and deal with the clan's affairs. At this time, there were 2 disciples of True Monarch Jia La standing respectfully below the main hall, listening to their master's teachings. Suddenly, the eyes of True Monarch Jia La's immortal energy clone on the throne of the palace opened wide, full of fear. "I am True Monarch Wu De, who?" The angry voice came to an abrupt end, and the immortal energy clone dissipated into thin air. At this time, the 2 disciples who were receiving True Monarch Jia La's teachings in the hall were greatly shocked. "Master, why did Master's immortal energy clone dissipate?" The two disciples of the Shen Leopard clan looked somewhat flustered. Did Master encounter some emergency in the ancient immortal world, so he withdrew his consciousness and dissipated his immortal energy clone? Quickly, take a look at the spiritual sense tokens that Master gave us. After a moment of panic, they hurriedly took out their spiritual sense tokens. The spiritual sense tokens were things that true monarch Jarlar had simply refined with his spiritual sense, and they contained his spiritual sense imprint. The disciples could ask true monarch Jarlar for help by crushing the tokens. Master's spiritual sense imprint is gone. One of the disciples cried out in fear. Mine is gone too. The other disciple also had a face full of fear. They knew very well what this meant. Unless the owner of the spiritual sense personally came to retrieve the spiritual sense imprint, or the owner of the spiritual sense had died. But now, true monarch Jarlar was not in the clan. There was only one possibility: true monarch Jarlar had died. The Shen Leopard clan is going to change. Quickly, inform the other patriarchs. The Shen Leopard clan had a total of 8 true monarchs, and true monarch Jarlar was the strongest one. Now that true monarch Jarlar had died, it was equivalent to the Shen Leopard clan's highest pillar falling. In the Demon clan, where internal competition was very fierce, the Shen Leopard clan's position in the Demon clan might be greatly reduced because of this, and the resources they received would also be reduced. Before long, the 4 true monarchs of the Shen Leopard clan who had not gone to the ancient immortal world rushed to the palace. All of them had solemn expressions, and the atmosphere in the hall was very gloomy and oppressive. Jarlar has really died. I saw it just now. Jarlar's life tablet has also shattered. He has indeed died. Jarlar is a rank 4 true monarch. Who can kill him? The opponent did not even give Jarlar a chance to ask for help. Moreover, Jarlar has a rank 1 defensive treasure, and even a rank 5 true monarch would not be able to kill him instantly. Could it be that a Dao monarch made a move? Even if it is not a Dao monarch, it must be an ancient and heaven-defying rank 5 true monarch. The 4 true monarchs of the Shen Leopard clan fell into silence. In the ancient immortal world, it was very difficult for rank 4 true monarchs to fall into a life and death crisis if they were careful. This was because once they encountered danger, they could escape in time with their rank 4 true monarch strength. Even if they encountered a Dao monarch, rank 4 true monarchs would have a chance to escape from the Dao monarch spacetime range. Even Jarlar was killed instantly, so we can forget about taking revenge personally. The enemy is not someone our Shen Leopard clan can afford to provoke. Sigh, then let's report this to Lord Dao Monarch Devouring Moon. Our Shen Leopard clan is subordinate to Lord Devouring Moon. Only this Dao Monarch expert has the chance to take revenge for Jarlar. The 4 true monarchs sighed sorrowfully. They had lived for countless years and could have continued to live together, but Jarlar had passed away first. In the hall, the 2 disciples of true monarch Jarlar did not dare to speak in this oppressive atmosphere. Finally, one of the disciples gritted his teeth and mustered his courage, saying, "For ancestors." The 4 true monarchs looked at him. The disciple continued with a sorrowful expression. Before Master died, he called out a name. "Who is it?" The 4 true monarchs shouted at the same time. True monarch Wu De. The 4 true monarchs of the Shen Leopard clan looked at each other with disbelief. 200 years ago, that true monarch Wu De who obtained the token of the chaotic heaven immortal abode in the ancient immortal world. Impossible, right? He is only a rank 3 true monarch. He is not Jarlar's match. I think Jarlar might have fallen into a trap set by the humans. Everyone knows that true monarch Wu De obtained the token of the chaotic heaven immortal abode. Therefore, the humans specifically used true monarch Wu De as bait to lure the true monarchs of other races into the trap. Then, they would let the rank 5 true monarchs and even Dao monarchs lying in ambush take action. Treacherous humans. Let's not make wild guesses. No matter what, with our strength, we definitely won't be able to take revenge. Now, we can only report the situation to Dao monarch Swallowing Moon and let him make a decision. The 4 true monarchs nodded. In the ancient immortal world, Jiangxi was flying unhurriedly in the sky above planet 118. He didn't choose to hide in this place and wait for the treasure to appear like a rabbit in a tree stump. Because his plan for this trip to the ancient immortal world was very clear, It was to fight. I am true monarch Wu De. I obtained the token of the chaotic heaven immortal abode. It is a big fish. True monarchs of other races, come and kill me. Jiangxi had a smile on his face. He was fishing. He was waiting for the next expert of other races like true monarch Jia La to take the bait and enter the trap. With my current strength, the efficiency of waiting is too slow. Only through fighting can I gain more. Not only the treasures of other races, but also the experience point. During his previous trip to the ancient immortal world, he had only obtained one rank 1 true treasure in 100 years. How long had it been since then? True monarch Jia La alone had brought him 2 rank 1 true treasures and 40 billion experience point. Jiangxi was filled with anticipation. 3 hours later, Jiangxi did not deliberately conceal his aura and flew above a vast mountain range. In the mountain range, 2 rank 3 true monarchs from the palace feather race were hiding here, waiting for the treasure to appear. There is movement. A true monarch is approaching. The 2 true monarchs of the palace feather race immediately became vigilant. In just a moment, they saw the silver figure. It is true monarch Wu De, the one who obtained the token of the chaotic heaven immortal abode. He is alone. There is a chance. The 2 true monarchs of the palace feather race were pleasantly surprised. They knew that this was a big fish. Even if true monarch Wu De had given the token to the human race, he must have other high-grade true treasures on him. He is also a rank 3 true monarch. Once we attack, we cannot give him any chance. When he is 10,000 kilometers away from us, we will attack immediately, with our strength. They were formulating a battle plan when suddenly, boom, 200,000 kilometers away, a giant golden fist condensed in the air and smashed toward the silver figure. At the same time, 3 figures with the aura of experts surrounded him from 3 directions. Not good. Someone beat us to it. It is the 3 fellows from the flying god race. Don't bother about the battle plan. Attack. The 2 true monarchs of the palace feather race were shocked. Then, they roared and rushed over. This scene also made the 3 true monarchs of the flying god race anxious. Everyone was in the same area. Although they could not do anything to each other, they knew each other's background. If they did not end the battle quickly, once the fight started, it was hard to say who the big fish would be. Attack with all your might. Try to end the battle in 1 second. Don't let the palace feather race snatch true monarch Wu De. As the big fish, Jiangxi was very calm at first. He flew above the mountain range at a moderate speed. When the giant golden fist and the 3 figures appeared, he immediately recognized the other party's information. The Flying God Race's True Monarchs team. 2 rank 3 true monarchs and 1 rank 2 true monarch. They are all true monarchs from top races. Killing them is not difficult. The Flying God Race was similar to the angels in Western mythology on Earth. The 3 true monarchs of the Flying God Race had white wings. However, their faces were ferocious like ghosts. They were good at speed and did not have high physical defense. They were far inferior to the true monarchs of the demon race. There are 2 more. Jiangxi saw the 2 true monarchs of the palace feather race rushing toward him from 200,000 kilometers away. Then I have to save some strength. I can't kill the true monarchs of the flying god race instantly. Otherwise, I will scare the prey away. At that thought, Jiangxi pretended to panic and took the giant golden fist head-on. Then, he suddenly increased his speed and flew in another direction. At the same time, the commotion caused by this exchange spread out. Quick! Don't let him get away. The 3 true monarchs of the flying god race were even more anxious. They flapped their wings and chased after him. At the same time, they shouted to the 2 true monarchs of the palace feather race, the commotion just now will definitely attract more true monarchs. Although they are far away, they will be here soon. If this drags on, we won't have any chance. So, why don't we join forces and kill true monarch Wu De together? Then, we will split the spoils equally. How about that? Damn it! The 2 true monarchs of the palace feather race were furious. They were the ones who discovered him first. However, the current situation was just as the other party had said. They could not delay for too long. Deal. Both parties reached an agreement. Then, the 5 true monarchs used their fastest speed to surround Jiangxi. Especially the 3 true monarchs of the flying god race. They were even faster and caught up to Jiangxi in no time. The distance between the two parties was less than 10,000 kilometers. Haha, human, die. The true monarchs of the flying god race laughed maniacally. The giant golden fist and the wings were like blades, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they attacked riverward. Heh. Jiangxi chuckled. The distance was about right. With a backhand slash, the Abyss Devourer divine sword emitted a red sword light and disappeared in a flash. 6 stances of the Great Tao, fire sword stance. The 3 true monarchs of the flying god race were puzzled when they saw the smile on Jiangxi's face. The next moment, they realized. When the violent red sword light swept past their bodies began to disintegrate and their essence spirits began to collapse. The indestructible substance that guaranteed their endless lifespan was annihilated in an instant. You killed a second-rank true monarch. Experience points plus 20 billion, you killed a third-rank true monarch. Experience points plus 30 billion, you killed a third-rank true monarch. Experience points plus 30 billion, instant kill. This scene scared the 2 true monarchs of the palace feather race silly. Run. He's not true monarch Wuda at all. This is a trap set by the human race. This is definitely the strength of a 5th-rank true monarch. Despicable humans. They set up a trap for us. The 2 3rd-rank true monarchs did not even think and immediately fled frantically. But at this moment, they were only 30,000 kilometers away from Jiangxi. How could they escape? A green sword light that was much faster than them swept past their bodies. 6 styles of the Great Tao, wind sword style. These 2 true monarchs who were full of confidence just now also disappeared with the wind. You killed a 3rd-rank true monarch. Experience points plus 30 billion, you killed a 3rd-rank true monarch. Experience points plus 30 billion, 2 consecutive notifications sounded on the experience panel almost at the same time. Instant kill again. This feeling of fishing is not bad. Jiangxi collected the spoils of war scattered in the air. 1 stage 1 supreme treasure and countless other treasures. In the next month, Jiangxi constantly used this method to fish and attract those true monarchs of other races. Under the temptation of the supreme treasures, those true monarchs of other races would immediately surround him as long as they saw him. Of course, the outcome was no surprise. They all became Jiangxi's experience points and contributed a large number of treasures at the same time. However, as time passed, a large number of true monarchs died, causing the other true monarchs to notice something strange. In particular, some of the true monarchs shouted the name of true monarch Wuda before they died. The 2 peak races, the demon race and the ghost race, were the first to remind their races. They told those true monarchs who were wandering in the ancient immortal world to be careful of true monarch Wuda of the human race. This human powerhouse who was originally a 3rd-rank true monarch might now be a 5th-rank true monarch in disguise. Not long after, the true monarchs of the various races on planet 118 who were well informed also knew the true strength of true monarch Wuda. They were all convinced that the so-called true monarch Wuda was definitely an ancient human true monarch in disguise, specially used to trick other races. Therefore, this caused the difficulty of Jiangxi's fishing to increase. Only those true monarchs of other races who were not well informed would take the initiative to jump out when they saw Jiangxi. As for those who were well informed, they would run far away. What a good opportunity, Jiangxi sighed softly. Gone just like that. In the past month, he had killed a total of 3 4th-rank true monarchs, 48 3rd-rank true monarchs, and 14 2nd-rank true monarchs. After conversion, that would be 1,840 billion experience points. There were also many treasures, a total of 1 stage 2 supreme treasure and 8 stage 1 supreme treasures. This kind of harvest was something that Jiangxi had never expected before entering the ancient immortal world for the 2nd time. Unfortunately, such a good opportunity was gone. Should I change my identity and continue? Jiangxi thought for a moment and shook his head. The identity of true monarch Wu De was a big fish because he had obtained the token of the Hun Tian immortal abode previously. If he changed his identity, it would be very difficult to attract the attention of so many true monarchs. Let's wait. Let's wait for Master Wine Sword to find traces of true monarch Black Time. After that, Jiang Xi continued to wander around planet 118. When he encountered treasures, he would directly kill them halfway. This way, he could kill many true monarchs and obtain treasures at the same time. On this day, when Jiang Xi was flying slowly above a lake, he received a message from his master, True Monarch Wine Sword. His eyes lit up. It's here. Soon, True Monarch Wine Sword informed him of True Monarch Black Time's current location. Planet 1925. Jiang Xi immediately changed direction and flew toward the Whirlpool Passage to Planet 1925. Planet 1925, in the sky above a desert. True Monarch Black Time, who was wearing black armor, had just come out of his hiding place and participated in a treasure battle as a rank 4 True Monarch with a stage 3 armor supreme treasure. He could be called the overlord of this planet. Therefore, in this treasure battle, he naturally obtained a complete victory. But now, True Monarch Black Time was not happy. Because during the battle just now, he discovered that among the True Monarchs watching from afar, there was a human True Monarch team. Human race. I'm leaving this place. True Monarch Black Time did not hesitate. He was very concerned about True Monarch Wu De's movements, so of course, he had heard that True Monarch Wu De had entered the ancient immortal world again. Originally, he wanted to hunt, but the information he collected later made him dispel this idea. The news of True Monarch Jala's death had already spread in the ancient immortal world. It was reported that before True Monarch Jala died, he did not even have the chance to ask for help. He only had time to shout out True Monarch Wu De's name. Then, not long after, more news came. Many of the True Monarchs roaming the ancient immortal world were easily killed by True Monarch Wu De using some method. True Monarch Wu De was a trap set by the human race. This was something that everyone acknowledged at the moment. It's definitely not True Monarch Wu De. True Monarch Black Time also believed this. Because he had fought with True Monarch Wu De before, and had even chased after him, forcing him to escape through the Whirlpool Passage. If True Monarch Wu De was really so powerful, then he definitely would not have survived the previous 2 encounters. After all, he was very clear about the connection between his black armor and True Monarch Wu De's silver armor. It doesn't matter if it's True Monarch Wu De or not, since he's using that identity, he might have helped me. Then he might help Wu De True Monarch hunt me down and obtain my armor treasure. This was what True Monarch Black Time was worried about. Therefore, when he saw that there were humans nearby, he immediately made the decision to run away. Out of caution, he even chose to temporarily leave the ancient immortal world. However, what True Monarch Black Time didn't know was that it wasn't just the human True Monarch squad that had just discovered him. In fact, many human True Monarchs on Planet 1925 were paying attention to his whereabouts. Therefore, there was a large group of True Monarchs in the human True Monarch Palace that was broadcasting True Monarch Black Time's movements in real time. Of course, even if he knew that he was being watched, True Monarch Black Time was not afraid. Because he was not afraid of this so-called True Monarch Wu De. True Monarch Black Time believed that with his armor, no true monarch other than a Dao monarch could stop him. Jiang Xi didn't leave behind an immortal power clone in the True Monarch Palace because he didn't have any immortal power. However, his identity as True Monarch Wu De. It could be said that he had recently reached the peak of the human True Monarchs. He was close to ancient existences like True Monarch 6 Virtuous and True Monarch Myriad Poison. In a short month, he had killed 3 rank 4 True Monarchs and dozens of rank 3 and rank 2 True Monarchs. This news spread not only among the non-humans, but also among the humans. Moreover, the non-humans were the ones who spread the news first. This made True Monarch Wu De's strength even more convincing. When Jiang Xi had stayed in the Heavenly Court for a short while, he had met many True Monarchs in the True Monarch Palace. Among these people, many had sent messages to River Word. They asked if he had found a rank 5 True Monarch to disguise himself as True Monarch Wu De and enter the ancient immortal world. Jiang Xi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He admitted that he was the real true monarch Wude and didn't find a substitute. However, no one believed this kind of truth. However, when true monarch Winesword learned of this situation, he took the opportunity to tell everyone in the true monarch palace that it was true monarch Wude who was looking for true monarch Black Time. Then, the human experts of the True Lord Palace really took this matter to heart and actively helped. That was how they found true monarch Black Time so quickly. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.